They beat the Jets by a final score of 5-1.
What a difference a couple of days can make, huh? We were on the precipice of panic. Pure, unadulterated panic after game one of this series. And now, after you finish out the start at Winnipeg, you finish out now the 2 games at home against the Jets, you find yourself in the same position that the Nuggets find themselves against the Lakers, which is a 3-1 series lead with a chance to close things out in Game 5. To say you know what? I don't know if shocked is even the right word, but considering where I was just a few days ago, yeah, this feels like a shock.
We didn't think Georgia should ever play again, and here they are.
We're sitting there like, oh, a goalie's getting pulled in this series. Who would have thought it would be Hellebuck in Game 4? They enter the third with Brossoit coming in. And so after a 7-6 final score in Game 1, where it felt like panic mode, it's been 5-2, 6-2, 5-1. 5 goals allowed from Georgiev in the last 3 games. And the Avs have put up at least 5 in every game so far this series.
Yeah, meanwhile, Hellebuck's given up 5 as soon as he steps foot on the ice.
Huh? Can I tell you something? Before the Avs broke that game open, late in the second, that was a hell of a hockey game. Like, God, that was fun to watch. And Georgiev making some big saves here. But it is pretty incredible to see this team with all systems ago. You know, it finally feels like they've got that confidence in Georgiev again, and it's totally making a difference in the way that everybody's playing, and they're skating with confidence, and there doesn't feel like there's this panic of, oh, here comes the snowball. How big's it going to get before it rolls down to the bottom of the hill?
Do you feel like that as a fan? Do you have that feeling anymore?
No.
When did it stop? Because it was there all of Game 1, obviously.
It was still there in Game 2.
Mm-hmm.
I think after Game 3, especially late, Georgia makes a couple of big saves. And you watch this team take off. Like, I'll tell you what else helps confidence-wise. Yes, Georgiev has been awesome. But when you have the confidence that your team is going to put up 5 goals at some point, it's a hell of an equalizer. And I really think that once they got rolling on offense, that's what can give a guy like Georgiev an extra boost, which is what we've said all along. You don't have to be perfect. You just need to be okay. But he's been more than okay in the last 3 games. He's been good. I don't know if I'd go to great, but good. And I think
that's what we were pining for.
Yes, the attention to detail in front of him is so much better, too. Like, through 4 games of this series, you have put up 22 goals on Hellebuck. Or I guess 21 technically on Hellebuck with an empty netter, or 20, I forget what the number is now. But a couple of things in that game, as it was setting up for a fantastic finish. That game felt like one that was going to stay like 2-1 midway through the third period. But the Jets, you want to talk about not helping a goalie who hasn't been playing well, Marty? How about you guys stop taking every penalty back to back to back? It's like the Avs just get done with one and they take another out of frustration. And this is what I love. Mentally, they're in their feelings right now because they have at multiple points said, I don't care if I get the penalty. I just want to take out a little aggression here. And it's burning them. Because the Avs right now, especially offensively, they're operating at full 100% let's go. And if you give them a sliver of an opportunity, they're going to finish. And what's weird is it's not even like McKinnon's been rolling at a super high level. It's been guys like Lehkonen, and Parisi has been incredible in these first 4 games of the postseason.
Val
has been a monster.
Every time I look up and they score, Lehkonen's hugging somebody. He either scored or he's part of it or
Lehkonen and Val have been so. I mean, Bednar said it after the game that Lehkonen doesn't get near the credit that he deserves, and he's absolutely right on that. But how cool was it? Val gets the hat trick at the end of the game, and his first ever hat trick. I think they passed up on 3 or 4 easy empty net goals just to try and get Val the puck, and you're like, come on, man. Make it happen somehow. And then the one that Val actually scores on is like the most difficult shot you could do. But everybody was waiting for Val to get the hat trick, and he finally did, which I know I say this all the time, and people were super frustrated because they didn't know the story, and I don't even know how many people, I certainly don't, know the story from last year when he just kind of disappeared. And there's frustration that goes with that. There is. We all understand it. But make no mistake here. Val is, I think, the most important non-core piece to this team. And by core, I mean, yes, I would go McKinnon, Makar, and then obviously goaltending is probably going to be your top 3. But go back to when they won the Cup. I've said this over and over again, Marty. You're probably tired of hearing me say it. I think he should have been the Conn Smythe winner. Like, I don't think there was a moment in that postseason that he was not playing A-plus level hockey. And during that run, I get no problem with Cale winning that, by the way, but I'm just saying, during that run, I think they were like, Makar had a stretch where like 2 or 3 games he was pretty absent during that, and everything else he was amazing. But Val never didn't have an impact. Ever. He is so important to what this team wants to be. So important. What I say last week, he's like a baking recipe, right? You got your flour, you got your eggs, you got your sugar, like all that stuff is McKinnon and Makar and Georgie, but he's like the little splash of baking soda that you need in it. Where if you don't do it right, it's not going to be a cookie. It's going to be like a pancake. But he's that little extra thing that is the important detail to make it work. And then, of course, Cale. Do you have all of the calls on this? I know you got McGahey. Do you have Moj? Do you have TNT? Because I would love to hear everybody call that. I don't know how many people in the world can do what Cale Makar did on that play. Did he get a little bit lucky that the puck got popped up into his chest and he was able just to kind of keep rolling? Yes. But here's what I know. Of the limited people in the world that can make that play happen, 2 of them are on your team. Coast to coast. Don't you love in the box score? Cale Makar, unassisted. Length of the ice. Let's hear one of them.
One-man breakout. And better. Here he comes. The shot. He scores! That's hockey, baby. What a goal. Cale Makar.
All right, that's great. That's a great non-biased national broadcast call on TNT. I would like the biased now. I would like the people who are covering the Avs every day.
Lehkonen back in the first. Found Nichushkin on the power play here in the second. Cale Makar with it again. Emerging from his own zone. Ran into a teammate. Ends up going into his chest. Makar right up the middle. Makar holding. Shooting. He scores! Oh, hail Cale! That's right, Iceman. I am dangerous. What a coast-to-coast goal for Cale.
Still can't believe that he made that moment happen. And we got Mosher here.
Could be an icing call. It will be. No, it's waved off at the end. One linesman had his arm up. The other waved it off. Makar staying with the play. Makar
to the near side, shoots, he scores! Coast to coast, Cale Makar! You've got to be kidding me! A brilliant shot across the body of Hellebuck, and the Avs have taken a 3-1 lead.
Two things. Number one, I bet you the Jets just wanted that icing call, didn't they? Number two, I knew he wouldn't do it, but that is your Leroy. Like, that's Leroy Jenkins, is it not? I was like, there's no way Mosier calls it during the playoffs. There's no way. And he didn't, and I get it. I'm not going to give him grief for it. But that was the perfect example of Leroy Jenkins. So Avs, now 3-1, head back to Winnipeg with a chance to close it out in Game 5. Now, the Nuggets, all right, we didn't get a sweep. I didn't think that it would be a sweep at the beginning of the series. You know how hard it would be to sweep LeBron James in back-to-back years.
What about when it was 2-0, 3-0?
Well, I will say, like, when they were up 3-0, I thought it was going to happen. But I said before the series, I didn't think so. But I give the Lakers credit. Like, they came out and they played really, really tough basketball. They made a whole bunch of shots. It was another one of those kind of perfect recipe games where they were hitting everything. They got everybody within their starting five contributing. Like, Austin Reeves had a good game. D'Lo had a good game. LeBron and, dude, Anthony Davis, this is as good as I've seen him. Maybe outside the bubble. Like, he finished, 25 and 23 or something like that on super efficient shooting numbers. And still, with all of that, Marty, and the Nuggets playing a pretty poor game by their standards, it still felt like you were one run away from that game tipping the scales in the Nuggets' favor.
The run never even came. Like, there was never a big run at all.
Which was bizarre because the Nuggets always have one. And I remember,
especially in the second half.
I remember watching Game 1 at Ball Arena, and my wife was like, this is bad. They're down big. And I go, they haven't gone on a run yet. Once they go on the run, then we'll start to make a judgment on that. And then, of course, they did, and they never looked back. This ends tonight. This is at Ball Arena. And Game 5, 3-1 series lead. You're going to have a whole bunch of crazy people inside of Ball Arena, 19,000 strong. I don't think the Lakers get out of here with a win tonight. If they do, does your panic meter start to rise? Maybe a little bit, but I mean, I think this ends tonight against LA. And you know what? If LeBron and AD can put together 5 consecutive games where they play what I consider A-level basketball, good for them. But still, out of all of that stuff that they needed, and they have been great in this series, it, for the most part, hasn't mattered. And really what I'm looking for tonight, Marty, I'm going to call it right now, I think this is your big Jamal game. Because Jamal has been okay. He's been good in small moments. I mean, big moments, but I mean like minute-wise. Small spurts is what I should say. Remember, last year in the Western Conference Finals, he dominated. I mean, didn't he have like 2 triple-doubles in last year's Western Conference Finals? He was super efficient shooting. He was averaging over 30 points a game in that series. He hasn't done that yet. Jamal in this series, let's take a look. Again, it's not like he's been nothing.
He did sneak in a little game winner, but that game was no good for him overall.
Yeah, I'm talking strictly just like efficiency number-wise. Like, he hasn't shot the ball great in this series. And it's going to happen. Right? He's questionable for tonight with a calf strain. He's going to play. But he's averaging 21.5 on 38% from the field. Like, that's not Jamal. So I'm waiting for the game where Jamal just goes crazy, and I think it's going to be tonight. And then he can get a closeout, Game 5 win, series win, and then wait until the next series start because who'da thunk it? Minnesota's waiting for you now.
That team's already waiting. Yeah.
And now it's important. Like, you don't want to expend more energy than you have to because Minnesota swept the Phoenix Suns, which I did not have on my bingo card.
swept in the first round?
That's unbelievable to me.
Couldn't get one win.
I mean, Durant, Booker, Beal, and I remember the clip from before the season started. Booker said, "With all due respect, I don't know how anybody's going to stop us." And I guess Tim Conley and everybody in Minnesota was like, "With all due respect, we know exactly how to do that."
And they played too. It's not like, oh, well, Beal was hobbled. It's like they were good.
And they were healthy for the last portion of the year where they were all playing together. They had plenty of time together. Let me tell you something. Bradley Beal, outside of one game, in game 3, he was pretty good. Yuck. Beal's numbers. Game 1, 15 points. Game 2, 14. Game 3, 28. Game 4, 9. So, how about this? Bradley Beal, and I thought this was so funny, he goes, "I've never been swept in my life. I don't plan to start tonight." And Bradley Beal was talking like somebody who makes the playoffs every year.
Yeah,
this was
really,
like his
dude.
4th appearance. I think it was his 4th appearance in his career in the postseason. I was like, I know you're a guy who's 30 years old. You've been in the league a long time. You can't speak like that if you've barely made the playoffs. Like, what if Chet Holmgren said that? He's like, I'll tell you this much. I've never been swept. It's like, well, yeah, it's your first year playing. Be pretty difficult. And people on the text line, like I said repeatedly, that KD going to Phoenix is very overrated. Like, you guys get to be right here. I did not see this happening at all. By the way, this is the kind of stuff where I'm like, Jokic is already better as an all-time player than Kevin Durant. The fact that Kevin Durant, who is unbelievable, he might be, as far as a skill set, one of the best offensive players that's ever been created, with his shooting ability and his size and all the stuff that comes with it. But people get, like, Embiid's getting crushed this morning. And it's like, Embiid has never made it past the second round of the playoffs. And he's never been like a big-time player in the postseason. And it looks like they're going to get shut down again and like all that different stuff. But Kevin Durant has assembled super team after super team that can't do anything. And at some point, like, when is that on you? And he just kind of skates, doesn't he? If he didn't...
It never really feels like his fault, though.
But why?
Because he has good numbers when they lose? I don't know.
Do you remember when it was Jokic's fault when he was averaging like a triple-double, but the team lost in 5 games to the Warriors when their second-best player was Will Barton, who was out of the league the following year? Like, that was Jokic's fault, and I gave him a healthy Devin Booker and Bradley Beal as his teammates in the postseason, and he gets swept in the first round. And like, well, I mean, this and this and this didn't line up. What didn't line up in Durant's favor?
Yeah, this year's pretty bad. Last year, it's like he got there late. So, I mean, he got there at the trade deadline. He played, a handful of games with them. That one wasn't his fault. This one, he had the full year and another superstar.
But here's why I hate this rings, bro, sort of culture that's been created in the NFL and the NBA especially. If Kevin Durant didn't go to a team that was already arguably the greatest ever assembled, he doesn't have any rings. And he's now in the conversation that Embiid's in right now, is he not? A super talented, unbelievable player that can't make anything happen in the postseason. But he joined a team that won 73 games the year before. But he does get to skate on like a whole bunch of criticism, and I don't get it. I don't get it. 303-504-0925. Texture says, I tuned in this morning to hear Avs talk. In 15 minutes of the show, you're talking about the T-Wolves. Well, look, I just spent 15 minutes on the Avs, just giving you a little recap on the Nuggets over the weekend and a second of NBA. My bad. By the way, the draft will be talked about today as well. This is... I know! There's a lot happening. Sorry, I have to talk about all of it.
Hey, Brett, I'm not here for the dress, buddy.
Well,
Appease me.
I'm here.
What about me?
I'm here for all of Denver sports, as we always are on this station. So we will talk about more about all of Denver sports next. All right, Avs and Nuggets make it a 3-1 series lead for each team with a chance to close out tonight for the Nuggets, tomorrow for the Avs. Also, over the weekend, we knew heading into Friday that Bo Nix was going to be on this roster. The Broncos did not have a second-round pick, but in the third, they take pass rusher Jonah Ellis out of Utah. In the fourth, this was probably one of the more notable moves outside of Bo Nix, probably the one of day 2, day 3, is they trade up to go get his teammate at Oregon, Troy Franklin, which, according to all of these different, draft analyst sites, and they're hard to judge, blah, 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 but a steal for where they're at in the fourth round. Very talented, big wideout with some speed to him that also he has some intimate knowledge of Bo Nix being his teammate at Oregon. After that, it's a corner out of Missouri, Abram Drain. My favorite pick was their last pick in the fifth round, their second pick in the fifth, which was the running back out of Notre Dame, Audric Estime. Let me tell you something about this guy. Marty, did you see videos of him?
He's just one big muscle.
He's an action figure. He's a giant pectoral muscle that somehow holds onto a football and runs through people. I have never seen a bigger human being in my life that's able to move. Like, guys, he's bodybuilder level. Bodybuilder. And what I think is probably the greatest move of the draft as far as this one, no arguments, love it. The fact that they traded their sixth rounder for Jonathan Franklin Myers, or maybe John Franklin Myers, goodness. That guy was a beast in New York. And I wanted them to get some help up front defensively. He is certainly going to do that because he is a monster of a human being who has just a knack for making big plays happen. He's not like a huge sack total guy, although he does get a few of those, but he's just a behemoth that you have to deal with. You probably throw two guys at more often than you don't, because you leave him one-on-one, he's going to eat somebody. And so overall, I'm incredibly happy with where they came out in the draft. Now, the big concern that I have is just it's a hell of a swing on that first pick. And I hope that it works, because if it does, we should look back at this and say it looks pretty damn good. But you take somebody like Bo Nix at number 12, then you are putting a whole bunch of eggs in the basket of not only is this guy going to be good, he'll be good in a hurry. Tysher says Estime is like the next Derrick Henry. Like, I don't know about all of that because Derrick Henry was also fast. He's not like some speedy guy at that size, but he's very effective, which is all you need. If you can get me 5 yards a carry, what do I care? If you can't break the 80-yarder, just pick up first downs and move the chains for me.
What do you think his 40 was?
Oh, it was slow. 4.6?
4.5.
4.5? 4.5 flat?
4.58. So 4.6.
Yeah. Like, he's not a speed guy, but who cares? Like, that's not his role. Isn't to get you an 80-yard touchdown. But they went around and they tried to fix some of their like playmaker problems. That's where a guy like Troy Franklin comes in. So hopefully you got some help in the playmaker department, and he was a favorite target of Bo Nix at Oregon. They got a little bit of chemistry already, so hopefully they can start off on a little bit higher footing once training camp rolls around.
Feels a little Drew Lock, Albert O, doesn't it? I think he was a fourth rounder as well.
Little bit like that. Hopefully the result is different for the two this year. But I'm happy. I'm happy with the Broncos, with what they came away with at the end of this draft. I think they made a whole bunch of smart moves, got them in places where those positions matter a lot. Took a swing at a couple of wideouts. Devon Vele from Utah as well. So hopefully, we're looking at a draft class that, you know what, they aren't calling it a rebuild. It kind of feels rebuildy this year. But I think the swings that they took were good ones. That old targeted dart throw sort of approach. I like it. And at the end of the day, if nothing else, this should make for a fun offseason. Like, we get to watch one of these high-end, highly drafted rookie quarterbacks jump into camp, and let's see where he's at. The good news, if you want to see him, and this is the Broncos themselves mentioned this, George and Sean Payton. He's the most experienced quarterback in the draft. There's no doubt about that. If you wanted to find somebody that you thought was capable of playing immediately for this roster, well, it would be the guy who has 60-plus starts under his belt from college. So can't wait to see this when OTAs and all that stuff rolls around here. And OTAs are soon. Few weeks.
You know, isn't the next mile marker for the NFL the schedule release? Doesn't that happen right like the week or two after the draft?
I think it's a little later than that. Well, no, you might be right. His camp gets going in July. I mean, yeah, it's a few weeks from now. It's probably around the same time as OTAs. Somewhere in that same ballpark. I can't remember exactly when it is.
Last year was May 11th. I guess they haven't released it this year. So it's coming up.
Yeah, couple weeks. Again, getting back to it. I can't believe the place that we're in with the Avs right now. Can't believe it. And I think even if you were the most optimistic of sorts, like maybe you thought, hey, this team is, they got championship DNA. They'll figure it out when the postseason rolls along. If you were saying like you had no concerns, then that's feels like a straight up lie. Because you'd have to. If you had eyeballs and you watched the Avs, you had concerns heading into the postseason. But it's funny. I'm seeing some of the quotes on the opposite side. I'm seeing some of the quotes in Winnipeg. Like Bonus about pulling Hellebuck. Here's the quote. It's not on him whatsoever. And I go, I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. Like tail end of the regular season after game one of the postseason. I feel like I heard something like that about another goaltender. But it's just the fact that 4 games into this series, you got Hellebuck pulled because you've put up 22 goals in 4 games is pretty damn remarkable. And something that was necessary and needed.
Remember after that first game, you're like, great, you scored 6, still lost. You're not going to put up 6 too often. Well, turns out I guess you can.
Actually, we'll average that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you somebody else that has been huge. Casey Middlestat's on a mission. And thank God that he is, because if you get, again, before the Georgie thing at the end of the regular season kind of fell apart for a little bit. I remember talking about the earmarks of what 2022 was. You had a healthy team heading into the postseason that was capable of putting 1 million goals up on teams. Well, you got that. You had a second-line center that was established and a threat. Well, you got that with Middlestat now. You got third and fourth lines on this team that feel like they're better than the opposing team's third and fourth lines. You got that again. And now the last thing in this, the last part of the recipe was having a goaltender you had confidence in that he would just be okay. And for 3 straight games, you've gotten that out of Georgiev. You got more than that, actually. Like, he's played well in these last 3 games. And so all of that kind of adds up to you with a chance to close things out tomorrow? Really? Pretty wild, considering where the starting point was in the series and where the faith was shaken among a lot of Avs fans.
You going to see any Brossois tomorrow, you think?
No, they can't do that. I mean, unless he gets 5 dropped on him in 2 periods again, I don't know. But I don't think that if you make that move, man, it's going to be really hard to go back. Hellebuck's a Vezina winner, okay? I think he's going to get, let's say tomorrow's final score is 8-7. I think that Hellebuyck he's going to go out there until this series is over one way or the other. But God, does it feel good now with where you're at? By the way, dude, how scary was it when you saw Nemetsov get smoked in the head with that slap shot? I know it was deflected off of Lekkonen's stick, wasn't it? And that's what made it kind of climb the ladder there. But that didn't catch almost any visor. Like the helmet popped up, but it felt almost as if it hit the head first and then the puck came up and hit it. Scary as hell.
Well, you get a stretcher on the ice. I mean, like the trainer went out there, and as soon as the trainer did, he called for more help.
Oh, yeah.
He knew something was up.
Well, God, they had in 2 minutes, they had to stop the game twice to clean up some blood and get the scrapers out there.
The high stick on Taves, they were scraping blood off the ice for 5 minutes.
Well, not to mention
What is this sport?
At the end of game 3, when the scuffle happened because Winnipeg was all pissed, did you see the gash on whose arm was that? Why am I blanking on the name right now? But the giant gash after the scrum where everybody's kind of on the ice, he obviously got a skate. Oh, why can't I think of his name?
Oh, Dylan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brendan Dillon. The cut on his arm and the amount of blood that was there, it almost looked like a hole was in the top of his arm. And I'm like, this is where Winnipeg is just doing stupid things like allowing their frustrations to actually affect the hockey game. Like that one at the end, it's like, who cares? They're going to lose anyway, but you get an injury like that, that's going to affect you. But secondly, they took frustration penalties multiple times in games 3 and 4. And then the Avs are on the one-man advantage, and their power play has been crushing it. The hell you thinking? Have a little bit more discipline. Your goalie is hurting right now, confidence-wise, and then you're leaving him in bad positions. Again, it feels like I've had that conversation before about somebody else. But how about that? 4 games into both of these series, both the Avs and Nuggets up 3-1. What do the Nuggets need to do to close this out in 5 at Ball Arena against the Lakers tonight? We'll get to it next. All right, so game tonight, Nuggets and Lakers, a chance to close this out. Jamal Murray is questionable with a calf strain. I guess I don't know a lot about this, Marty. I know he's dealt with a whole bunch of lower body injury stuff all year long. My assumption is going to be that he plays tonight. I don't think he'd be missing a playoff game like this, but I guess who knows? If he does play, I think that him having a game is due. Like a good, efficient shooting game. But more than that, the Nuggets are having a really difficult time right now trying to shut down AD, shut down LeBron. Maybe you just can't do it. Maybe he's just playing at a high level. I don't want to switch up too many things and like sell out to go and stop somebody. You know, I don't want to throw doubles at AD just for the sake of trying to shut him down. And that leaves open, LeBron to cut to the rim, or, if D'Lo's hitting from outside, getting him another shot. Just go out and play your game. There is no holistic changes that you need to make. You have won 11 of 12 times now against the LA Lakers because you're better than they are. Go out, play your game, and I think you're going to be just fine. Now, the thing that I'd like to see more than anything else, I would like to see just if the bench could give you a little bit of something. When a guy like Peyton Watson or Christian Brown or Reggie or Holiday or whoever's playing, if they get into the game, knock down just a couple of shots. Because right now we're going back to that Christian Brown's lining up for three thing, Marty, and I'm like, oh, God, please make it, please make it. And he's just not right now. He runs very hot and cold in these common stretches. It's like he'll be good for 3 or 4 games and bad for 3 or 4 games from 3. Just knock down a couple. But on top of that, Aaron Gordon's aggressiveness in Game 4 just wasn't quite there. Certainly not what it was in Game 3. Because here's what you did get. You got Jokic with a 33-14-14 game in that loss, 119-108. You also got Michael Porter Jr. has been fantastic this series. A 27-11 game from him. 10 of 20 from the field. They got no answer for Porter. So if you can just add one other element to it, if you can give me the aggressive Aaron Gordon game, if you can give me an efficient Jamal night, if you can give me a few points off the bench, I think this series is over tonight, and then you and Minnesota are basically dealing with the same amount of rest, and you're chilling out until round 2 starts, which I think they wait for all the series to be done before they start the next one, don't they?
Yeah.
Even if both teams are done early?
I think they will. So what, at least a week?
I would imagine so. Yeah. And by the way, I think it's important tonight now that you get the series closed out, because I don't want Minnesota just waiting and chilling with a whole bunch of rest days leading up to playing you. Close this thing out in 5 and then get ready for that next challenge, which is going to be a big challenge. What you could argue the 2 best teams in the NBA, if the Nuggets win tonight, will be facing off in the second round of the Western Conference Finals. And I know that Boston's there, and they just took Miami to the woodshed, but they did exactly what you should do for a team that's losing their star player or missing their star player and doesn't really have anybody else near that level to step into his place. But I want to win tonight, get some rest, get ready for Minnesota, where at least in that series, you get, once again, Game 1 and Game 2 at Ball Arena to kick things off.
I don't want to go too far ahead, but how afraid of you? How afraid of the Timberwolves are you?
Now a lot.
Yeah. I used to think the Suns and the Clippers were the teams to fear, but I was very wrong.
It changed towards the end of the year, though. I was very much in wait-and-see mode if Minnesota could sustain that level of play throughout the course of the year, and they've proven they have. And one thing that has been established now is, number one, they have a bona fide superstar in Anthony Edwards. Like, crazy good. Number two, that little Twin Towers look that works against most teams. I don't think it's nearly as effective against the Nuggets, though. It's still good, but it doesn't look the way that it looked against Phoenix. And so your other sort of, we'll save that for later. But the point is, that's a good team that should be feared, that is now going to have a whole bunch of rest heading into round number 2. So you do your part tonight at home at Ball Arena and get that established so you and them can be kicking your feet up on the couch for a few days until that series starts and have basically equal amounts of rest. But I'm just wondering, the Nuggets are up 3-1 in this series, and I don't ever feel like there's been a night, Marty, where they've played great. Like, if I had to give the Nuggets a grade through 4 games in the series that they're up 3-1, I think it's a B. They got really good play during spurts and runs, but it's never been like quarter 1 to quarter 4, they've been at their A game. I'm hoping that's tonight. Because if they play their A game for 4 quarters, this game's going to be a 15-point win.
Probably game 1 was probably their best wire-to-wire game, right?
Dude, but they were down like 15 in the second quarter of that game.
Yeah. So what was their best game so far?
Like wire to wire?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess you'd say game 1. But that's my point. It's like even in that game, they were really good in the second half.
But it's because the Lakers had their like D+ game. That's why they won.
I don't know if the Lakers can play better than the way they played, especially in game 4. The Nuggets are capable of playing a lot better than the way that they played in all of these games 1 through 4. So give me one where it's like wire to wire. I want to see a game or a quarter 1 to quarter 4. We're on top of it. No lapses, nothing like that. Like runs are going to happen. That part is inherent to basketball. Doesn't need to be, when I say perfect, that's not what I mean. It's just you come out with energy to start the game, which, you know what? Game 4, hopefully that serves as a wake-up call. So from the tip, they get going to close this series out. Texter says Malone still hasn't coached like it's the playoffs. He's been playing bench players too much. I mean, look, dude, in game 4, Brown got 12 minutes. He's essentially your 6th man. If it's not him, then it's going to be Watson. He got 13. Jackson played 9 minutes and Holiday played 5.
All of your starters are in the 40s.
That's how you coach in the playoffs. That's what it looks like. So I don't agree with that at all. I just don't think they played well, which whatever. You're up 3-1 the series, game 5 tonight at home. 100%. I think this could be your opportunity to jump on them early and establish a little bit of that dominance that has been 11 of the past 12. And you can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broadcasting live from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. There's a lot to talk about today. I mean, the Avs. We live in a world after game 1 where we were all panicked that the Avs are up in the series 3-1 with a chance to close things out tomorrow against Winnipeg. We live in a world where Hellebuck is the goalie getting pulled and not Georgiev. And we live in a world where for the next 2 days, you can have a closeout for the Nuggets, a closeout for the Avs, both teams moving on to round 2 with some challenges ahead of them. So you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed, and download the Safeway app and get exclusive grocery offers and perks. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
could be an icing call. It will be. No, it's waved off at the end. One linesman had his arm up. The other waved it off. McCarr staying with the play. McCarr to the near side. Shoot!
He scores! Coast to coast! Cale Makar! You've got to be kidding me! A brilliant shot across the body of Hellebuck. And the Avs have taken a 3-1 lead.
Leroy Jenkins. I knew you weren't going to do the call emoji, but it's all I thought in my head. You go coast to coast like that. It was really two thoughts. One was Leroy Jenkins.
Ideal.
Number two was, I bet you Winnipeg wishes that was icing, huh? Because they did wave it off last second.
And I bet you if Mosier had to do it all over again, he would employ the Leroy Jenkins. I guarantee it.
No, I think Leroy Jenkins is reserved for a guy who goes coast. Like if you, not even coast to coast.
What are you talking about? That was the epitome of Leroy Jenkins.
I mean, that
Don't
was.
So it goes
try
coast to coast and scores. That would be.
Listen, Moj, just accept it and just tell yourself whatever you want to tell yourself. You know, if you had to do it all over again,
No,
you would
I
have
wouldn't.
used Leroy Jenkins.
Because in my mind, that's where you go to the front of the net and you stick handle in and you roof it. That's more of a Leroy Jenkins. He went to the circle. He pivoted to the circle and let it fly.
The
little bit
man
different.
did a cone drill up the ice and let it go near the circle and scored on the most ridiculous postseason goal we've seen.
I'm going to go back
If
to that.
isn't Leroy Jenkins.
Shut him off. I'm going to go back to that famous line from Ghostbusters when they're ready to shut down the containment unit.
Yep.
And the guy from the EPA says, if he does that again, you can shoot him. And what's the cop say? You do your job, Pinhead, and you let me do mine.
That's why I didn't say anything. But
You do your job, Vic. You let me do my job.
but Moj, that wasn't Leroy Jenkins. It was.
You do
I'm not
your
going to
job
tell you
better
how.
than-
Yeah.
You do your job better than anybody. I'm not telling you you're not doing a good job. I'm telling you that everybody on this show saw a missed opportunity. And there's no denying that. That was a Leroy Jenkins opportunity.
Well, despite all of that, can I tell you guys something? Who'd have thunk 3-1, huh? Who'd have thunk it after game one of this series? Who'd have thunk the goalie being pulled is Hellebuck and not Georgiev? Who'd have thunk that in 4 games, 22 goals scored for the Avs and only 5 goals scored in the last 3 games from Winnipeg? Like, what a stark contrast from how most, if not all, people were feeling after the first game of this series.
Your first point, Brett, I think is the one. If we had to make wagers at the beginning of the series, and essentially we did, this was the topic at the beginning of the series, how soon before the Avs pull Georgie? That was what we talked about. That was the topic. That was topic A.
That was your
How
topic.
soon before? What's that?
I said that was your
That
topic.
was everybody's.
That wasn't my topic.
All right, Moj, shut him off because it was everybody's topic.
Look,
It's
whether
what the
you agreed or
entire
not,
city was talking about.
it was 100% a topic.
God, Mosier, why do you get like this? That was obviously the topic of choice before the series. It was Georgie and whether they had confidence in Georgie and how soon they would pull Georgie. It was all about Georgie.
Well, going
Well,
into game two, hold on a second.
But we're trying to. Give
I don't
him
know why-
credit.
I don't-
We're trying to congratulate the guy, and you're being a wet blanket about it.
Nobody's being anyone blanket about anything. But what I don't understand is why we're bickering here at 7:03, 4 in the morning when they have a 3-1 lead. But let me remind you.
Who's bickering?
Nobody's
Oh, Vic's
bickering
cut.
either.
He came
We're
out of
trying
the
to make a
chute.
point.
He came
Oh,
out of the
boy.
chute with a firecracker up his butt.
Take him out. We're trying to make the point that if you had asked anybody before this series which goalie would be pulled, 99.9% of people would have said Georgie.
That is
Agreed.
true.
Instead,
But do you
it's-
recall the text I read you after game one from a guy said who used to be a coach in this league?
Yes.
Would you like me to read it to you again?
Listen,
Just go ahead.
Nobody
For
cares about your text. Nobody cares about your feelings. I'm telling you what the mindset was before the series. And the fact that it's the other goalie, who's supposedly the best goalie, is a credit to the Avs, a credit to Georgie, a credit to the entire organization. It's amazing. They've taken this series and flipped it.
yeah.
Moj.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know. I don't know what bee crawled in your bonnet this morning, but Moj, game 1 had little to do with Georgiev. And the high-end stars will make enough plays at the big moments. Enjoy fist bump.
Yes, Moj.
And
all
so,
of that.
but I know, but you guys were. Listen, I know it was panic time, but some of us went over the deep end. Some of us did not. Some of us said, "Hey, look, he's going to have a good game at some point. He's going to fix it at some point."
Cares how you felt. We are bringing this up because this was what everybody else felt. Nobody cares what was going through your brain.
I think that you guys are crossing on two different wavelengths. So can I try and connect this?
Yeah, but he makes me laugh.
Here's the point.
You
Moj.
make me laugh, Vic.
Here's the point. There was very real and obvious reasons to be incredibly concerned with where the Avs were after the first game, because it wasn't a bad game from Georgiev. It was that also coincided with the last 2 weeks of the regular season being awful. The big games that you felt like you needed to win were Dallas and Winnipeg heading at the end of the season, and you got smoked in both of those games. That's where the concerns all lied, is are you going to be able to figure this out 4 times out of 7 games? And honestly, most people said no. Like, that's just where they were at. Now, total credit to Georgiev and the defense in front of him. 5 goals in the last 3 games is incredible. Incredible. And especially given where a lot of the confidence meters were at. But also what gets you over the top here. The fact that after game 1, so forget the Georgiev conversation for a second. You know what else we said after game 1? Well, you can't put 6 on Hellebuck a night. And the Avs said, oh, yes, we can.
Oh, yes, they can.
22 goals through 4 games on that dude?
Pretty amazing.
Moj, were you surprised that Bonus pulled Hellebuck when he did?
Not at all.
Was that a surprise?
No, because what he's not saying that. What he's not saying, Vic, is that my goalie stinks and I want him out of there. He's like, look, we're getting drilled. We're down 4-1. We're not going to win this game. Put Bresswall in, give our guy a little bit more rest, get his head cleared a little bit. He's been giving up a lot of goals, whether or not they are his fault, and his team taking all these penalties and letting him get abused by the Avalanche power play that's clipping along at about 50%.
Yeah, what?
It's not, and that's not good for any goalie. So he said, you know what? I'm going to save him a little bit more here in this third period. I'm going to get him out of there.
The Jets are not helping him. Like here's what's funny, Vic, is I saw a quote from Bonus after the game where, tell me if this sounds familiar. Bonus says he pulled Hellebuck to give him a break, quote, it's not on him whatsoever. And I remember hearing quotes like that just about the goalie on the opposite side for the last couple of weeks of the year. But the point here is your goalie's having some struggles. And I'm not saying it's his fault why they've given up 22 goals through 4 games. Yeah. But, hey, Winnipeg, how about you stop taking frustration penalties every 2 minutes and leaving the Avs at a one-man advantage?
See,
like
this is the thing about the game, and I respect how coaches do this because they know their team better than anybody. But anytime coaches say it's not about the goalie, it's not about the goalie. Well, who's the one affected at the end?
The goalie.
Who's the one that
the goalie.
Yeah,
Whether or not it's his fault,
so,
he's he's the one looking at the back of the net going, crap.
Exactly. So we said the same thing about Georgie. Well, it's not all Georgie's fault, but it's Georgie who's impacted.
Yep.
It's nobody else. It's Georgie. He's the one in the magnifying glass. He's the one. So that's why it is topic A. And hell, topic B and C. It was the number 1 topic going into the series, and now it's flipped. You know what this series reminds me of? It's really remarkable. In the regular season, Winnipeg owns the Avs, 17-4. They outscored them 17-4. Much like the Phoenix Suns owned the Minnesota T-Wolves in the regular series.
Yeah.
And then they get to the real games, the postseason. Bam, flip-flop. Amazing.
It is pretty amazing. I know we'll get to some of that a little bit later on because to see that Suns team and Matt Ishbia go down in flames kind of makes me feel good. And I'll explain a little bit more later. But Brett, on Friday night, Game 3, 6 different unique goal scorers for the Avalanche.
Yeah.
12 different players had a point. We talk about depth all the time and the necessity of the depth to be there to win in the postseason. You saw it up close and personal in 2022. I don't have to explain any more to you what it's about. You saw it firsthand. You witnessed it, and now you know. Now it's imprinted in your memory bank. That's great. But you also need your dudes to come through. And when you talk about dudes coming through, Lehkonen is playing great, obviously. But what can you say about your boy Val? I mean, what can you say? Your boy Val, who had 9 goals in 20 games in 2022 and was right behind Cale for the Conn Smythe. After his Hattie last night,
should have won it.
He's got 6 goals already through 4 games in this series. He's such an important player. And every time he's out, we always talk about it, right? Oh, my gosh, they're missing blah, 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 blah. Dude, he's that guy. It's very important for him to be in this lineup because he's such a major difference maker on both ends of the ice. He's almost uncontainable because he's so big, so strong, but you need that for this club. And he plays, obviously, on the PK, on the power play, 5-on-5, he's great. Vic, what a night for Val Nichushkin. And everybody's waiting, and I'm up there in the booth, right? And you got a couple of minutes left, and Bednar throws that top line on, and he's going to let them skate until they puke.
They had a chance for like 4 empty net goals, and they're like, no, please,
I know,
Val,
and they're
you
trying
do
to
it.
find him. They're trying to find him. They can't find him. Finally, he's the one in front of the penalty boxes. He digs it out from underneath Rantanen himself, throws it in the air over the dude's head, and finally gets the Hattie. But Vic, the fans you could see them. Their hats were like they were like for like a full 2 minutes. They're like, come on, baby. Come on. My arm's cocked and ready to go. Come on. Like they're ready to huck the Hail Mary, right? Dude, as soon as it goes in, it was like
a shower.
It was
of hats.
so good.
I saw
man.
guys with toupees in hand ready to throw those, anything they had. You know what, though? That last goal, the empty netter, that may have been his most skillful of all of them.
Might have
That
been.
was amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
It just goes to show you how vitally important Val was and how much they missed him last year.
They certainly did.
You lose a first-round series, you know one of the reasons why. That guy makes a difference, a huge difference. Hey, Moj, you get a Hattie. You tear this team's heart out like that. You know what the Avs are reminding me of right now? Games are close, and then they go to play. Sort of like the Nuggets. Games are close, except Game 4. And then they go to work. The Avs have this way to just handle things, and then at the end of the day, they're just the dominant team. They just take over. And it's not just at home. They've done this on the road. They've scored more goals than any team in the postseason, correct?
That is correct.
Is that true?
Well, they were tied going into last night with Edmonton. So now the Edmonton only scored a goal but 1. So, yeah, they've now got 22 through 4 games. Edmonton has 18. And incidentally, you recall back after Game 1. And again, this is not over. I'm flying to Winnipeg today. There's more hockey to be played. So let's not put any cart in front of any horse, Brett, let alone
Wait.
the cart. The horse in the cart or the
So
horse.
this series is not over? Wait, so this series is not over?
Right. I know we'll talk about tonight. I know we'll talk about.
Is the Nuggets-Lakers series over? Hold
No,
on. Is the Nuggets-
not yet.
No. You have to answer the question now. Because this is
not
the game
yet.
we always play.
Not yet. It's not. I'm not putting any cart in front of any horse, but I said after Game 1, and I, live in my hotel room in Winnipeg, I said, guys, what the Avs have, and Vic, this is to your point. This is why you made a good point. What the Avs have to fix is, my opinion, far more fixable than what Winnipeg has to fix against the Avalanche. Do you recall me saying that?
Yes.
That the Avs situation is more fixable than the Jets is, because when the Avalanche, it's just the way it is with these two teams. When the Avs inflict their will and they play at a very high end, the Jets can't contain them overall. They just can't do it, okay? And so what Winnipeg can say, oh, well, we're doing this to ourselves and so on. Okay, maybe you are to some extent, but the Avs are blowing your doors off of that. When you make a mistake, they're killing you. And we've seen it happen against the Avalanche, but they're also inflicting their will. They're also doing what they do best, and the Jets, they have no answer for it. So that's at least through the last 3 games.
After you said that, I said what the Avs problem was a problem of discipline. It was staying disciplined in front of your own net. It was staying disciplined, making sure you weren't losing track of your guy.
You weren't connected in your own zone.
But that's what I'm saying.
all.
I think it's more of a discipline thing, where the Jets, what they're facing is a talent deficit. There's no fix for that. There's nobody's walking through the door to help the Jets get as talented as the Avs. If the Avs play their game properly, you know that they're the more talented and better hockey team, and that's what we've seen in games 2 through 4.
It's remarkable how series can change, how the mindset of fan bases can change during one game. One game can change everyone's mindset about how tough or easy a series is. On Friday, if I had told you which team has an easier road to winning this series, the Nuggets or the Avs, which team?
Well, you would say
On
the
Friday-
Nuggets because they were already up 3-0. The Avs
But
were up
one
2
game
games.
later,
The Avs were
understand.
tied at 1.
One game later, it's completely flipped.
Well, I don't know
I don't
about
know
that.
about that.
I think the Nuggets are going to kick some serious butt tonight.
Well, I hope so.
I mean,
but mindsets change. But I mean, that's how delicate the postseason is.
We'll jump
That's
into
how-
that in a
how
second.
momentum
It's
can do
pretty.
things.
It's pretty apparent though that your feelings are delicate.
You know,
your widow Pewins.
Okay,
Oh, my Vicky Pewins.
everybody hang on. We'll talk about Vic's feelings.
tissue people.
We'll talk about Vic's feelings in a couple of minutes with the Nuggets and Lakers Game 5 chance to close out
This
tonight.
guy.
303-504-0925.
Right, this guy.
Back after this.
Dude.
That's the lucky sound of Tulatero, and bring the lottery to your phone with Tulatero. You can easily purchase official state lottery tickets for your favorite games, from Powerball to Mega Millions, all from the palm of your hand. No more rushing to the store before closing time or worrying about losing your ticket. Your tickets are safe and secure in that app. Powerball's tonight, $164 million on the line, and in the app, if you use the code MAGIC, you get a free ticket to try Tulatero out for free. So that's Tulatero, Tulotero, and use the code MAGIC for that free lottery ticket. It's valid only for new registrations. Good luck. Vic says he has one question. What's
Yeah.
your question?
It's a
What's the
two-part
question?
Here's the question.
What's
before
the
we move on.
question?
Before we move on to segment 2, it's a two-part question, two-parter. Because when I saw it, I was, wow. What's the status of Nemestikov after taking that slap shot to the head?
Vic.
Yikes.
Listen, I genuinely, there are teams inside the division, Vic, that you don't like, right? That you maybe even genuinely hate, as you sports hate, that kind of thing, or inside the conference too. The Jets, for me, are not one of those teams. I like their front office a lot. I like their coaching staff a lot. I like a lot of guys in that room. They're pretty cool dudes.
They're like the Chargers. They're just sort of neutral.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. And I feel the same way like the Blackhawks. I feel the same way about them for whatever reason. Not Blackhawks fans, but the Hawks themselves. Mm-hmm. So watching Brendan Dillon get his with the webbing of his thumb stepped on after the game the other night, listen, even if you caused it, you never want to see a guy's hand open up like that.
That is true.
It was awful.
And I also would say FAFO.
Yeah, no, agreed. I mean, if you go to your bench, none of that happens. But to watch Nemestikov, Vic, I mean, the thud, hearing the thud through my headset because of the on ice, the speakers or the microphones around the ice, it sounded disgusting, and it sounded like it got him right. It looked like it got him like right here, right in the where the orbital bone meets the.
Oh no!
It's
no.
Vic, they took him to the hospital. Obviously, he went into the Avalanche area. He went through the Avalanche bench. They have a great team of doctors there, led by Eric McCarty. They're really talented guys, smart. They immediately took him to the hospital. They have an ambulance right there on site. They take him right to the ambulance, and he's gone. That's great. No update. But it sounded horrible, and I would not be surprised if he doesn't have, again, Hipposucka, I don't know, but I've seen this before.
Like a fractured orbital
like
bone.
A fractured
Like
orbital
that.
bone
Yeah.
or temple, skull. I don't know, but it was
Scary.
full on. It ramped right up the stick. And that's, it's a 90-mile-an-hour, slapper. It's horrible, man. I feel so bad for that guy. And he's a great guy, too. He was only here for a short time, but he's a good dude.
Here's the second part of my question, because, listen, nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants him to endure that. We hope nothing but the best for the kid. Here's my second part of the question. Would you rather take a 90-mile-an-hour slap shot to the head or watch for 20 hours straight the What a Pro Wants commercial with Chet and SGA? Because if they continue to run that, if that continues to make airwaves during these sporting events, I don't know if I'll survive. I don't know if I make it another
I
day.
had never seen it. Remember, was it Friday? I said I hadn't seen that commercial. You're like, what are you talking? Our boss, Kevin, goes, dude, it's on every 10 seconds. I said, I don't know how. I don't know, but maybe because I've been in Canada, they don't have it. I don't know. But
it's not allowed from
Friday until today, I've seen it myself now 357 times. And I hate it more every single time. Did you see what happened to Biz last night? Did you see it?
Yes, he lost it. Yeah.
Marty, do you have that?
They blamed it on that.
Everyone's ears out at home.
Are you okay? Are you all right? That was incredible.
Can I put my IV back in?
Wow.
Can I put it back in?
You all right, buddy? Well done.
I'm good to go.
Good job. Good job. Hey, listen.
I'm like Hendrix at the end of the period.
Yeah, you're gasp for air. Come on. We'll get you some oxygen. It'll be okay.
That was the greatest thing I've ever seen.
You're so happy you came in today, right?
Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
He lost it. He lost it over that commercial. He's like, I cannot
Moj, I know what that is. That's
He lost it over the Cale McCarr
That was
goal.
him screaming about the Kale goal.
Yeah.
Somebody must have just clipped that and said my reaction to the commercial.
Oh, I thought it was over that.
Yeah.
No.
He described the Cale McCarr goal with
He was
such
screaming.
animation.
Yeah.
Oh, I was doing my own thing. Sorry about that.
No.
But that's how we all feel about that commercial. I mean, seriously, just end the fight. Throw in the towel. You can't do that to the public anymore. You can't do it. There's got to be a limit to anything that you force feed us. We can't do that commercial. Stop it.
Okay. Fine. But let's talk about the Lakers Nuggets tonight. A chance to close this thing out at Ball Arena. We'll get to the draft in a little bit as well. But for tonight, the fact that the Lakers won a game, I don't think any of us called a sweep before the series started. I don't think any of us called a sweep. I thought it would be 5 or 6, is what I said. Now, they got to 3-0. I saw the body language of the Lakers. I thought it would end. over the weekend. Now, to the Lakers' credit, they came out and played a really good game. They fought their asses off in Game 4. And I feel like I keep saying this, but I'll put it this way. I don't think the Avs have played anything better than a B game so far this series, and I think the Lakers have thrown some A games up.
You mean the
Nuggets.
You said
I'm sorry,
Avs.
the Nuggets. The Nuggets. They haven't put together anything better than a B game in this series. Like, they've put themselves in deficits. They have not played quarters 1 through 4. They've had spurts in these games that have been good enough. I'm waiting for the Nuggets game where they go from tip to the end of the game. They play their A game because they have not come close to that yet.
That raises
and the
a
Lakers
very,
have. The
that
Lakers
raises
have
a very
done
good
it.
question, though. In terms of how the game goes and the disparity or the thumpingness, would the Avs thump the Lakers harder on the ice, or would the Lakers thump the Avs harder on the court? Like, what would be, in terms of the actual sport itself, what would be the greater...
Wait, say that again?
Like,
what did you say?
if the Avs played the Lakers in hockey,
Okay.
what would the score be?
300-0. I don't know what you're getting at here.
Well, if the Lakers played the Avs in basketball, what would the score be?
300-0.
Okay.
I think it would be even. I don't know what's going on.
I'm just talking about, you said the Avs and the Lakers, so
sorry.
it just popped into my head.
No, but all I'm saying is about the Nuggets is, look, the Lakers played a great Game 4. And to their credit, LeBron and AD, I think, have been fantastic in all 4 games. Yeah. And they still find themselves down 3-1. They got a great Austin Reeves game in Game 4 with a great D'Lo game in Game 4. I'm still waiting, Vic, and I know that he's listed as questionable tonight. Jamal's playing, isn't he?
If I had to guess, and I don't know if he's going to play, but I'd be shocked if he did not play.
As would I.
Stunned.
And
Yeah,
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for, because here's what we haven't gotten. Michael Porter Jr. has been fantastic this entire series.
He's been the second best player for the Nuggets.
Yes.
Joker's been the best player through 4 games. Michael Porter Jr. has been the second best player, and there's no denying that.
And we've had a huge Aaron Gordon game in this series. But we haven't had a Jamal game yet. We've had a Jamal moment.
Not yet.
We've had a Jamal spurt. But Jamal is shooting 38% in this series. It just feels like, okay, homie's due for one, and this is going to be one of those 30-point, 13 of 20 games from him.
You know, I think what scares some Nuggets fans as you're leading 3-1 with a chance to clinch tonight, and again, it's why I always take the cautious approach in every series. Doesn't matter. Always, always, always. Because you never know how things can flip. Never in the history of the NBA playoffs has a team rallied from an 0-3 deficit in a best-of-7 series. Never. 0-151, I believe, is the record.
Well, 0-152 after last night with Phoenix.
Good point. 0-152 is the overall record. It's never happened before. The last thing we would want to see, the kind of thing that would be our nightmare, is for it to happen to a team like the Lakers and LeBron.
Why are you even bringing it up? Why
the reason I'm bringing it up
is your
this.
face even open and those words coming out of your mouth? Vic, all-time history, 152-0. So, I mean, and then to put that into the universe, I think is disgusting.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. After saying all that, the Denver Nuggets in this series, you're so right, have not played anywhere close to their A game. Their shooting has been abysmal. Their three-point shooting has been so below average. Their first quarters have been brutal. Tonight, what they need to do is pull up their britches, take a page from Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves, get that killer instinct in their system from the get-go. No more toying around in the first quarter.
Yeah.
No more of this laid back, we'll get back into it, we're good enough to win it in the second half. I don't want to see any of that crap. I want to see you take on the Lakers from the get-go, from the jump, and say, we're better than you. Anything less than that, in my opinion, is disappointing. It's disappointing.
I agree.
Tonight, you got to show them you're the champion.
Oh, Vic, now you're speaking my language.
Well, I mean,
Hey,
that-
Paisan. Now
listen.
Now you're digging where the taters are. I completely agree. What I can't see again, I can't see the scores 15-6 in the first quarter, 22-11. You get into the second quarter, it's 36-22. I can't do that anymore. What I need is for them to step on the floor at the opening tip and go, "Hey man, Enough of this crap. We're the defending champions. We're the better team. We're going to inflict our will on you guys, and this series is going to be done. Enough of this. That's what we need to see coming up tonight.
And here's the other thing that sort of everybody says the Nuggets are clearly the better team, and we know they are. We know they are. But numbers don't lie. The Lakers have led in this series for 72% of the minutes.
Yeah.
They've led.
Yes.
In this series. 72% of the minutes. And you could say, well, the Nuggets are playing rope-a-dope. Great. No more rope-a-dope.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson tonight. We're not doing Ali tonight. No Ali. Ali's good. Tonight we're going Tyson. Yeah. Tonight you're going in. You're going to go in with a minimalist outfit. You're going to go in just staring at the face of the opposition, and you're going to start throwing haymakers. That's what I need.
I like it. Mike Tyson, you know what he wore? You remember what he wore?
Wore when?
He just wore that little
black
toga.
trunks.
Oh yeah,
black trunks, black shoes, and that's it. Nothing. Not a stripe. Not a logo. Nothing. Black trunks, black shoes. Done. And Vic, I completely agree with you. Anthony Davis has played tremendous basketball in this series.
I'm dead serious. I think this is as good as I've ever seen Anthony Davis.
I do too, but at the same time, I also think, especially in Game 4, man, the Nuggets made it easy on him. Man, it was Olay to the bucket, Olay to the bucket, Olay to the bucket. When they got in the paint, the Lakers did. By the way, the Lakers aren't exactly shooting lights out from downtown either. I mean, maybe the Nuggets should be fortunate that they aren't, and the Lakers should be fortunate the Nuggets can't hit the ocean either from three-point range. But they did whatever they wanted in the paint. Every Laker did whatever they wanted. Enough of that tonight.
Game 4 doesn't bother me as much as it does some. A lot of people are so, oh my God, look at it. They're coming back. The Lakers are no. Game 4 was human nature. You've beaten a team 11 straight times. We mentioned, you know how hard it is to do the same thing every time?
Yeah.
Beat the same team every time. It was bound to end. And certainly in that situation, when you feel like the series is wrapped up, human nature dictates. You saw the way some of the Nuggets played in that game. They didn't show. MPJ played.
Yeah, he did.
MPJ played and played hard. Did you see how many times he hit the floor in that game? I haven't seen him do that all season. MPJ played. So human nature doesn't allow the Nuggets to sweep. Fine. That nature's got to change tonight. The killer instinct, they need a killer instinct tonight. Do not go back to L.A.
Game 4 felt a lot about how were the Lakers going to handle it? Like, were they just going to throw in the towel and just say, okay, fine, this team's got our number, we're done, or are they going to come out and fight? And they fought. Like, the Lakers played really well in Game 4. And I'm with you, Vic.
Don't get me wrong.
Vic, I literally, Game 4 had no bearing on my feelings now. Yeah. But tonight, I'm so with you. I'm talking first quarter, I want to see the Nuggets on their game.
And let me reference something on the text line. Didn't Vic say the series is over if the Nuggets won Game 3, which they did? Yes, series is over. The Nuggets are not going to lose the next 3. The Nuggets will find a way to win one of these games. That's not my point. My point is I want tonight. Yes, I want it to end tonight. I don't want it to end Thursday in L.A. or have to go to a Game 7. The Nuggets are going to win the series, but it needs to happen tonight.
Well,
just put them out.
Not to mention your second round matchup has already got their feet kicked up on the couch waiting for you. Like, get the same amount of rest as Minnesota has.
Nuggets are, again, 7.5-point favorite tonight that I can see. Matchup predictor 67-33. They have everything going their way. But it's about time you put your foot down. I completely agree with you, Vic. I love that mentality out of you. I like that oomph, that That's good.
Well, we have nothing to do with it, Moj. You always take like how we feel about games as if it matters. It doesn't matter how we feel.
No. I just
what matters. What matters is, you know what's driving me crazy in this series more than anything, and I think they've purposely done this. Missing shots, that's going to happen, right? Anytime a bench player attempts a 3, what do you guys do?
I say, oh God, no.
Right. So they're not making shots. All right. Jamal's not making 3s. It's just a weird deal. Shot making, it's not really anybody's fault. It's just, are you feeling it or not? But what's driving me crazy in this game, and it did in this series, it did in Game 4, is how many layups the Lakers are getting.
Yeah.
Just unencumbered layups. At some point, even when LeBron gets those, hammer the guy.
Right.
Hammer
I
'em.
just done said that. This paint defense thing. And not only that, but Vic, it's more of a will as well. AD had 23 rebounds in game 4. There's against that lineup, that's all a will to rebound the basketball. That's all a will to go get it. You let him do whatever he wanted to do in the paint, period. End of story. That can't happen. And by the way, it's not just that they're missing shots, Vic. What's cringeworthy to me and what I don't like is, man, you're hoisting up shots that you don't need to. It's poor, but it's poor shot selection, and you still got 12 seconds left on the shot clock, and you're throwing up.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
I completely.
The shots the Nuggets are missing, and the stats bear it out. They're missing wide open threes, Moj.
You take those.
Moj, you don't understand. And with all due respect, you don't know what you're seeing here.
Yes, I do.
They're missing wide open threes.
Wide open.
The shots are good shots. Christian Brown in the corner.
Okay.
Peyton
With
Watson.
all due-
Justin Holiday.
with all due
Reggie Jackson. No, they're good shots.
Okay,
They're
but let me
perfect
ask you this
shots.
as we get to break here. When is enough enough? When is okay? The bench is not making anything from distance, so stop it. Or do you just say
What
no,
does
keep
stop
firing?
it mean? Like,
Well,
they gotta play.
I don't
What are you
know.
talking
I don't
about?
know what it is. But you asked me. Anytime the Nuggets bench throws up a three, what am I doing? I'm cringing. So
They gotta make 'em.
Then let's keep cringing for the rest of this series.
The
What?
last thing that they can do is stop shooting and throw open. Like, if they're open, they got to shoot. They have to. And I remember.
But my point is, the Lakers are leaving them wide open because they're not going to make
well,
it.
then make them. Like, you just keep shooting until you make them. Like,
So,
it's
Moj,
wide open.
If they're going to pack the lane, which is what they've done, they've dared the Nuggets to shoot. What else are you going to do? You're not going to go to the lane where they sit. You're going to shoot.
Right.
So make the shot.
It's was it game
I
2?
completely agree, but they're not making them.
But so what do you want to do? You want to stop
What do you
playing?
want me to do? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do you want me to do?
Well, hang on a second. I remember, was it game 2, Vic, when LeBron had the open look from 3 and missed? Was it game 2 or game 3?
That was the comeback, game 2.
Okay, game 2. People are like, why didn't he burn more clock? I'm like, he had a tie ball game with a wide open shot to potentially win it. You take that shot. He was totally unguarded. There wasn't anybody near him. I don't know why people are criticizing him in that moment. It's like, you have an open 3. You take that shot. Now, he missed, but it's the same way I feel about like the Nuggets bench or anybody else. It's like, if they're going to leave you wide the hell open, you have to shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't let them win that game, that mental battle.
Well, again, shooting it comes and goes, and I'm never going to blame a player for not making shots personally. I mean, they all want to make them, but for some reason, it's what I will say is no more free layups, man.
Yeah.
I know the Nuggets have gone out of their way. They don't want to foul AD and LeBron. They don't want to put them on the foul line. They don't want to play that game. But at some point, I'm so tired of watching them just ease their way to the rim. Make them feel you. Make them know that you are there.
Jump back to this in a few minutes. 303-504-0925. The draft has wrapped up. We got a full Broncos draft class. I actually think the best move that they made came late. I'll explain next. All right, the official Broncos draft class after things wrapped up on Saturday. Bo Nix, the first-round pick. Jonah Ellis, the edge rusher out of Utah, third-rounder. Fourth round was the trade up to go grab Bo Nix's teammate, Troy Franklin, which is widely seen as the Broncos' most savvy value, air quotes, move of the draft. Grabbing him. Fifth round was a corner out of Missouri, Abram Drain. Another fifth-round pick. This is one of my favorites just by aesthetic. Was Audric Estime from Notre Dame. That guy is a tank. He's an action figure who plays running back. I don't get it. You guys have, obviously you have, Vic. He's a Notre Dame guy. Moshe, have you seen what this guy looks like without his shirt on?
He's one giant muscle.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would like to look like that. Yes, I would. I would like to look like
watched
Estime.
Every game he's played in college, almost every carry he's ever made. That is clearly my favorite pick that the Broncos made, but I am clearly biased because I know what he is, and I know who he is, and I know the kind of guy he is, the character traits he brings, which matter. That dude is going to be your favorite Bronco player. I estimate by the end of the year.
Broncos running back room, by the way, is Javonte Williams, Samaje Perine, and now this guy, and all of them are like 230 pounds, with the exception of Jaleel McLaughlin, who I think is 120. But it's a big running back room in Denver right now. After that, a couple of seventh-round picks. Devon Vile from Utah, and then Nick I never know how to say this last name. I heard it during the draft, and I still can't say it. Garguilo, I believe.
Gargoyle?
The interior offensive lineman from South Carolina. But my favorite move, guys, trading a sixth-round pick for John Franklin Myers was a very, very good move. And now, Moshe, before you go in then why did they want to get rid of him? They didn't. This was actually them doing their, in New York, their wrap-up post-draft thing where they talked about John Franklin Myers. Listen to it.
So that was a difficult one, Rich, because when we made the trade for Hassan, we knew it was going to be next to impossible to keep JFM at a salary. I talked to JFM, talked to Cliff. They were great. We opened it up to let them explore an opportunity elsewhere, a trade elsewhere. So that was a few weeks ago, obviously, after we traded for Hassan, and got the deal worked out with Denver today after a lot of talks. But that's a difficult one because I can't tell you how much I love JFM as a person and a player, and picking him up after coming from the Rams, and the only thing you knew about him was that he had a sack in the Super Bowl that year against the Patriots, and seeing him develop as a player.
Yeah, I got it. But bottom line, Moshe, that is not a guy they wanted to get rid of. They had to for salary cap reasons, and to get him for a sixth-round pick, this guy's a monster. It's not like he's a huge sack guy. He gets probably 6 a year, somewhere in that range, but he's like, I command double teams, and if you don't, then I'm going to be an issue all game long.
Yeah, I think it's a fine move, and I think they got him at a pretty darn good price as well. I mean, he was scheduled to make a lot of money. That's all gone.
Restructured the deal.
Right. So you get a brand new deal, and you get him for 10 guaranteed, but 15 overall. I think it's a pretty savvy move by the Denver Broncos, swooping in and grabbing a guy that another team wanted to keep but simply could not. And again, if you're talking about him on one side and you're talking about Zach Allen on the other side, I don't mind that at all, Vic. I think you got a couple of bookends there that hopefully are going to be able to get to the quarterback with regularity, but at least I think you're giving opposing offenses something really to think about. Who do we double team, and who do we try to just let go up against the tackle and see if that tackle can hang on to him?
So I've never been into applying grades to drafts and draft classes because I've always been of the belief, and I will believe this till the end of time, drafts cannot be evaluated the moment you make the draft. Drafts are evaluated 1 or 2 years later. It's stupid to apply a grade to any draft on draft night. It's dumb. It's really dumb because it's all what you think will happen, what you speculate will happen. So let me go into it by saying that. I visited with a member of the Denver Broncos front office, And here's how I put it, because this person asked me, what do you think about Bo Nix? And I said, well, I'll be honest with you. That's a wait and see for me. I'm not in love with it, but if there's any coach that can turn Bo Nix into a competent quarterback, it's Sean Payton. That's the one element they have. If there's any coach in any system, give Sean Payton and Davis Webb time to work with Bo Nix, and I can go with that. Am I sitting there doing backflips and cartwheels over Bo Nix? No. But they clearly like him, love him. And I could tell you this, when they go out and get Troy Franklin, when they talk about what he's done at the age of 24, Bo Nix is your starting quarterback. He's your starting quarterback.
Why, everything
There's
that they've
no-
said. I mean, you
there's
all
no
you have to do is-
trial period.
Yeah, you just have to read between the lines. I
Yeah,
mean, there's
he's
going
your
to be
starting
quote competition. Yeah, well, okay, competition with Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham and blah blah blah. This is the guy. Everything they're saying, Vic, and somebody asked me about it yesterday. I said, well, here's the bottom line. Sean Payton, is he going to baby him? Not like he's going to baby him, but he certainly is going to do everything in his power under the God-given sun to make this guy work, because there's a lot riding on Bo Nix, not only for Sean Payton, but for the Denver Broncos organization as a whole. He is the guy. You're completely right.
Well, after the top three quarterbacks went off the board, 1, 2, 3, they had their sights set on Nix. They were shocked when Atlanta did what they did with Penix. Shocked.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some people would say, well, you know, maybe teams were aware of that. No, they weren't. They were shocked.
Did you see, real quick though, did you see the reaction of Falcons fans when that pick was made? The montage?
Well, I mean,
They all, like from their homes to inside their own stadium, they had a big draft party. I mean, everywhere, in bars,
Yeah.
people were puking.
Well, I mean, when
I
you
don't
have a
mind
pick,
the pick.
if you have a
I don't
pick
mind the
that
pick.
high, all I'm saying is this, and maybe it's going to work out for him. I don't get it, but maybe it's going to work out. If you have a pick at number 8 overall that you need to explain to people, that's a tough go.
I don't mind the pick. I mind the pick because you already gave $100 million to a quarterback. That's
Right.
dumb. That's dumb. The pick itself, in itself, is fine, but why?
So
All right,
Vic,
so
let
they
me
were
ask-
shocked by that, and the other
Yeah.
thing too, they forced Minnesota into making their draft swap to move up to go get JJ McCarthy because the Minnesota Vikings were just they were thinking, oh my God, the Broncos are going to move ahead of us, whatever. So there's a lot of action that took place on draft night. The Broncos are happy with Nix. I believe that if there's a coach, if there's a chemistry out there, Webb and Payton can turn Bo Nix into a competent NFL quarterback. I believe that. But am I sitting here going, oh, yeah, that's a steal? Not yet. They got to prove it to me.
Well, can I tell you something real quick? Because this is what at least we on this show use as the Bible for draft day. Out of the first 4 picks the Broncos had, round 1 was Nix, round 3 Ellis, round 4 Franklin, round 5 was Abram Drain out of Missouri. All 4 of those guys are in Leggy's top 100. Nix is 39th. Jonah Ellis is 95th. Troy Franklin is 44th that they got in the 4th round, and Abram Drain was 64th that they got in the 5th round.
Why do you think Franklin dropped so much?
I don't know.
I don't either. I have no idea. If he's 44th overall, according to Leggy, well, that's a second-round grade, not a
A lot of
fourth-round
great
grade.
reyeceivers.
Yeah,
A lot of great receivers in this class.
and you're right about that, Vic. You're right. But I just think it's kind of cool. Honestly, you want some comfortability factor?
Yeah.
Hey, give your new quarterback a guy that he likes and knows well. That also helps. I don't mind it overall, Vic. Again, we can't really grade it out right now because some of these guys won't make the roster. Not all these picks are going to make the roster this year.
No.
Some will end up on the practice squad, maybe a couple guys. Maybe one guy's just completely gone, signs with another team. Who knows what?
I just wonder what the Franklin pick does to the future of one Cortland Sutton. And if indeed he is going to be dealt, I don't know.
So
It's
they
after
took
the
2
draft now.
wideouts, too.
Yeah. But I just wonder what that means for him, his future.
Yeah, that one, it feels like they're very mum on that subject, which typically shouldn't be a good thing. If there's nothing to be concerned about, it'd be like, oh, Cortland's going to be all right. He'll show up at blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that's the case. But at least you have some sort of backup plan, right? In case he were to leave for whatever reason through trade or whatever. You got somebody that it's like, all right, a very highly touted prospect that you got in the draft, even like late, fourth round, who pairs up with Bo Nix. Sweet. So 303-504-0925, Nuggets and Lakers game 5 tonight. You can hear right here on this station. But back to the Avs, who I was going to say last night, but yesterday afternoon, I kind of liked the afternoon game on the weekend. Took care of business and now lead this series 3-1. What's been the most surprising thing outside of goaltending that has gotten them this 3-1 series lead? We'll get to it next.
Feeds it up top, McCarr. Now McKinnon. Shot. Stop by Hellman. Rebound. Score!
Found it just again. His second of the game. And the Avs have blown it wide open. They've got a 4-1 lead.
Can I take you back a couple of weeks? More like 3 weeks. Before the Georgie confidence meter started to dwindle a bit. This is after the trade deadline where the Avs played basically a month, Moshe, really solid hockey, right? And I was saying this team has a lot of the earmarks of the team 2 years ago that won a cup. And I was kind of pointing to this. First of all, they're pretty damn healthy. Second of all, yes, knock on wood. Second of all, you have a second-line center that is viable because Casey Middlestat has been a monster this postseason so far. Really good.
I'd like to, as we continue on, I'd like to get your guys' opinion on number 37 and what you see. But go ahead.
So that's number 2.
Great acquisition.
Number 3, Val Nichushkin is playing like playoff Val Nichushkin from 2 years ago. And number 4, goaltending is good enough. And it's been more than that the last 3 games, but good enough is the standard that we wanted for the goaltending this postseason.
I think rock solid is accurate and just a tick above.
Yes.
Rock solid.
And then finally, your third and fourth line players seem to be better than the opposing team's third and fourth line players. Because even guys like, I don't know about you, Moj, I think Trennan has been really good in his role for the Avs.
I think he has as well. Vic, he's hitting everything.
And add another one to your list. Home ice at that place, when it gets going, and if Vegas can beat Dallas, you'll have it again. That is such a difference maker. Because I'm going to tell you something. I thought Ball Arena was at its loudest when Jamal Murray made that shot, right? From what I'm told, and Mose, you were there, the decibel level when the Avs got going in game 3, when they scored, 3 straight, it was insane. Insanity.
That kid who holds the decibel reader, I don't know who it is, one of the ice crew type of guys, that kind of in-arena crew. I saw it hit 112 point something. Now, what does that equate to? Jackhammer, jetliner?
No, that's an Air Supply concert.
Hey, what?
Don't make me play it.
I got to Google something. Go ahead, Brett, real quick. Go ahead.
That's an SGA Chet commercial.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly those are, but it's loud. It's very loud. Yes. No, Marty.
But come on, dude.
I think
would you
this
rather
song
hear
has been
this,
played.
Honestly, would you rather hear this all day in the background or the SGA Chet commercial all day in the background? Your choice. Which one? If you had to make that choice, which one would you rather have?
Say it again between that and the
Okay.
commercial, but how much?
This
how much do I have
song-
to listen to it?
This song all day, it goes with you everywhere you go, or SGA Chet, the commercial, on repeat all day.
I would Van Gogh myself.
That's an excellent response, Kaner. I love that.
By the way,
Just
if
cut
you
your ears
actually
off.
cut this
It
part of the ear,
that doesn't matter.
yeah, you still hear, right? Because it's inside. So I'd have to figure that out. I'd have to
I
do
guess
some
it
research.
turns out Van Gogh is a pretty weird dude because why do you cut off a part of your own head, cut off your ear, and send it to a girl that you like?
Oh, do you
Hey,
know the
baby,
story? The
you
story-
think this is hot?
I think the story was his girlfriend said, and I mean, it sounds like a Dumb and Dumber joke, but I think she said that he didn't listen to her enough. And he goes, how's this?
Yeah, well, that's pretty extreme, bro. Anyway, the point is 112 decibels is like it's like a chainsaw. Ambulance siren is below that. There you go.
That's what I had to vamp for? Is for you
Yeah,
to get that?
yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right.
No, it was Vic, it was really loud. And don't get me wrong, Canada Life Center is going to be rocking tomorrow night. It's going to be very, very loud, but that's what you want home ice for because it makes a difference. That crowd was crazy. And by the way, everybody stayed till the end. I mean, it was 18-1, 29, total sellout, all that kind of thing. I don't know that 5 people were gone out of the building by the time the final horn sounded.
They played the song again that I don't know the words to, but they did it again.
Yeah, DJ Triple T did it again. It was sort of a surprise. Avs haven't done it in a while. They've only done it maybe a handful of times this year because that's from 2 years ago, man. That was then. This is now.
Brought it back.
But the people liked it. People really liked it.
Well, you know what? If for those who say, let's stop playing the song, if the people react the way they did, why would you stop playing the song?
Well, because I think are you going to do the same thing that you did
Okay, let me
last
go
year
ahead
for
and
the
repeat
Nuggets?
myself.
Okay. Well,
Let me go ahead and repeat
because
myself. Brett, if people like it, why not give it?
My only thought is maybe they wanted to save that as a memory for the Cup run, and then it's like they're tied together forever. Maybe that's what it was.
Let me go at this a different way.
Yeah, please do.
If the population likes something, why would you deny them that something?
I gave you my answer.
Hey, man, let's
you
give
know
it
what
to
it's
him.
like to me? Okay, all right. You know what it's like to me? It's like the Broncos fans have been begging for what for the last 10 years? What have they been begging for? They've been begging for those uniforms, right? The D.
Mm-hmm.
Moshe, you've been begging for the D for 10 years. Have you not?
I absolutely
times
have.
on this
Yes,
show?
I absolutely have
times?
been begging for it. Yes.
Every time on this show, you want the D so badly. You got it, finally. You got it.
Yeah, I did. They listened to me.
So why deny you the D?
Well, agreed. I completely agree. I mean, I love the fact that they're going to wear it at some point. I don't know how many times, but at some point they're going to put it on. I think it's going to be hopefully something special.
Can we get to Casey Middlestat, by the way?
Yeah, let's get to him real quick. Because this is what I love. And it's not always going to happen, but the Avs seem to have a knack for this. Incidentally, I was talking to somebody after the game last night, and I don't know how this story is going to end. But when it does, I certainly hope that we get a, quote, 30 for 30 on Val Nichushkin. Where he was from the time he was drafted to the K and back. 0 goals in 57 games. Straight. Dallas sent him away again. Signing for the minimum on a hey, listen, if you make the club, you can stay. Otherwise, you can go back to the KHL contract with the Avalanche. To where he is today with a hat trick in the postseason.
Yeah.
And an incredibly vital player. They have this way. Obviously, Jonathan Drouin had his best season ever. Now, you're playing with McKinnon a lot. That helps. But you've got to be able to play with McKinnon. It's not easy to play with the best player on the planet. People think, oh, you just throw somebody with Sidney Crosby. No, you don't, bro. It's hard to play with Sidney Crosby. These very elite players, it's not an easy thing to do, but calculated dart throw worked out. The Avs saw something in Casey Middlestat, which is why they were willing to trade Bowen Byram for him. Maybe it's a bit of a gamble. Hey, we need a 2C. Guys, when I tell you that his game right now it's getting better every single postseason game. He's never played playoff hockey before in his life. Going into that first game, he has no idea what's going on. But you can't step onto the ice up there in Winnipeg and 15,000 insane people going nuts and not be moved by that and say, oh, my God, this is a whole different ball of wax. And all he's done is play better. And Vic, I'm telling you right now, this is maybe the highest compliment Jared Bednar can give a player. It's not about the points he's racking up. His assists, game 3 assists, every single one of them was such a smart, awesome play. Unreal. Last night, smart, awesome play. Avs' first goal of the game. But his defensive work, his ability to win battles, Jared Bednar, Vic, this may be the highest praise. I love his board battles. If Jared Bednar loves your board battles, let me tell you something. You are board battling. Because that's what Jared Bednar that's what makes him go as a human being, I think.
Because
the
I don't think
good,
that was
hard, strong play along the boards, digging pucks out, winning those battles, creating open ice for yourself and your teammates. That's the highest praise you can give a guy.
Because it really wasn't part of his repertoire, right? I mean, when you got him, that wasn't his game.
Well, Vic,
he's adding to his game.
And I think that's the point, is that I don't know what's going on in Buffalo. They just fired another coach.
Yeah.
Okay? I have no idea what the situation is there overall. But his career high is 15 goals. Well, now he's already set a new career high. He comes to the Avs, pops in 4, new career high. And I look at the potential of this guy at the age of 25. Again, I don't know how they develop or lack of development there in Buffalo, but the Avs clearly saw this guy can do more. And you know what he's doing? He's elevating his game day after day after day. Brett, you should be happy that you've got a 2C. And by the way, the fact that he has meshed with Lehkonen so quickly, so well, is an absolute bonus.
Well, how about the whole line? Like Parisi he's been a monster in these 4 games too.
He's playing his
and I know
butt
he's a veteran guy, and we kind of knew, but still, maybe I was wrong for even remotely thinking this, that he's an older dude, and I didn't know how much he'd have to like keep up and keep the pace of play.
Are you calling him an older gentleman?
Parisi?
Are you guilty of ageism on this show? Are you calling him an older gentleman? Much
He's
like
pretty old.
deride us for our age.
Hey,
Is that what you're... Moj, he's doing it again.
Okay, Boomer.
Call HR right now. I want to file a complaint.
Call him a boomer. Do it right now.
I
Call
swear,
him one.
yeah, I dare you.
He's not.
Do it. You just said...
No.
Said
Here's what you don't understand.
Older fella.
And Parisi would get this because he's a younger man like me in human years, but in sports years, it's different. He's an older guy in sports years.
You called him an old hag on the air.
I did not use those words.
You said, I'm shocked that he's motoring the way he is because he's old.
He's an older guy.
It's rude.
You just said, how does he skate with that walker? That's what I heard.
Well, Mosier turned his mic off and he said hideous because he tends to do that with old people.
Well, just that lady. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, the
no,
whole
but
line.
I really did have questions if he'd be able to keep the pace, the pace that the
Well,
Avs
sure.
want to play at, and
Well,
he's
if
absolutely
you recall,
done it.
He started with the McKinnon line,
Yep.
and they made the switch up with Val on one side and Mikko on the other side. And by the way, Rantanen hasn't really gotten going in this series at all yet. And the whole top line, that the Jets have really focused on that line. Well, that's why you have depth to be able to pour in goals from Lehkonen and Val. And you know, Colton's and the Woods and all this kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Parisi already with two tallies in this series through 4 games. It's working. Right now it's working, and it's a very, very positive sign. You're doing it right now without Jonathan Drouin, who I don't know what his prognosis is. I don't even know if he's going to be back on the ice anytime soon. I have no clue whatsoever. But watching these guys go and watching Middlestad's game elevate is good because you knew it was in there. But it's amazing, Vic, how if a guy wants to compete and a guy's given a chance to compete and then he's pressured and he's asked to, hey, by the way, that wasn't good enough. You need to compete even more. And he gets it, right? Oh, my God. And you start to realize that everything flows off that compete. On the wall, in your own zone. It flows off of that to the offensive zone. And then it just seems to come naturally for these talented players. When I'm competing at this end, boy, oh boy, is it easier to compete at that end and get good looks, find my line mates, and kick some major butt.
Get back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. So a chance for the Nuggets to close out the Lakers at home tonight. Did the game over the weekend shift any confidence? Did it bring forth any fears for the rest of the series? We'll get to it next.
Rebound down to Jokic. Jokic has it across the timeline. Throws back behind him to Murray. Murray back over to Joker. He's inside the arc. Slapped out of his hands and a steal by LeBron. Dog, two hands.
Murray threw it in, and then no one moved around it.
That might do it. That's probably it.
Yep, that was the one you were kind of holding on for some sort of semblance of a comeback, and then that play happened, and the game was over. Now, kind of where we were at the beginning of the show today was, yes, you didn't get the sweep again. It was going to be very, very difficult to do so. The only question...
Did anybody think sweep before the series began? Because if you did, you're silly.
Before the series began, there probably wasn't that many. Like, even us most, we were at supreme confidence before the series started. But I thought it'd be like 5 or 6 games. The question going into the weekend was, do the Lakers have the mental fortitude to come out and not wave the white flag? And the answer was yes. Like, they came out and they played really, really hard. But the thing that I'm holding on to, and the reason why I'm not, like, absent of any sort of confidence or nothing is leaking, I'm still as confident as I was before. The Nuggets have not even played an A game in this series, and they're up 3-1. They've come out of the gate slow each game and given up a lead and had to battle back.
I think more specifically, the Nuggets have not shot the ball well, and they lead this series 3-1.
Correct.
They've shot the ball poorly. Jamal Murray's not shooting like Jamal Murray. The bench isn't making anything. These guys are not shooting the ball. The only guy there are 2 guys pretty much shooting at their level. Michael Porter Jr. has been the second best player in these playoffs for the Nuggets.
Yep.
Second best player, outside of Joker. Now, Aaron Gordon in that game 3 was unreal, what he did. Not so much in game 4. They've been below average, their scoring average, shooting the ball. Once they shoot the ball the way we normally expect the Nuggets to shoot the ball, they will win against the Lakers with ease. Will that be tonight?
A couple, 3 things, Vic. Number one, I want to see angry Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray with the chip on his shoulder, Jamal Murray, is a very effective and a very powerful Jamal Murray. I don't think we've seen that yet so far in this series. But he's had some good plays. The just keep shooting, Brett, right?
Yep.
Okay, that worked. But I need to see angry Jamal Murray. I don't know if he's dealing with anything, Vic, right now in terms of...
It's a calf strain.
Yeah, but how much is the question?
Oh, that I don't know. I mean, he's listed as questionable game time decision sort of thing tonight. I think he plays. But can I say one thing? One thing to your angry Jamal?
Yeah.
I want efficient Jamal.
Okay.
I want Jamal that doesn't shoot 38% from the field.
But I think chip on his shoulder Jamal is efficient Jamal. That's my opinion.
True.
Number 2, I want to see, it was pretty clear to me in game 4, yeah, that they were not committed to the defensive side of the basketball. They just weren't. They didn't. It's like they just didn't want it. And again, that's, as you talked about earlier, Vic, I think it's accurate. That's a human nature type of thing. Hey, man, we're up 3-0. We're going to be able to go home anyway. Yeah. They weren't fully committed to defending in the paint at all. I mean, the Lakers overall, Vic, shot almost 53% from the floor, which is, and only 30% from three-point range, which is pretty unacceptable. That means it's ole all the way to the basket.
You're exactly right.
Be committed on that side of the ball, and then be committed to board, and you're going to be absolutely fine tonight.
I'm not mad the Denver Nuggets finally lost a game to the LA Lakers. Why would you be mad about that after winning 11 straight? There's nothing to be mad at. If you're mad that they lost a game to the Lakers at their place finally, check yourself. Seriously, check yourself. There are other things to be mad about. However, you can be concerned about certain things, trends. It's funny how you can lead a series 3-1, and yet there are certain things that concern you. Number 1, it's concerning that the Lakers have led this series for 72% of the minutes. That's concerning.
Yeah.
It's concerning that LeBron and AD have gone unencumbered to the cup. That's concerning.
Yep.
It's concerning that the shooting woes of the bench persist. That's concerning. It's okay to be concerned. Mad? No. You're up 3-1. End it tonight. No fooling around. If this series goes back to LA, you're darn right I'll be concerned then. Every right to be concerned. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Sure.
If
Concern's
the Nuggets
fair.
lose tonight, will you be concerned about the welfare of the Denver Nuggets?
100%.
Can I say something else defensively? Do you guys know how many times the Lakers scored 119 points? And I was thinking, God, that just feels like a lot because the Nuggets don't give up points in the postseason, especially. You know how many times last year in their 20 playoff games that they gave up 119? Take a guess. 20 postseason games, way to a championship last year. How many times did they give up 119 points to their opponent?
You know,
Once.
I really don't know, but I can't be many because I remember they
say
kept teams
once.
down.
I'll say once.
3 times. The
Okay.
2 games they lost against Phoenix, they gave up 121 and 129. And the first Laker game of the Western Conference Finals was a 132 to 126 final score. So 3 times.
0774.
Yeah, that was the crazy
with a
game.
Great. 0774 with a beautiful text. The 11th straight wins against the Lakers will forever be known in these parts as the Lakers dozen.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. I like
You
that.
are so good. The Lakers dozen. When they write the history book on the Nuggets years later, do we remember the Lakers dozen? I do.
One thing that you're right about, though, Vic, and I want to give this guy a little bit more love, and I know it's coming off a loss, but still, you couldn't ask anything more from MPJ in this postseason so far, could you?
No, man, he's answered
He's done
the call.
everything.
You know, and we brought this up before the playoffs, given the turmoil that he went through in the week leading into the playoffs.
Personally.
And it was awful. The personal turmoil with his family, and he had a lot to tend to there, and it's easy to lose focus. He did the opposite. He gained focus. He gained clarity. He's using the basketball court as his getaway, and it's fun to watch, man. MPJ is balling. And it's more than shooting, guys, because he's making his shots. I noticed some things in that game 4. He looked like he wanted it more than anybody.
Yep.
He got on the ground 2 or 3 times to go after loose balls, and I mean, I'm just proud of him.
Hitting the
I'm
offensive
just
glass.
proud of Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah. Something I was thinking about, by the way, on Twitter, Ethical Hoops gave us this reminder. A quote from, I can't remember who this was, but it was talking about the Nuggets and Tim Conley. He said, maybe it was Malone. I remember Tim calling me up and saying, hey, we can trade Jamal for this guy. That was probably 3 or 4 years ago. He was a marquee player. And I said, no, let's not rush this. We have a patient ownership group. Let's bleeping take our time and build this the right way. A bigger name is not always better. And the rumor is that name was
Bradley Beal.
Bradley Beal.
Mm-hmm.
And I also remember just a couple of years after that when people were disappointed with MPJ, his contract, his performance, it was, well, why don't we try and trade Porter for Bradley Beal? Did you guys see Bradley Beal in that Minnesota series?
Oh,
garbage.
My God. If you watch the end of that game last night, he single-handedly sabotaged that game for the Phoenix Suns. He was so bad. It was so hard to watch. He fouled out. He had as many fouls as he had points last night. He was that bad.
Well, he had 9 points. You only get 6 fouls, but I get your point. Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Tortured by Anthony Edwards. I mean, he was in a torture chamber. It was so bad. It will go down, and here's an example, everybody. When you build a franchise in whatever sport, it's easy to say, oh, go spend all your money and make it work. Spend all your money. Go buy a team. Well, Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns found out the hard way. You cannot be impatient when developing a roster. You cannot just buy a team. You can't buy success in the NBA all the time. Many teams have tried. Brooklyn tried it. They failed. Houston tried it. They failed. Everybody tries it. Phoenix tried it. Let's go get Beal. You got worse.
Did you see the box score, by the way? Have you taken a look at it?
Oh, yeah.
Your boy Nurkic, invisible.
Invisible. By the way, Booker, 49 points yesterday. I mean, he shot 21 free throws. He made 20 of 21. It's impressive. He took 21 shots from the floor, okay? Durant, 33 points.
Mm-hmm.
Not one other dude in double figures.
Well, can I say
it's just you look at it, you say that is a mess of a basketball team. That's what that is.
Let me tell you,
how much of that do you put on the ownership for thinking you're going to waltz in, you buy a team, hey, watch this. I'm just going to buy a championship.
Well, Ishbia,
Can't do it.
Vic, I think Ishbia is treating his basketball team like he
treats his business.
That's correct. And with all bravado and all this kind of thing, blah, 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 blah. Well, they didn't get jack squat.
Let me tell you two
And, that
things,
team's
though.
gonna- and right now, Suns fans are beside themselves. Did you see the video of that guy screaming to his girl?
Yes. Well, he was like on drugs or
Yeah,
something.
he must have been on something, but I thought it was pretty funny.
But two things here on this subject. Number one, Bradley Beal is owed $50.2 million
He's
next year.
untradeable.
He is-
Absolutely untradeable.
He is owed $53.6 the following year.
Yep.
And then in 2026, he has a $57 million player option. So it's not like he's going to leave anywhere soon. But the second thing that I want to say about this, and I asked this to Marty earlier. And look, I know this isn't a Phoenix radio show, but in the context of the way that Joker was treated in the middle of the injury-riddled seasons where Jamal and Porter were both out and the playoff series, the sweep and the 5-game series
people
against
were
Golden State.
very unfair to
crushing
him.
him, right?
Yes.
It's what Embiid is getting right now because the Sixers are down 3-1. It looks like they're going to get bounced by the Knicks. So it's always like Embiid's getting crushed. Durant skates on this stuff all the time. And
I'm glad you brought Durant
I don't
up.
understand what it is about him where
Yeah.
he gets to skate this criticism of fully healthy team with a three-headed monster of him, Beal, and Booker.
Yeah.
They get swept in the first round by a Minnesota team that, let's be honest, it's their first real run at the postseason. They did get in last year, but it was quick. And he gets to skate all this criticism.
You're
Why?
right.
Because the rings bro culture that we have created within the NBA, because he joined the greatest team that's ever existed, he gets 2 championships off of that, and so he gets to skate on all this, and I think it's
Can I
ridiculous.
say two things about Kevin Durant? Because I admire the player. Obviously, he's an amazing talent, one of the greatest offensive players this game has ever seen. But let me say something about Kevin Durant. He's a terrible leader.
Mm-hmm.
He's a terrible leader. It's obvious now he cannot lead a team.
Well,
He can
already
play a
today,
big role on the team. He cannot lead a team.
They
he's a horrendous leader.
they just get swept, Vic, and what's coming out? Ooh, Durant, there's rumblings that he didn't like his role within the offense, and he
well,
was
dude.
relegated to the corner too much.
Oh
and
well. And here's the other part.
In the first
Can somebody
round?
explain why this bothers me so much? And it shouldn't bother me. I should be a better man and say, that's good. I love it. I love camaraderie. I love it. Why does it bother me that a team gets embarrassed and swept and Kevin Durant is hugging everybody after the game playing? If I got swept and embarrassed like that, I would not be in a touchy-feely mood. Would you?
No.
I'm asking.
The answer
Am I
is
wrong here?
I don't think you're wrong, Vic. Things are different than they used to be. Okay,
I don't like them then.
Well,
I don't
that's
like what
fine. You
things
don't have to
are.
like it. I'm just saying that it's different than it used to be. The NBA has become a very small world, and so
Anthony Edwards is not like that.
I
Anthony Edwards
completely
wants to
agree.
eat you.
100% he does.
Anthony Edwards wants to eat
And that's
you.
why potential second round here, it's terrifying because that guy is playing out of his mind, and he's going to be an incredible problem for the Denver Nuggets. That being
Anthony
said,
Edwards throws chairs when his team gets bounced.
that is correct. That is correct. And the deal is that the league is not what it used to be. These guys are all buddies now. It's all buddy in the offseason, so on. Tons of respect for that. It's just not the way it used to be. Like, I mean, you know, we've seen hockey players do this, right? The late great Peter McNabb was so good about things. Sometimes you see guys talking at the red line before the game, blah, 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 blah. He says, when I come into the league, he said, I would have teammates tell me, if you even look at that guy, let alone talk to him, we're going to take you in the locker room. We're going to punch you in the face. And they're not joking. Don't you even look at that guy, right?
I mean,
that's the competitive spirit that I guess you want. And that might be a little bit extreme, but that's the way it used to be. It's not that way now.
Now, we can't be hypocritical because we...
all the jersey exchanges and all that kind of crap, I don't like it either.
I don't want to be hypocrite because we often criticize, like, when LeBron storms off the court and doesn't give credit to the opposing team. There's a difference, though. You can walk up and say, congrats, great game, and all that, but you just got swept.
Yeah.
You just got embarrassed. And there's, like, full-blown conversations taking place. Drives me crazy.
Conversations?
Drives me nuts.
So what would be the
I don't
proper
get it.
exit? A handshake and goodbye?
Am I being, is that a boomer take? Am I a boomer? There's no way my competitive juices would allow me. I know you guys. If we went against each other and you beat me, I wouldn't talk to you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't talk to you at all. Would you talk to me?
Again, this is all dependent on, like, what are we talking about here? Did we play a game of pool, or were we fighting for an NBA championship? Like, different levels to this.
When Marty mowed us all down in ping pong, I wanted to fight him.
Yeah, I didn't talk to him a lot after that. That's true.
Yeah, we
told
didn't
me
say,
to leave, actually.
Yeah, we didn't say good job. It was more like bleep you.
Yeah, there was no like praise, like you're so. It was we tried to verbally kill him.
Well,
assault him.
if I recall correctly, I invited him to go someplace and do something to himself.
You did.
Yes. That was and it was a very sincere invitation.
Reminder to you guys, or I'm going to let you know something, that tomorrow, Mose, you're going to be in Winnipeg. So you will not be part of this. You will be in spirit. Myself and Vic, we're going to be, because we're trying to pump you up for the playoffs, at the Alta Convenience Store off 225 in Iliff. Starting at 8 a.m., the first 200 cars that pull up to the gas station that we're broadcasting at get $25 in free gas. $25 gift card. 200 cars. The first 200 after 8 a.m. get these. So,
dude,
stop by and say hi to us. Alta Convenience. Convenience beyond the pump, as we'll be there tomorrow.
225 in Iliff.
225 in Iliff.
Okay, cool. That's going to be.
Where's that exactly?
That is 225 in Iliff.
Right at Aurora.
So where do I go?
Right on the edge of the Earth.
So if you go to 225
and
and you see the Iliff exit, it's right there. I have no idea
It's
how
right
you
by
want me to
Heather
answer that question.
Right by Heather Ridge Golf Course.
Across the street from there, yeah.
I don't know where that is. Iliff is one of those streets growing up here. I always heard Iliff. I don't even know where the hell it is.
Okay.
Which is funny, Vic, because Iliff is basically all I know in this town still 5 years later.
Are you serious?
I know like everything up and down Iliff for like a 6 mile stretch.
100%.
Brett just asked me if we work on Arapahoe this morning. We've been here for like
did?
6 months. Yeah, he's like, wait, is this Arapahoe
Because
or
I take
county line?
470 and I get off on Jamaica, and then I just know the route by now, and I always kind of forget.
God, you're a moron.
No, I know
But
Arapahoe,
is
that's
this-
where Kanock is, so I know that's stupid.
That's correct.
Is 225 in Iliff, is that Denver or Aurora?
That's Aurora.
That's Aurora, officially. Did you
It's on
see?
the border.
Yeah, right on the
Correct.
border. Did you see what happened last night to the Nashville Predators?
Oh my God! First of all, I saw some dude eating or drinking beer out of a catfish.
That I
which
think
grossed
I
me
think it
out.
was George Kittle. I think.
That
There was
grossed
a
me out
woman
so
who
much.
did it too. Wasn't there a
Yeah,
famous woman?
Yeah, it was some. Yeah,
famous woman?
she's drinking
What
booze
is
out of a
wrong
catfish.
with
Yeah.
No, because I don't think it was just some chick who
No,
did it.
that
But
was
I thought,
George Kittle.
No,
who
no,
looked
no,
like
no,
a
no, no.
famous woman.
There was a woman who did it. There was a woman.
He does have long hair. I guess from behind, that's a pretty, it's a pretty stout woman. I know,
Did
but
you call George Kittle a famous woman?
No, there was a. Hang on a second.
Vic, did you see the way it went down though? Did you see it, how it happened?
Look right here. See, that is not George Kittle. That is actually a pretty woman.
Yeah, well, we can't see anything.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not George Kittle.
Full screen it. That ain't George Kittle, Vic.
She pours a Modelo into a catfish's mouth, and
That's
then
disgusting.
And then drinks.
Seriously,
Ew.
I want to vomit. I want to vomit now.
That's wife material right there, Gainer.
Jesus.
Okay, so real quick. So Vic,
But I thought she was famous. Maybe she's not. Maybe
Brett,
it was just a chick.
3-1 Nashville at home. And the Preds have the Canucks third string goalie in because not only is Thatcher Demko hurt, but Casey DeSmith got injured. So it's a third stringer, some guy I don't even know. Preds are up 3-1. They pull the unknown guy. He's played pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Besser gets him within one.
Yep.
It's a 3-2 game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fine. Face off, they yank dude again. Preds come down on a backhand shot for an empty netter to seal the game, and they ring it off the post.
Oh, I was an empty netter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Canucks,
oh my,
Canucks
this makes
come
it
back
even hurt more.
into the offensive zone, and with 8 seconds left, Besser ties the game. 2
that's
extra
pain.
attacker goals in the final
that's pain.
2.5 minutes of the game.
And then
And then in overtime, Lindholm, a minute into overtime, he scores and wins and takes a 3-1 series. You talk
That's
about
brutal.
Heartbreak Hotel.
Pain.
Dude, if
You might
that's-
want to swallow that fish raw at that point. Just eat it.
Yeah,
Hey,
dude, I would take that catfish home and just hug it
Moshe.
all night.
How about that kid from Dallas with that overtime goal from that angle?
Yeah, he's 20 years old, man. Top cheese.
my
They
God.
needed that, by the way. Obviously, they needed that. They were going to, if you go down 3-0, you're gone.
Okay, 2 seconds here, Moj. Toronto is about to light itself on fire, correct? We're
100%.
going to have a mutiny in the streets.
That is correct.
I was watching them on the bench bickering at each other.
That is correct.
I mean, top-end star players couldn't stop getting after each other.
Correct.
And you're like, oh, God, that entire town's going to burn, isn't it?
Absolutely.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line back after this. What a time to be with Circa Sports. Download the app or go to circasports.com because if you do, the game tonight, potential closeout game, Nuggets, Lakers, Nuggets 7-point favorites to get this series done in 5. And you can check all that out, all the props, also on the Circa Sports book. Not to mention all of the NHL playoff games tonight, the NBA playoff games tonight. You got baseball in full swing at the moment. What a time to jump on with Circa Sports. Tight money line splits. I guarantee you won't find better odds anywhere else but the Circa Sports book. So go check it out. Circa Sports. Download the app or circasports.com. I don't see Vic. And Mosher just told me, Marty, it's all you. I'm eating donuts, is what he said. So here we are.
Priorities. Hey, on my way to Winnipeg today, back to the Peg. Hopefully the Avs can close it out tomorrow night. It's not going to be easy. I mean, clearly the Nuggets' chances of closing it out tonight on the home floor, where they were an awesome team all year long at Ball Arena, are greater than going to an opponent's building and trying to bump them out of the postseason.
Sure.
That being said, the Avs have played really well. And the Avs have this momentum going. They know exactly what they have to do. They're sort of machine-like at times in terms of just wearing the Winnipeg Jets down. It's got to be a factor. But there's no doubt in my mind that tomorrow night the Jets are going to come out like gangbusters.
Well, save that
in that game.
Save that for a few minutes, because I want to go back to the draft here. And with everything kind
back to my donut. Go ahead.
Sealed and wrapped up from the Broncos draft weekend, I know it's always wait and see with this stuff, but I thought what they accomplished in day 2 and day 3 of the draft was really good. That the Troy Franklin pick, as far as value, was really nice. Again, to take him at 102 overall, when on Leggy's top 100, he was 44th. Their first 4 picks all landed somewhere within Leggy's top 100, being Bo Nix, Jonah Ellis, Troy Franklin, and Chris Abram-Drain. So all that is great from a value perspective. The Franklin one is really interesting to me, though, because you guys mentioned it earlier. I don't know if this is some sort of, safety valve in case the Courtland Sutton thing doesn't work out and maybe he gets shipped off at some point before the season starts, because we've heard the rumblings of him wanting a new contract, and maybe that just coincides with I'm tired of starting over and over and over again here in Denver. But you got somebody with familiarity to Bo Nix, and I do think that some of that is important for, he's a rookie, but Vic, you mentioned it. He's a guy who started over 60 games in his college career.
Yeah. I'm hearing Franklin dropped a little bit because he didn't have the greatest spring workouts. And if there's one thing I take from what the Broncos did in this draft, it's this. Coach Sanford, who is he on the show next with Dempsey?
Yes.
Does he do Monday?
Yep.
He said it best, and I think it's the greatest evaluation of a college player. He said the Broncos simply stuck with the game tape. They didn't go with that combine route. Oh, my God, what did this guy do at his pro workout or his combine, or how high did he what was his vertical leap, and how far can he throw the ball? They looked at the tape for all these players. Take a player, look at the tape. Bo Nix, numbers don't lie what he did. Numbers don't lie. His touchdown to interception ratio on tape, are you kidding me? Franklin on tape. Audric Estime on tape. They looked at the tape and said, we're going to go with that as our main evaluation.
I think the Estime one's the perfect one too, Vic, because if you look at all the numbers like combine numbers, pro day numbers, he runs like a 4.6, which
slow.
is, to most guys, if you're a running back running a 4.6,
you're talking about
Estime.
Estime? No.
Yes.
I heard 4.7.
Well, it could have been. Like, he's not a fast mover, but watch him play.
The tractor.
He averages over, 5.5 per carry, something like that in his career at Notre Dame. Like, he's a bulldozer.
But how many times have we heard it, guys? Vic, how many times have we heard it? Hey, this guy won the underwear Olympics. Oh, great. But how good does he play the game of football? How good does he play? What does he look like when he plays the game? There's a difference there. A lot of times there is a difference.
The greatest indicator of that is the greatest receiver of all time, Jerry Rice, who was not a burner, and yet nobody could catch him. So either you can play the game and
but the Niners did draft him in the first round. They knew what they saw.
Hey, one of the biggest wideouts in the game right now was somebody who, if he participated at the Combine, you would say this is not impressive, and that's Puka Nacua. And he lit up the entire league last year. Lit them up. Late round pick who just plays well.
I think it should be the first, second, and third priority when you have a checklist of what you're looking for out of a player. First should be, how did he play? Second should be, how did he play on tape last year? Third should be, hey, how did he look in games last year?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, anything else is secondary. Third, what's the point?
Of course, one of my favorite things about the Broncos draft was not even the players. It was the guy who made one of the picks.
It's the Denver.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Let's do
Broncos
latest
pick.
On behalf of the Walton Penner
Tony
Family
Scheffler.
Ownership Group,
and my former owner, Pro Football Hall of Famer Pat Bowlen, and the legendary Bronco players I played with, Champ Bailey, Al Wilson, John Lynch, Jason Elam, Matt the Hawk Prater, and the greatest undrafted wide receiver in NFL history, Rod Smith, the world's greatest fans. Super fan, Ellen Levine Jones, who we lost recently. Rest in peace, Bronco Betty. My coach, Mike Shanahan. Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Let's go Broncos. God bless Bo Nix. With the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the three-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah.
That was awesome.
I love Scheffler.
I got the skinny on that from Tony. No, he was not under the influence of anything. He was pegged to be the announcer for the Broncos. They had their choice of players. They picked him because he's from Michigan. The draft took place in Michigan. And he loves his time in Denver. And he was told, hey, let's spruce it up a little bit. Let's have some fun with this. And not only did he not only had fun with it, he nailed it.
Yeah.
He absolutely nailed it. That's as good as it gets. I'm still trying to effort getting Tony on because I just want to know what's going through his mind because he was perfect. I mean, I told you're like a sermon. You did a sermon out there. Like a pastor.
I don't know how many people truly remember Scheffler. He was such a damn good player with just derailed with some head injuries, right? He just took a lot of concussions.
Yeah, he had some concussion issues, and then he had a Josh McDaniel problem.
Yeah.
That's the issue with him. Remember, that was that team. It was Tony Scheffler. You had Jay Cutler. You had some really good players, offensive players, and then Josh McDaniels came in and blew it all up.
Yep. But that was fantastic. Yeah, that was like a wrestling promo. Every time you thought he was going to be done, he just kept going. It was like, and another thing. I got another thing.
Well, he hit all the key components. The Walton Penner Group. Pat Bowlen, Bronco Betty, Rod Smith, the greatest undrafted wide receiver in the history of the game. And I also love the put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame because we all know he deserves to be there. I just love that stuff, man. I think it's great.
So Brett, you didn't get here in time for Bronco Betty. She passed, and rest in peace. But Bronco Betty was this, and I'm talking loyal Bronco fanatic. And she would show up. We used to do the Monday night show when I was at Channel 4. She would show up hours before showtime. And every time Scheffler came on, he would sit there and just talk to Bronco Betty. And she would be at the Broncos facility after games. When they came back from the airport to their cars, like 2, 3 in the morning, she would greet the players.
Really?
Yes. That's how loyal she was to the team, and they all remember
her. I will say one last quick thing about this draft class. We said that they lacked playmakers offensively. Well, they tried. I mean, they went out, took a quarterback with their first pick. They traded up to grab Troy Franklin, who was a big-time playmaker at Oregon with Bo Nix. They got another wide receiver late in the draft, and then Audric
And by the way, that
Estime.
guy's big. The kid out of Utah is big.
Yes. But you're looking for playmakers. They went out and did their damnedest to go and find some. Even on the defensive side, by the way, you take essentially what is 2 edge rushers in Jonah Ellis, who Scheffler just announced, but also trading the 6th-rounder for John Franklin Myers. Those are playmakers.
I think my favorite part, that was God bless Bo Nix.
I know.
Now, of all of it, where the hell did that come from? I mean,
God bless Bo Nix.
He was in one, man. He's just rolling. It's awesome.
Before we go to break here, Brett, how are your parents in that
Oh, my
tornado
God.
that came 2 blocks from their home in Lincoln?
Luckily they're fine. Their house is fine. The only thing they had was a fence down, but it's hard for me to explain it to people without showing you pictures or video like I showed you earlier, Moj.
Vic, what Brett showed me, the tornado took out houses literally
a block behind.
Yeah, behind the house, there, across the street. Those houses are all gone. That's how close it came.
The picture they sent was from their back. Yeah. Just the picture they sent me though was of their backyard, and everything looks okay except the fence is down. And then you just zoom in, and the houses a block behind are destroyed. So I've seen thoughts and feelings with everybody in Nebraska. Thankfully, I don't think anybody was killed somehow with how bad that tornado was, but.
So I've seen countless videos and pictures from people witnessing that tornado firsthand. But here's the question I've had, and I've always had this. When there's a natural disaster or anything like this where your life is in danger, when do you make the decision to put the phone down and hide? Like, you showed me the picture that, I don't know if your dad took it, and I've seen others. When do you say,
well, their pictures were
I should
after.
probably be in a...
Their pictures
Yeah.
were
Oh,
after.
were they after?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, the video that I attached to it, I don't know, that was around the same place. It wasn't my parents who took the video.
Did you see some of the ones with the tornadoes like coming right at people and they're like, yeah, check this out. I'm like, can you like move?
Well, my dad, he's always in the garage because he's smoking, drinking out there, doing whatever. And he was out there and he was looking because it's kind of it's a Midwest thing. It's like, oh, a tornado's coming. Okay, let me just go take a look. And then he goes, I started seeing things flying across the street. And I said, all right, time to close the garage and basically run to the basement. But some of those videos, like I saw one of them. I mean, the guy's in the basement. There's nothing more he can really do. So he was recording it, and it's the video I showed you earlier, Mo. It's just insane to watch full playground sets mid-air being thrown like 30 miles an hour. It's nuts.
I can hear Troy just staring at tornado with a marble in his mouth saying, yeah.
Somebody said, the tornado was scared of Troy. That's why it barely missed him. And I go,
Let me tell you something. If the tornado had ever been on a golf course with T. Willie and heard what comes out of his mouth, it would go the opposite direction too, 100%.
Yeah. But I've never seen anything like that, Vic. Like we get tornado warnings all the time. That's not abnormal. Mm-hmm. And there's high winds and stuff like that. I have never seen one like that come through the residential Omaha proper area where they go through cornfields and stuff like that. Never seen it come through like that before. Nothing of that magnitude anyway.
Well, I'm glad they're okay. It was awful to see those videos, and it just goes to show you the power of nature. It's crazy. When we come back, fellas, I got to tell you about an underwear dilemma I'm having.
Okay. That next.
You know, I certainly hope the tax man didn't get you like he got me. It's not fun, right? But you need a new ride, and you want to get a great deal. Well, I'm telling you, you've got to get to Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Hey, it's Motion. Listen, the deals right now on new and pre-owned vehicles are so good. You're seeing financing and pricing that you haven't seen in years this spring. They're going to find the perfect ride to fit you. I promise you that. When you look at all the cars in captivity up there, all the EVs, all the trucks, all the vehicles, SUVs, it's going to blow your mind. And you've got the best staff you can find anywhere. And right now, my own special's going on, $1,000 in extra trade allowance or 3-year free maintenance or $1,000 in free accessories. It's right there waiting for you, so go check it out. Highway 36 and Wadsworth, or just go online, sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It is Silterhar. I love them. Everything you want out of a dealership. I don't really
No,
want to
please
say, okay,
don't.
I don't want to say it. But I feel like I have to.
Okay, so say it.
Okay, Vic. How many games have the Rockies played
turn
so
your
far
camera on.
Sorry. Rockies have played 28 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw early this morning the stat. They are the second team ever and the first team since 1910 to have trailed in every single game this year.
Since 1910?
Through 28 games. Like
Pebbly Jack days?
That's Pebbly Jack era. Well, Pebbly Jack precedes that era by about 20 years, but
Yeah.
it's close.
Dude, anything before 1920 is Pebbly Jack's era, let's be honest.
It's
I mean,
Ty Cobb-ish. Dude, they've trailed in like they've not like teams have gone and they're up 3-0 and they win 5-3. They never trail in the game right through the first 28 games. Rockies have 7 wins, but they've trailed in all 28 games at some point. First time since 1910, second time ever. What's going? That's a dumb question, Moj. Shut up. I was going to say, what's going on? Just shut up, Moj. I know what's going on. Shut up.
Can we get to actual business here? What's
Please.
going on with your underwear, Vic?
All right, here's the dilemma, and the only reason I bring this up is because I'm going to bring these tomorrow when we do our remote from, where are we again tomorrow?
The Alta Convenience Store off 225 in Iliff.
All right, so we'll be live there for 3 hours.
And the first 200 cars after 8 a.m. get a $25 gift card for gas.
So you get gas, free gas.
Free gas.
And you get to listen to us gas bags while you get
Yes.
free gas.
You get free gas in a free gas bag.
And I'm going to bring these tomorrow to give away, to add to that. You talk about a giveaway. So for Christmas, I got the usual, and I got this in my stockings. I don't know. My wife got me a 3-pack of boxer briefs, underwear. The problem is they're too small. They're size small. I wear XXX, obviously. So
Are they
I
kids?
wanted to bring these back. All right. So these are too small. They're a 3-pack men's brief, Hurley, way too small for me. I do not wear these. So I had them in my car thinking I was going to take these back and get the right size. And I waited until now, 5 months later. And I went back to Marshall's and they won't take them back because I've exceeded the time period to return said underwear. So I'm stuck with them. And I told her, what do I do with these underwear? She said, throw them away. I said, I am not throwing these away. There is somebody out there that will be at the gas station tomorrow who wears size small boxer briefs. I will have these with me, and they're yours.
So if you have a small child you're taking to school in the morning, you can get him free underwear if you stop by the Alta Convenience Store off 225 in Iliff tomorrow morning as we broadcast our show from there.
We've been doing this show for 5 years now. And there are times on this, excuse me, on this program where I think to myself, that was pretty awful. That was an awful segment. There's no way we can get lower than that ever again.
I'm giving
Thank
stuff
God.
away,
But
dude.
shut him
People
off.
appreciate
Shut him off. There's no way we can ever go lower or dumber than that segment. Thank God, because that's pretty much the bottom of the bucket. And
Stop by tomorrow. I'll give away my underwear and a lollipop for the first 5
yeah.
people.
And then dude says,
oh, you're too good.
I'm giving away free underwear and back rubs. Come on, see us at the gas station.
Hold on a second.
That's
Hold
great.
on a second. This is the classic and elitist. You're too good to accept free underwear?
I'm telling you
Absolutely
right
I'm
now,
not.
Vic, I am not taking underwear from somebody giving them away at a gas station.
They're boxed up, dude. They're boxed up. And
Think
they're good brand.
But you're a small man. How small can these things be? Like they don't make. I mean, your size is the smallest size. I don't get it. You're not
guarantee
thick.
More people.
What's your
will
waist
want
size?
these
30.
Underwear.
You wear 30 waist. What is your waist?
Hey, Vic, set one aside for me, please.
Thank you.
Thank
More
you.
people will want these underwear than they'll want the free gas tomorrow.
We'll see. The Avs make this a 3-1 series.
What just happened?
I'm moving on. The Avs made that a 3-1 series after the win over the weekend. And Moj, to say that I did not expect this would be an understatement. But you find yourself in position, the exact same position that the Nuggets find themselves in. Game 5, a chance to close out the series. Crazy.
You're going back to their joint. They're not obviously coming to you for that Game 5, but you've got so many things going for you right now, which I know you guys probably couldn't have anticipated last week before we came on home. But I kept telling you, and again, there were questions, 7-6, an ugly loss, so on and so forth. But I kept saying to you and repeating to you over and over, this is a good hockey club. It's a very good hockey club. And then what did I say that before game 2, before that Tuesday? I said the late, great Peter McNabb always had a simple way of putting things.
Win a hockey game.
Just go win a freaking hockey game. Just go win a game. Hey, you know what? Go score a goal. Oh, you're down 2-0. Go score a goal, right? I mean, it sounds simplistic, but it's sometimes you got to wipe out all the green noise out of your head and just say, you know what? Just go score a goal. Go win a hockey game. Hey, you know what? Make a save. Yeah, we know you can do it. Make a save. Boom, and it's that simple. And you find it. You're really good. You inflict your will and you move on. You come home, dude. I don't know about you guys. And I can say this now, but I expected this team to come home and win both games. I really did. And they did. And it was impressive. And now you have a chance to close it out and move on. And you're looking at a club that has been there and done that. I think that factors into it as well. This is great stuff, man.
And it's the way they won those games, though. It's okay, it's tight, and then the hammer. It's tight, and then the avalanche. They just go off, and you can't turn them off. The faucet's on, and it stays on.
Well, that's what's crazy.
It's really fun to watch.
What's crazy in that second period before everything just blew up and the Avs took over, what an amazing hockey game that was. Like, what a great back and forth battle between these two teams. And then, like I said, you want to know what the difference is to me and how the Avs got to this place? The discipline of the Jets is awful. They get frustrated and they take dumb penalties. It happens. And they take them like back-to-back modes. Like the Avs get one and then immediately get another. And I'm like, how can these guys just not hold it together? I think the end of game 3 was the classic example. Like there was some scrums at the end because the Avs were killing them. And you end up getting a guy hurt because you just can't control your emotions. So I think for them, it's just like, how are you incapable of holding it together from an attitude standpoint and not let your emotions take over? Because it's crushing them, and it's crushing their goalie.
But that's where you see the experience come through. That's where you see the maturity. You see the been there, done that of the Avs' best players that are helping pull everybody else through, and everybody else is understanding what it takes to win in those types of situations. I mean, Casey Middlestad's never done this before. Duhaime. I mean, Trenton's been there a little bit. I mean, but you know, all these different guys are, okay, Sean Walker, right?
Yeah.
For the most part. I mean, this is new to them. And they're fitting, not only fitting right in, but they're playing very, very well. So, look, I don't know what's going to happen coming up tomorrow night, but I feel very confident about this team. And I'll tell you what else I love. We'll talk to Coach Bednar on Wednesday. You guys will. I'll be in phase 1 to the airport. Mm-hmm. You guys will talk to the coach in phase 2.
What is that?
Well, you have to clear customs to come back to the United States of America from Winnipeg. So we go to the airport in one bus, and then another bus comes a little bit later, so not everybody's stacked up at the customs line. I'm part of phase 1. I thought we explained all this already.
Yeah, we did.
So
is this part of NAFTA?
Coach Bednar yesterday morning. Is he the most even-keeled dude you've ever seen? I mean, He's a pretty even-keeled son of a gun, right?
Yep.
Yesterday when they challenged, they lose the challenge, so not only is it a tie game, but now you're going on the PK. He was just even-keel on the bench, a little bit bewildered for a moment. But yesterday in his news conference before the game, he said, look, he's like, yeah, we're up 2-1, looking to go up 3-1. He said, part of me feels that we could be up 3-0. He says, but you know what? They're playing hard too. And they could be up, in my mind, 3-0 on us. I mean, it's just kind of the way it goes. Just so happened the Avs have scored in bunches, take advantage of their opportunity, and pound, and put it away.
Especially, dude, the amount of guys, role players that I think are just playing above schedule or above expectation. I mean, we've talked about Middlestat. We've talked about Parisi. I thought Trennan has been great in this series. You know, once the playoffs started, I thought guys like him, guys like Manson, you might see their games take a step up because a little bit more physical, a lot more hitting, a lot more of the whistle in the pocket sort of thing. And when you get the depth of this team and just, I don't know, let's say, looks this way, but let's just say that the Avs make it past this series. Is there a chance that Drouin gets back in the lineup for the next series?
You know, I don't know, Brett. I think this is a series. When they said he's going to miss the first round.
Yeah.
I thought, well, even if he's going to miss the second round or what, maybe they don't know, but they're not going to let out any information until it's time to let the information out. That's the way the postseason works. So is there a chance he comes back? I simply couldn't tell you. I have no idea.
Okay, then let me put it to you this way. With where the Avs are as far as Drouin, whether he's available or not, but the ability to put guys deep in the lineup, Kovalenko got his first game with the Avs. How do you think he played?
I thought he was fine. He didn't play a ton of minutes. He only played just over 7 minutes. It's hard. I think the speed of the game is crazy for him because he's coming from the K, and he's playing in the A, and now you're playing in the National Hockey League Stanley Cup playoffs. That's a pretty damn big jump. So I thought the speed was a little bit, but he came out and he hit. And he was good defensively. And he denied Kyle Connor a real good scoring opportunity in the low slot. Got it stick on stick and checked his stick. Connor barely got a muffin of a shot off along the ice. But that's Kovalenko recognizing, getting on that stick, hard on that stick. Great play. So you put him in, and I think he acquitted himself nicely. Now that whole line, the Colton Wood Kovalenko line, was not incredibly noticeable all game long. But they didn't have to be because other guys were. And they will be noticeable again because they have really been noticeable this entire series.
Moj, I'd like to raise a question by setting it up this way. When I watched, there was the play in the Nuggets-Lakers game when Nikola Jokic had a pass thrown to him that was over his head. It was on a fast break.
Oh, my God.
And in one fell swoop, he ping-ponged it over to who caught that? MPJ.
That was Porter.
He ping-ponged it. He tapped it over to MPJ. I thought it was the most stunning pass I've seen him make all year because it was in a critical juncture of the game, and he made it look easy. And I asked myself, what other current player could even imagine that or do that? And only one came to mind, LeBron. LeBron is probably the only other player I could see doing that actively in a game. LeBron and Joker, who are that creative and genius-like. So when I'm watching the Avs game and I'm watching Cale Makar go end-to-end the way he did, I'll ask you, what other NHL defenseman could pull that off? Current.
Vic, Quinn Hughes is probably going to win the Norris. He had the most points. He's a Canadian. I think, the voters, kind of waiting for a guy to be this kind of guy, right? He can't pull that off, in my opinion. I don't see him
Forget
able to
defenseman.
do that.
How many guys in the league?
Yeah, if you're talking about just pure skaters.
You got two of them.
Yeah, McDavid. Yeah. Well, you got McKinnon. McKinnon can do that.
That's what I'm saying. You got two of them on your team.
Austin Matthews can do that. Makar can do that. Pasternak can probably do that. But you got less than 10. How about that? Less than 10 in the league, in my opinion, that can go coast to coast like that, step into that circle, and fire across the body like that. It's such a high-end play. But not only that, but you're weaving through all the traffic, keeping control of the puck as it's bouncing on you a little bit. You finally settle it down, and bam, it was... I lost my bacon. Connor lost his bacon the way he should.
Yeah.
It's as high end as you get. It's incredible. Yeah. It's just simply remarkable.
Well,
Marty, I'm looking at you now as a ping pong player. Did you take a little more delight in Joker's ping pong pass? Because it was just a little paddle shot.
It was. The fact that he didn't know it was coming, that was so sick. I could do that because I'm a great ping pong player, but I don't think anybody else in this room could.
Well, the fact, too, that he had two guys basically bearing down on him, going for the ball at the same time, two Lakers, and then it was just tip right on the money. The Avs, by the way, looking to close out their series against the Jets tomorrow night. You can join Altitude Sports Radio for another awesome viewing party. Burrow, Raj, and Spring are going to be at Stoney's on Tuesday night for the Avs game with other crazy fans. Awesome giveaways, live broadcasts, and more. It's all brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila.
Yeah, they won't be giving away 3 sets of boxer briefs.
I don't think you legally can do that, actually.
Me neither. I think that's against the law.
Yeah, I think there's got to be a statute from 1890 here in the great Centennial State, right? When we were just pretty young state, 1876.
It's like how some states are like, it's illegal not to have a hitching post in your front yard.
Correct.
It's
Yeah,
like,
right. It's one of these old laws, Vic. It's not legal to give away free underwear.
Yeah, watch and learn tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow we will be at
Local broadcaster sent to jail.
Would make for great content.
Awesome.
And we will be tomorrow at Alta Convenience Store off 225 and Iliff, and starting at 8 a.m. The first 200 cars that pull up get $25 in a gift card for free gas. So we're giving away free gas to 200 cars that roll through after 8 a.m.
Am I able to join you on the program tomorrow?
Why
No.
wouldn't you be?
Well, because you guys are going to be on the remote at Alta.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to be in Winnipeg.
Uh-huh.
Can we, if we're both away from home, can we talk to each other?
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Are you sure?
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about? We've done this before.
Moj,
I thought
you've
that
been
if
in
you did two
Winnipeg and
remotes-
Vic's been at home and he hears you. What's the difference?
Yeah, but because it's all going back to Master Control, we won't be at Master Control tomorrow.
I'm going to be here.
Vic, have you done your show?
That's comforting.
Vic, have you done your show from home and Mosier's done a show on the road before?
Again, because we're all going back to you at Master Control. Well, you're not going to be at Master Control.
I am not at Master Control. Marty is at Master Control.
We're still on the air here,
And
guys.
he
Should
will
we go to
continue-
break yet?
yes.
Or
Yeah,
Okay.
we
Mighty
probably
Tex
should.
says, what if I show up at the gas station with my electric car tomorrow?
The key to the Lakers series being done tonight. Next. All right, so Vic, I think this is appropriate. If the Nuggets weren't to close out at home tonight, then the concern meter, it starts to show up.
Yeah.
It certainly does. But I'll tell you this. I don't think it's going to, because to go back to something we discussed earlier, there's not been a single game that the Nuggets have come out of the gates super hot and played in a game in quarters 1 through 4. Now, runs are going to happen. That's not, look, when I say playing an A game, that doesn't mean that the Lakers have no chance. All I'm saying is you come out of the gates with some intensity and aggression, and you don't do the old rope-a-dope where you're just leaning up, letting him take body shots, and then you come back late in the game. I want to see one where Jamal and those guys are aggressive early. That's what I want.
Well, we talk so much about what the Nuggets need to do better, and I get it because that's the vantage point we have. But let me flip it a little bit for you, because I'm headed right to Lakers shoot-around after this show. They will talk to the media, as they do on game day, and I'm very interested in finding one thing out. Do their not their reserves, their role players, can they do what they did in Game 4? And that was the difference, in my opinion. LeBron and AD are going to produce. You're going to get the numbers from them no matter what. All right, they're going to have their numbers. But what changed in Game 4 was this. D'Angelo Russell had 21. Austin Reeves had 21.
Yep.
Combined 42 points from the Lakers' backcourt. Will they do that again? Can they do that again? Are they capable of doing that again? Because if they can't, Nuggets win.
Yeah, the concern is way less with like LeBron and AD, right? Because they've had a great game every game this series, and you're up 3-1 still. It's the battle of the others. And Mose, you were saying earlier that, you know, guys like Watson or Christian Brown or whoever, they're taking threes, but they aren't hitting. Well, you know what? If you're open, keep shooting and just cross your fingers and hope they knock it down.
Okay.
Because there's no other strategy.
Keep
you can't
shooting.
do anything.
I mean, that's fine. For Jamal Murray, that's appropriate. But if you've got a broken jumper, then why even shoot?
Because you have to.
Okay. This is where it starts to get into a little bit of a sticky wicket. Vic, you just say, well, knock down more shots. Knock those shots down. Well, how do you do that? How do you do that? Just you will it into the basket when you're shooting poorly? I mean, everything is, Marty, give it to me. Clang, clang, clang with the trolley.
Okay, well, Moj, let me flip this back. Hey, Georgie, make some saves. Well, what if he can't?
He did.
Yeah, you stick with
that's
it.
The point.
You stick
that's
with
the
it.
point.
You keep shooting.
Keep doing it. I mean, you sound like
right,
you've
let's
never watched a
let's stop.
basketball
Okay,
game.
hold on a second.
Justin Holiday shot 40% from three this year. He was a good three-point shooter.
Here's Mosier's answer to not making shots. Stop shooting.
Stop.
Well,
stop.
How do we
Listen,
score more baskets?
You stop bickering at me. I'll stop bickering at you. The Nuggets are going to win. All this crap about bench 3-point shooting and this and that and all this. Hey, boys, we're on the same team here. They're going to win tonight. They're not going to win. So what do we do? What's your temperature right now of this game then? Be honest with me.
I'm totally cool.
Vic, what's your temperature?
Totally cool.
Do you know what the Lakers have done? They managed to do something we never thought possible. I know for you guys, they did for me, is to actually put a scare.
Did you just hear me? Did you hear what I just said?
And who? Vic, stop trying to corkscrew drama into this thing, brother.
Hang on.
Stop it. Vic, they won a basketball game. Big friggin' deal. It's the first time they've done it in almost 500 days. So why don't you just settle down?
It's just basketball, Vic.
It's so funny how we view sports differently.
No, you view sports differently. You do.
Let me tell you.
You're a panicky Paulie.
I had this argument with my wife yesterday.
About the Nuggets?
No,
it goes back to the underwear.
No. As we won another tightly wound, close mixed doubles match on the tennis court. And the entire time I'm yelling at her, she's yelling at me, we're arguing, I'm saying, we're going to lose. And we won. And afterwards she said, you know what? Maybe we just play better when we talk like that and think like that. I go, yes, we do. I'm not Mr. Positive guy. Yeah. I'm not that guy that's
I think the Nuggets can really learn a lot from you and your wife's doubles tennis match. This is great.
Listen to me. I'm never going to be Mr. everything's good. I perform. I like it when the world is stacked against me. I like it. I enjoy it. I thrive in those conditions.
I got it.
So when I look at a Nuggets-Lakers series, I always look at the other side. Always. You're not going to change that ever for me.
You want a guaranteed
if I'm the
win?
Nuggets,
You want a guaranteed win? And I'm not even joking here. You want a guaranteed win? I got
don't
it.
do that, Mosier.
Mike Malone.
Don't do that.
Coach Malone. Just send Terry Lombardi into the locker room before the game and let her give the pep talk. No problem.
All right, hang on. I want to go back to something, by the way. Vic,
you ain't it, bro.
I'm not your straw man, okay?
Yeah,
You can't
neither
say,
am I.
ooh, look what that game's done. It's created a seed of doubt. I have none. I am as cool as I was heading into game 4. Again, all of this is added up, and I will say this. If you were to give a letter grade to each of these teams through 4 games in the series, dare I say that the grade I would give the Lakers is better than the Nuggets, and they're still down 3-1.
Agreed.
Like, I think the Lakers have played about as good as they can play in most of these games.
Agreed.
Did they have an off game from D'Lo? Yeah, they did. They had a couple. Did they have an off game from Austin Reeves? Yes. But their superstars played exactly how you wanted them to. The Nuggets, despite Joker being great every night, Porter's been great every night, Jamal shooting 38% from the field in this series. Like, give me one game where Jamal shoots 50% and this thing is a wrap easily. And I think that happens tonight.
My argument goes beyond this series, though, is here's what I'm hearing from some Nuggets fans. Oh, my God. Oh, they better play better against Minnesota. Minnesota's a freight train. Yeah, they are a freight train. Guess what? Guess what, sports fans? It's not supposed to be easy. It's not supposed to be a sweep. It's not supposed to be 4-1. It's not supposed to be a 16-4 run through the postseason. That's not supposed to happen. You're supposed to struggle. You're supposed to face doubt and adversity. You're supposed to go into another series wondering if you can beat that team. That's what real sports is. What happened last year, that doesn't happen. And that's all I'm saying. Embrace the adversity. Embrace the obstacle. Understand that that's what sports is. That's why we watch. Loser, Mosier.
Why is he a loser? What are you doing?
Because he's acting like one right now. What are you doing? What is that?
I think he's trying to be a scarecrow straw man.
I don't understand how that's a straw man. I'm telling you.
I don't know what you said that was that either.
I enjoy the tough road. I enjoy the obstacles and the potholes. This is what makes it fun.
I'll tell you this. I know that Jamal's questionable for tonight, and he's dealt with lower body stuff this entire year. He's battled through it some. He's sat out and gotten rest in others. But let me tell you something about this game tonight. This is incredibly important, and it's not so. I don't say that because, hey, if it gets taken to a game 6, then who knows? It's not even really that. It's important because you got a team with their feet up on the couch waiting for you already. You got a team that's getting rest currently at the moment. The longer this series goes, the longer they get to chill out and wait for you.
So what? Worry about Minnesota when you get to Minnesota.
But that's
everybody's got their. You're doing the same thing. Well, the Minnesota. Forget that. Beat the Lakers tonight.
But
100%. Vic, you're right about that. You're
this
right
is what
about
I'm
that.
saying. Like, beat the Lakers tonight and get the
But
same.
you're worried about Minnesota. You just said it. You got to. They're resting. Forget that.
Well, Vic,
Forget what they do.
It's because my mind isn't working like yours. I am incredibly, supremely confident. Still, despite one loss in the last 12 games, I'm incredibly confident that they are going to win. And you are too. You said earlier they're not losing this series. You're not losing that. What I'm saying is, if you win tonight, you get the same amount of rest as Minnesota does.
Hey, listen.
Sure.
I want you to grant myself and Brett and Martin access to your medical records. No hippa-sucka between us.
Mm-hmm.
Between us, good friends. I want you to grant us access.
As long as you do the same.
100%, no problem.
Yeah.
But I need to see a psychological
You aren't touching
profile
my
of you.
secrets.
Yeah, I need to see a psychological profile of one Vic Lombardi.
What do you
Because
think it would reveal?
on this program,
Bipolar tendencies, schizophrenia.
yeah, I don't know what it would reveal. But Brett, I would say this, and it's unique to the Nuggets in the NBA, and this is where this is where his brain has been for 50 years. You use this forum as a self-therapy session.
Well, it's ramped up more with the Lakers.
100%.
Way
it
more
is.
with the Lakers.
But you become a different person. When it's the Nuggets overall, okay. It doesn't apply to the Broncos, the Avalanche, the Rockies, CU, CSU. It doesn't apply to anybody else.
No. Do you know why? Do you know why with this team? First of all, I'm the only person on the show who's a lifelong Colorado native who gets it when it comes to the Nuggets-Lakers.
Okay,
So
well
you guys can't appeal to that.
here's a cookie.
You
I've
guys-
been here 30 years,
but
Jack.
But
Okay.
I don't care how long you've been here. You don't understand that when the Nuggets play the Lakers, it means more. It means
What do you mean we don't understand?
You don't
What the
get it.
hell is that?
Thank you so much
Because
for that.
By virtue of your response there, you don't get it.
You know, Brett, being on the air 30 years in Denver, I don't get it. Uh-huh. Being from California and hating the Lakers from day one of my existence as a human being, yeah, I don't get it. Let me tell you something that you don't get, Jack. You don't get to come on here and talk to yourself and throw stuff out into the world while we're straw men and do your own self-therapy session for 5-6 minutes at a time. You don't get to do that anymore. We're here for you.
Did
We
you
have-
really just
we
pull
have-
the
we have-
native card on
I know,
us
we
saying
have
we don't
healthcare
understand
professionals
this?
that can help.
Is that what you just did?
He made me do it. I didn't want to do it. But when you say to me, why is this matchup so sensitive? Because it is. Because it is. It will always be. You know the Nuggets have beaten
I
LeBron
agree
8
with
straight
the
times at home?
3257. Shut him off. 3257. Oh my God, are we seriously doing this again? Folks, I'm trying to explain something. This is not an act. What you're listening to, what you're hearing is real.
This isn't a bit.
And our boy Vic has a malfunction. And I'm not even kidding. And I'm not being funny and flippant and cutesy about it. You've got a malfunction when it comes to this team. Because I'm telling you right now, Vic, the Nuggets are going to kick their ass tonight.
It's been declared.
I wish the Pelicans won that game.
I do too, man. I do too.
I can't take this.
That's why I agree. Why? I am sick. You know what? I'm sick of this series. I'm sick of playing the Lakers.
We're sick
I'm
of
sick
you.
Of the same script. I'm sick of a first quarter deficit. I'm sick of seeing it happen over and over and over. I'm sick of talking about it. I'm sick of LeBron on ESPN.
Guys.
I'm sick of ESPN. I'm sick of it. End it.
I love this. You're going to kick their ass again. And it's going to be in 5 games. Maybe not a sweep this time, but it'll be in 5 games. This is great. I don't know why. Everybody should be jovial right now. By the way, I see Sanford over there horking down a donut. Sanford, would you like to chat with us for the last few minutes of the show? Get your thoughts on the wrap-up of the draft. So we'll talk to Sanford here in just a couple of minutes. You can hear the game tonight. Game 5, Nuggets and Lakers right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this.
Oh, yeah.
What you want, Vic?
Yeah, I'm glad we have texters that point this stuff out because it jogs my memory. Rob Scanlon on the text line. Classic Mosier. Avs up 3-1, and he says, oh, it's going to be really hard tomorrow night. Nuggets up 3-1. Oh, 100% W. And then he gets mad at Vic. So I'm going to ask you, because you accused me of being a straw man, Moj. You guaranteeing an Avs victory tomorrow night, just like you guaranteed a Nuggets win tonight?
Absolutely not.
It is, but
What's the difference?
It is different. It is different.
What's the difference?
We're in Winnipeg.
The difference is.
By the way, I'm not guaranteeing a win.
Hold on.
I'm overstating it.
Hold on.
I think the Nuggets are the better team. If they just play their A game, they're going to win. Fair enough?
True or false? True or false? You are always cautious when discussing the Avs and winning and losing. But you don't hold the same caution to the Nuggets. You're always, whatever, that's going to be easy. You do that all the time. And you know it makes me mad.
The difference, though, Vic, is there's one team that has won 11 of 12 games against that opponent and 11 straight going into that last game, and the other one got their asses kicked in the regular season by the team that they're playing. And
one team's won 3 straight against a team, and they've chased their goalie out of the net. So why aren't you guaranteeing an Avs win tomorrow night?
Because it is different. But I want to talk to Sanford here.
But what's different? But no, wait.
I just explained.
Mike
I just
Sanford.
explained it.
Mike Sanford. All right, let me ask an objective person here. Mike Sanford, what would be the difference there?
There really isn't a difference. I don't
Thank
think
you.
so.
So Mosier's just playing this game, right?
The biggest difference that I saw is that was AD and LeBron coming off of Game 3. Were they gonna put it up? Were they gonna show up and play the way they did in Game 4? And they did.
That's what I thought.
I think there's more
were you
infighting.
waving the flag or not?
Just listening to Coach. Is it Bones or Bowness? What's my
Bonus.
guess?
Rick Bonus.
Yeah, that guy.
Bones.
Nice job, Hastings.
Yeah, anytime, man.
Yeah.
Just listen to his post game comments. There might be some infighting up there in Winnipeg that might end up leading to the end of his tenure as the head coach.
Well, I don't know about that, but there certainly is concern. I promise you that.
Coach, I know you guys got a lot to talk about today, as we did today, but can I get your thoughts on the Broncos draft? Because it all kicks off, and like the main piece, we all know this, is the number 12 overall pick in Bo Nix, and you've given a lot of thoughts on that. But as far as everything else and trying to construct the team around him, the trade up for Troy Franklin is something that everybody thought was a steal. If you looked at Leggy's big board, Leggy had him as the 44th overall prospect in his top 100, and you get him in the 4th round. Seems nice, but a couple of days removed from the draft, how do we feel about what the Broncos did?
One thing I liked is that they stuck to a strategy, and probably outside of Devon Vailey, their Utah receiver, they drafted based off college production, like what the film looked like. They didn't put too much stock in what happened at the combine, because if you did, you wouldn't have drafted Audric Estime.
Right.
You wouldn't have drafted even Franklin. Franklin did. He ran a 4.41, so everybody's like, oh, he's fast. A lot of people thought he was going to run a 4.3, and he didn't look great running routes at the combine. So he was dropping on a lot of people's boards. And I also think they didn't put too much stock into potential character type questions.
Okay.
At least that was some of the buzz around Franklin.
What, that he's a Chiefs fan?
Yeah, you get a Chiefs fan and a Lakers fan. You get Bo Nix. You see them with LeBron, and there's pictures circulating this weekend.
Saw that.
Neither here nor there. At the end of the day, they're not fans for the Denver Broncos and Denver sports teams. They're football players, and they drafted players that were very productive college football players. And, I tip my cap, because a lot of people think that George Paton has little to no involvement right now in the decisions that are made on draft day and the free agency. I think it showed that he is very much locked in step right now.
He has a lot of involvement. He has a lot of involvement. Now, the involvement also has to connect Sean Payton to whatever the product is that they bring in, but he has heavy involvement, more than people think. And I'm going to tell you something, Coach, because you're exactly right. They looked at the tape, and they evaluated the tape, and they made their picks based on tape, which is the way it should be. The one thing I think I like most about this draft, because I was asked by a member of the Broncos front office, what do you think about Bo Nix? And my reaction is, you got to prove it to me. They do. But the one thing I do like, they have the perfect coaching situation to make Bo Nix a productive player.
Well, you hope they do, Vic.
Anybody that can do it, it's Peyton and Davis Sweat.
You hope they do. I think that you're probably right. But Sean Payton had Drew Brees, and if he's in search of the next Drew Brees for the rest of his life, it ain't going to work. So until he settles down without a Drew Brees and makes a guy good, really good, okay, then I'll believe you.
Can I ask you this? Let me put it this way, Coach. Give me the reason why Bo Nix will work in Denver and the reason why it won't.
Yeah, that's the thing over the weekend. I had to do some self-reflection. I looked at myself. I was evaluating Bo Nix for me.
Yeah.
And I'm not the Broncos play caller. I'm nothing there. So it doesn't matter what I think about him and how he fits what I want to do. But what I do like is that clearly Sean Payton saw Bo Nix as the apple of his eye. And what I think is going to bode well for Denver Broncos fans for at least the next 2, 3, 4 years is you're going to get the best version of Sean Payton because he doubled down in this draft.
Yeah, he did.
And he's going to go around and he's going to build this thing to fit his quarterback skill set to prove all of us dead wrong. And I think that's going to be a really good motivator to get the best version of a Sean Payton-led offense. I don't think we saw it last year.
And I also think that he'll come in, Bo Nix, and start right away. I don't think there's going to be any easing in. I think he'll be the starter. Coach, I want to ask you this, though. When you assess this draft and you look at what the Broncos did this year, Penix was there, and you were high on Penix. They told me, like the rest of the NFL, they were shocked when Atlanta took Penix. Were you shocked? And if you're Kirk Cousins, what do you do? What do you say? It's a bad situation.
I wasn't shocked by the Penix pick at all. And the reason for it is because I trusted my eyes on what I saw, both back to the production. The film was amazing.
Yeah.
The combine was amazing. The pro day was amazing. He runs a 4.46 on some people's watches.
His medical's checked out,
But
too.
then not only that, there are 3 teams. It was the Raiders, the Seahawks, and the Saints that were trying to get back into the top 10 to go get Michael Penix Jr. So the evaluation was agreed upon by at least 4 teams. And I think about this. If you're going to go the Kirk Cousins route in Atlanta, it's very similar to going Aaron Rodgers in New York. Well, you didn't have a good number 2 option in New York. The season's gone. It's done. You invest all of that. Now you have to just sit there and eat your terrible spoiled milk Cheerios for the rest of the season. And that's exactly what New York did.
Atlanta feels like they have a team that can compete. They truly felt like they were a quarterback away. And look, they have a whole bunch. Their defense was a lot better last year. We know the weapons that they have in Drake London and Bijan.
Why do you go get Penix if you have Kirk Cousins?
Exactly what I just said.
That's what he said.
You know, you have the Aaron Rodgers situation in Green Bay is part of it. Is that you have a Jordan Love in the form of Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, but he's going to by the time Kirk's out of there, Coach, he's going to be like 28, 29 years old.
But
theoretically.
And so I think the Aaron Rodgers situation in Green Bay plus the Aaron Rodgers failed situation of the 23 season in New York with the Jets is that now you still have hope in the event that the 36-year-old man blows up his Achilles in the first 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a good young core. They built it through the draft. Kyle Pitts is going to be very good in this offense now. He didn't have a quarterback. Drake London's going to be really good. Bijan Robinson. You have the type of weaponry that
Bijan's
you need.
already really good.
But here's a better question. Why do you give Kirk Cousins $100 million guaranteed?
Because you believe in him. But you also believe
Well,
there's.
if you believe in,
but if you're playing the analytics of it, you're going to look at it that there is a chance that he gets injured.
So Penix is an insurance policy. That's all he is.
And the
he's
future.
An 8th overall. Okay.
And the future.
Okay.
In one pick, he's the insurance policy and the future.
Can I help? I'm not saying I totally agree with the route that the Falcons took, but what he's saying, Vic, is you're building a guy for a couple years down the line, but also if Cousins, who's coming off a major injury, gets hurt again, much like what happened to Aaron Rodgers, the season doesn't go down the tubes with a good team surrounding him. It's like you still feel like you got hope. And let's say that they actually play well. Well, then, yeah, the Cousins contract hurts, but it's like, oh, we found somebody.
Okay, great.
Okay, cool.
Last thing, and can't wait to listen to you coming up here. We made the proclamation this morning. I'm sure you feel the same way. Week 1, Bo Nix is your starter no matter what.
He is.
Yep.
And I think the Franklin pick solidified that. I really believe that.
Yep.
What does that mean for Sutton? Do you think it means anything?
It's going to be a wait and see. I think they're going to hold on to Sutton because teams now have a clear picture of what their receiver, cores look like. I think they're going to hold on to him and see the development and just early returns. I think Devon Vele is going to be an interesting one. He's a big body. He's that X receiver. You don't have that X receiver in the form of Franklin. You don't have that X receiver in the form of Mims. So Tim Patrick's health, Vele, is he ready to play? Those are the 2 bigger body type receivers that you need to see their readiness before you deal a Cortland Sutton.
Here's Zach Wilson. Oh, thank God I'm out of New York. I can get a fresh start. I'm going to get a real chance here, but let's rebuild oh, crap. All of a sudden, okay, well, here comes the dude who's as old as I am, and He's going to be your starter. Unbelievable.
Can I give you one more thing, Coach? Because I thought one of the best moves that was made during the draft was the trade for you to get John Franklin Myers for a 6th-round pick. That guy was a beast in New York. He's not a huge sack guy, but I mean, he commands double teams. He's a massive individual. There's audio actually of the Jets when they did their post-draft sort of wrap up with head coach and GM. They did not sound happy about having to make that decision, but once they traded for Hassan Reddick, it's like they didn't have the money to keep both guys, and so they had to get rid of him. But he's going to help a lot on the defensive front.
He is, and really this outside backer edge and defensive end world has been improved dramatically over the last 2 seasons. In Denver, I think they have a really good group to have fresh bodies. You still have Nick Benito who's developing. You still have Baron Browning who showed some signs. Cooper's a really good first and second down type of a defensive end. And you got Jonah Ellis. So this is a good group.
Yeah.
I like this group.
That is Mike Sanford. You can hear him on Dempsey and Company shortly after us. But game 5 tonight, chance to close out Nuggets and Lakers. Again, Jamal questionable with a calf injury. Vic, I'm kind of with you on this. You would be shocked if he didn't play, as I would be.
He may not be 100%, but I think he'll give it a go.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't play, you think I'm worried now?
Oh, Vic, if he does not play, I would be into your worried category. That would push me over that way. Because I think for them to win tonight, Jamal has shot 38% from the field this series. If you just get one 50% game, some efficient Jamal minutes tonight, I think that this thing is over and Nuggets win by 10, something like that. But we can check it all out right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can hear the game tonight. And tomorrow, myself and Vic will be at Alta Convenience Store off of 225 in Iliff, and starting at 8 a.m., the first 200 cars that pull up get $25 in a gift card, free gas. We're giving away tomorrow right off 225 in Iliff. Alta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump.
I'm going to Winnipeg.
Have a great time in Canada, Moshe. Check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow, hopefully with a series wrap on Lakers and Nuggets. Have a great day. We love you. Bye.
Cale Makar with it again. Merging from his own zone. Ran into a teammate. Ends up going into his chest. Makar right up the middle. Makar holding, shooting. He scores! All hail Cale! That's right, Iceman. I am dangerous. What a coast-to-coast goal for Cale Douglas Makar. Rantanen steals it away, and Nichushkin has it at the red line towards the net. Yeah! Benoboyville through the ship hole. His first career hat trick. And you thought it was snowing before with the pom-poms. Here come the hats. 12 seconds left. Val Nichushkin has 3. The Avalanche, for the 4th time in this series, have 5. And they are about to make their way back to Manitoba with a 3-1 series lead. All kinds of lids are littering the ice.
You better believe it. We back, baby. Avs. Welcome into the program, Dempsey and Company. Christopher Dempsey, Mike Sanford, Steve Nelson, Alex Ryanemi, and you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What a weekend. What a weekend. You know, so on Friday, we're going into the weekend, and we know that the Avs have 2 games ahead of them, and we're kind of like, okay, I mean, let's see what they can do. What they did was just exactly what should have been done, and that is win twice. Look like complete just superheroes out there on the ice, and now they're they're up 3 games to 1. Going back to Canada, this has been more than what I expected, and very, very happy to see the Avs doing what they're doing. Let's just start with you, Coach. When you are looking at this hockey club and what they're able to do, what are you seeing?
Well, I had a chance to go to the game last night, and the building was absolutely electric. It was an incredible environment. Took my kids their first ever hockey game. I've been to plenty of hockey games in my lifetime. Yeah. San Jose when I was coaching there.
How they like it?
My daughter's like hooked now.
Yeah.
And now all 3 kids wanted a Nichushkin jersey, of course, right. Which I'm happy about because I love watching him play the game of hockey. The thing that was so impressive about that game and what's been so impressive through 4 games of this series is just how they've played. And even in game 1 where you gave up 7 goals, there still was a level of just skating with such focus. And a guy that stood out to me that not many people talk about is Zach Parise. That first goal, just finding those it's almost his anticipatory skills to find those open spaces on the ice and distribute the puck. You're getting your value out of Zach Parise in this postseason. And then the defense. I love what I saw defensively, the shot deflection, everything in front of the net has been shored up in such short order. And Alexander Georgiev's finishing the job. And it's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, I would agree with you on Parise. He's been nothing short of awesome, being in the top 6 after the Drouin injury this year, going to the postseason. But for me, if we're talking about unsung heroes, Casey Middlestat is the fact that guy rotted away in Buffalo for the first 4 years of his career is a travesty. He's a perfect fit. I thought it was a masterclass from Jared Bednar in going after the home ice advantage in terms of matchups, right? Like we see that crazy scrum after game 3. Brendan Dillon slices his hand open from his wrist all the way through the nape of his thumb. He's out for the remainder of the series, and they have to put a guy in Logan Stanley, who's this like big 6'7" defenseman who Rick Bowness does not want to put on the ice. They do not want that guy in the lineup, but they have no choice. And Bednar was salivating because he could get his top 6 against that guy. He took 2 penalties that directly led to goals. Middlestat undresses him. Casey's been every bit as advertised, and he is the perfect replacement for your second line center, and he's showing you why now.
And then you had the crowd raining down cheers of Georgiev onto him. And look, it's been less than 10 days since we were all very sketched about what we might get from the goaltender. He has answered the bell. Is the plain and simple. I can't say it any more simply than that. He's playing a whole lot better. And how surprised are you how quickly he was able to flip that switch?
One thing that I like about what I see from Alexander Georgiev is that he's staying in the crease more. Like I get a little bit nervous when he goes and abandons the crease. He did it at times later in the game and got more comfortable with it. But I just like what I'm seeing out of Georgie. The confidence level that he has right now is real. And he's not just making a couple saves here and there. He's making some dynamic saves. In the last 2 games, there have been some highlight reel type saves. And it's been so fun to watch. And most importantly, it's been fun to watch Ball Arena just completely get behind him. And so it's a real thing. The connectivity, again, that I talk about all the time with the Nuggets and their fan base. You felt it last night between the Avs and their fan base.
Raj, that kick save was sick.
I thought his best save of the night was the one-timer from Morrissey early on in the power play in the first period. I don't think he's had to be sensational, actually. I disagree with you there. I think the team has been so damn good in front of him in games 2, 3, and 4 that he's just had to make the save that he's expected to make. And that was the reason why, again, like, everyone, including me, right, I was calling for the guy's head, and I'm here to apologize. He's been very, very good since game 1 ended. But he wasn't making the save that you expected him to make at the end of the regular season, and certainly in game 1 of this series against the Jets. Now he's making those saves, and then he jumps in. He makes that kick save off of his toe. He makes the blocker save on Morrissey. Those are the things that can get his confidence up. And I completely agree with you. The fact that he was able to get through game 3 unscathed and have the fan base get behind him, it means everything. It does mean everything.
And I would say that to Raj, to your point, that Georgie wasn't even making the save. Like not like the big save, the highlight reel save. He wasn't making like the save at all.
The routine one.
And so compared to that, at the last 10 games of the season and game 1 in Winnipeg, it's incredible what he's doing relative to what he was putting out on the ice.
Hellebuyck was removed from the game at the start of the third period. And that is not of all the things you thought might happen in the series, that wouldn't be one of them. The Avs have completely gotten to him. And look, what are the odds they just close this game on right on out in Winnipeg?
I mean, it should have been a sweep. If we're talking like we should about this series, you should be already done. Outside of atrocious goaltending in game 1, you were the better team all 4 games. It's not even close. The possession stats are ridiculous. You are slicing through the neutral zone against Winnipeg. And that's one thing that, like, Rick Bowness he hangs his hat on. We're a really good defensive neutral zone team. That's how you beat the Avs, right? You gum it up. You sit back and you say you got to go through wall after wall, wave after wave of players. And Colorado is eviscerating them in the middle third. They're hitting on all of their passes. They were 92%. You want some nerd stats this morning?
Yeah.
They were 92% on their zone exits yesterday through 40 minutes. They are hitting on 80% of their stretch passes through the neutral zone. So let's call it the Nikola Jokic outlet pass, right? He comes out the rebound, someone zips out. They're hitting 80% of those passes right now.
Wow.
And Winnipeg is dead last in that category in the postseason. That's the reason why they've been so much better. It should have been a sweep. I think they can do it. They're the better team. Hellebuyck will likely go back in for game 5 with the Jets. You have to go down with that ship. He's going to win the Vezina as the best goalie in the world in the regular season this year, but he is now shown he can't perform in the postseason. It's funny. I don't think he's been that bad. Like, I don't think he's been atrocious in this series. I think Colorado has just been head and shoulders better than the Jets.
Well, it makes sense. They're the best offensive team in the NHL, and it's showing in this series. The one thing that I saw in game 1, I was going to ask your opinion on this, Raj, is there was a style of hockey being played in game 1, really by both teams, and it was a very aggressive forecheck. I mean, an incredibly aggressive forecheck, and it started from the opening whistle. Like, when the puck dropped, it was on. And I didn't see that as much in game 4, especially from Winnipeg. Is that something that you could potentially see Winnipeg going back to and just saying, at least we're going to create more opportunities and chances?
I guess, but that's not the game that they want to play. Like, they have been successful. They were successful sitting back. And they killed the Avs in the regular season sitting back. But and it's a taboo thing to talk about, like flipping the switch, right? With the Avs is, or not with the Avs, but with any team going into a playoff run is like flip the switch, right? That it's almost a slap in the face of the regular season, a slap in the face of what you should be as a professional athlete.
Yeah.
But it almost feels as like the Avs through the last like 25 games of the season, we're just looking at each other going, let's just, holy crap, get us to the end of April, get us to the beginning of May when it actually matters. I don't think Winnipeg can keep up with their speed. I don't. I think it would be a mistake for Bowness to try and go back to that matchup in game one to try and like go heavy forecheck and try and get into a track meet with the Avs because you won't keep up with them. And you have to bank on Alexander Georgiev being horrible to win that hockey game. And I don't think that's a bet that they want to make.
No, just 27 shots on goal for Winnipeg in the game yesterday, 35 more for the Avs. They have been able to really pepper Hellebuck with shots all game long, all series long, and they have benefited from it. Chris McFarland told us, we asked him this question, which was basically, how worried are you that you're not playing well down the stretch, and then now you're not going to have that kind of momentum going into the playoffs? And he just looked at us dead in the face and said, well, the playoffs are different. Everything is 0-0. And he is being proven right in a way. Like, they look totally different right now. I guess I'm surprised. I don't know. Should I be surprised should I be surprised at how different they look right now than? And I guess maybe offensively they're not different. They are pretty much the same because they are a devastating offensive team. But
You're
maybe
right.
Defensively they are a lot
They're
different.
not different offensively,
Yeah.
right? No, they're the same team. You should be surprised based off of the inconsistencies that we saw during the regular season that they look as good as they have defensively through games 2 through 4.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they've been really good about getting up above the puck. You mentioned Zach Parise. Right, he's a step slower than the rest of the 6 guys or 5 guys through your first 2 lines, right? He's a step slower. He's older. He just doesn't have that foot speed anymore. What I think he does is I think he kind of reins those lines back a little bit, and it's a good thing, right? It's not like he gets he doesn't get underneath the puck. He forces those players to be defensively sound in the offensive zone. The Avs get they get turnover prone high up in the zone, which can turn into 3-on-2s like really easily going back. And I think that because he's just a step slower, and it's not like a Ryan Johansson thing. He's not stuck in mud. He allows this team to be more defensively minded even when they have the puck in the offensive zone. Like, it's really cool to watch the rest of the team, the Middlestats, the Nichushkins, the Lekkonens of the world play with him because he's so heady.
One thing that I noticed last night, I was at right about mid-ice, up top, very high, but you can watch a lot of just how everything plays out. One thing that I saw that I didn't see as much in the final 10-game stretch of the season, even certainly in game 1 against Winnipeg, is just all the shot deflections, shot blocking that's being done by the blue liners of the Avs. And I think when you do get those types of deflections, it opens up opportunities to thread the needle in those passes that you were talking about. There's more space because you play off that rebound, off that deflection, and now you have space created. And that's what I've seen is the work of a Cogliano on the kill, like just sprawled out, laying out, deflecting and destroying his body in front of all the different passes and pucks that are being peppered at the net. Sean Walker, what he's being, and then Cale Makar dispossessing as a defender.
He's a freak.
Dispossessing.
What a goal.
I mean, his goal was incredible, but I loved his work on the defensive end, just dispossessing other, would-be, in the area behind the goal. He's finding ways to dispossess and then look for that next outlet pass.
The Avs are looking to close out the series tomorrow in Winnipeg. Puck drop is at 7:30. And if you are looking to do something for that game, you can join Raj and Berto Spring at a viewing party. The Avs are looking to close out this series against the Jets, and you can join them for an awesome viewing party. Join Berto, Raj, Spring at Stoney's on Tuesday night for the Avs game with other fans. Awesome giveaways, live broadcast, and more, all brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. What a weekend. What a weekend for the Avs.
It was awesome.
Raj,
fellas, I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about the rest of the Lakers and the Nuggets series, about the rest of the Broncos draft. Really juiced up to tune in and listen to the rest of the show.
You like the Broncos draft? It's really fast. You got it. We have time.
B-?
I think that's fair.
B-? Okay.
That's good enough, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of all I got in school, and I got through. I've got a diploma.
We'll jump into the Broncos. Jump into the Broncos draft next, and so something is really sketching me out about the Nuggets game tonight against the Lakers. I'll tell you that later on in the program. Among the weekend's festivities was the NFL draft. The Broncos made a bunch of picks. If you look around at kind of the average grade that they have been given just by various things, it looks to me that they settle in around a B or a B minus. Like just from if you just aggregate all the grades. Bo Nix, obviously, and we talked through Bo Nix, and we will talk more about him here in 2 seconds. Jonah Ellis, linebacker out of Utah. One of Nix's, maybe his best weapon at Oregon was Troy Franklin. They draft him with the 102nd selection overall. Missouri DB, Chris Abrams-Drain. One of my favorite picks is the running back out of Notre Dame, Audric Estime. Utah wide receiver Devon Vele, and then a guard out of South Carolina, Nick Gargiulo. So when you look at this class and some of the things that the Broncos did need, how does this resonate with you?
Before I get into a draft grade, I'm going to give you a grade for pronunciation, A+. You were spot on with your pronunciation of all of the players. Big props to my guy Debs.
Well, Anna asked me what I was doing and why wasn't I at the Avs game. Well, one of the things I was doing was making sure I had the pronunciation.
Yeah, you were doing your
of these
homework.
guys' names exactly.
That's how much
right.
you care about the show. I hate draft grades. I hate, even the thought of just saying, "Oh, this is going to end up being this." You don't know. So I don't even bother looking at draft grades. I never have. I think about when my dad was at the San Diego Chargers. They drafted LaDainian Tomlinson and Drew Brees one year, and there's bad draft grades on that particular draft. And I was just completely – the draft grades were dead to me from then on.
Yeah.
Just completely dead to me. So I don't put any stock in what that is. But I do think this. I think that this was a draft where Sean Payton and George Payton – I think they worked well together. And why I think that is because George Payton's his secret sauce and what makes him valuable, at least in NFL circles, is his ability to evaluate college tape. And this draft was all about getting the most productive, best tape guys in this draft. And you saw it in a late pick of Audric Estime. You saw it in getting incredible value out of Troy Franklin. And then I think you just take it a step further, and I think that you now put the pieces around Bo Nix that he's going to want and he's going to need. And I think that started with the Troy Franklin pick, and that put an end to at least my thinking that Bo Nix is going to be, it's going to be a soft entry into the starting job at Denver. I think he's going to end up being the day one starter.
Day one starter. That's what I thought with the Troy Franklin pick as well. I mean, look at that wide receiver room, Coach, and it's it can be as different as they want it to be. You're going to have Marvin Mims, Josh Reynolds, who you bring over from the Detroit Lions, now Troy Franklin. You can take those three guys and make them your top three guys if that's what you wanted to do, and you still have Courtland Sutton at this point in time. Are you surprised that they didn't? So there were reports that the Steelers and I can't remember the other team, the Rams, were interested in trading for Courtland Sutton, and they said no to those things. Why would they say no to that?
Because I think they're in wait-and-see mode with Courtland Sutton, particularly because he is the X-receiver prototype. He's the big body type. He's the possession guy. He's really your best 50-50 guy in your franchise right now. But they have two other options now to see how it turns out. And I think Tim Patrick's one of those guys. How is he going to return to play? Is his availability going to be there, for the mini camps, the training camp? So you do have time to evaluate that. And then I think this maybe very slept on draft pick of the class is going to be Devon Vele.
Okay.
Because Devon Vele, he played at Utah this past season with zero quarterback play. Cam Rising was out for the entire season.
Right.
They were playing with safeties converted to quarterback at the end of the season, especially if you watched the CU versus Utah game in week 12. So he didn't have a chance to have the college production, but he's big, 6'5", 210. He was a bit of a combine freak. He did some things that were really impressive in his pro day and on the circuit in all of his spring workouts. So I do think that he's a guy that could end up emerging, from the late rounds and being a contributor. And so they need to see that first before they make a decision to move on from Courtland Sutton. And frankly, there might be more value for Courtland Sutton now than there was before the draft because it's starting to become clear for every NFL franchise what their receiver room looks like and what they need to be able to compete to be a playoff and beyond type team.
Do you like the receiver room now?
It's unproven, but there's exciting pieces.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah, you can see potential in it.
The one that I see that's, and a lot of people would argue with me because of how the season ended for the Detroit Lions, and for Josh Reynolds dropping passes in the NFC Championship game. I think Josh Reynolds is right now your most proven commodity. I think he's going to be your day one starter at Z, and then you can use Troy Franklin as your shot guy to throw the ball down the field. The guy is a bit of a one-way player because he is the downfield type player or just a run after catch screen guy. He's not a full polished route runner. But I think that the two of them at Z, that's going to be really good. And that's your outside motion receiver. And, now you look at your F position, which is your slot receiver. And I think that the F is going to be Marvin Mims. I think it's a perfect fit. He's got to prove that he can catch the ball in traffic consistently and hold on to the football. There were too many balls that were loose for my taste. And then the X we already talked about. So I think it's starting to shape into, I think, a legitimate wide receiver room, but it's still a bit of an unknown outside of maybe a Reynolds and a Sutton if he indeed ends up on the roster come fall.
Yeah, it needed a remake. I mean, that was obvious, right? And they move on from Jerry Jeudy. You add Reynolds in free agency, and then you do the drafting of some players, and then you add that to a guy that didn't figure it, hugely into the passing game last year in Marvin Mims, and they obviously want him to really figure in to the passing game in a significant way this year. I like it too, man. I do. It's the offensive side of this football team was not dynamic. It didn't have you didn't know who was going to make plays, or at least make them consistently outside of Cortland Sutton in the red zone. And even late last week, I did broach this subject, which was with you and Raj, which was, did we think that Javonte Williams was safe? And the reason why I asked that question is just because when you watched him run, he was okay. He was solid. And I think that was the word that you said with about the running back room, which it's solid.
It's extremely solid.
Yeah.
But it's not dynamic.
But it's not dynamic. And I think they want dynamic. And I think they want more certainty in the reds. First and goal at the 4. Can you run the ball in? Can you do it? Audric Estime, that guy, I know he ran a super slow time at the combine.
Ran a 4.71 at the combine and then a 4.6. And he did it at 230 some odd pounds.
Right.
He's a big physical unit of a running back. He's going to become everybody's favorite Bronco.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm waiting for his jersey number to be revealed. I don't know if it has yet. We can get some help from the text line there, but that's what I want my youngest son wearing, because he's built kind of with that mentality. I'm going to run through another man full speed. That's exactly who Audric Estime is. He reminds me a lot of Jaylen Warren, who was, wasn't a high value. He wasn't drafted that high. I was with him at Utah State, but he ended up becoming the guy that's really better than Najee Harris. Like, he's a better running back. He's a workhorse.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about running backs, is that you can get such value in a 5th round pick at running back. And that's exactly what the Broncos did in Audric Estime. A lot of people stayed away from him because of the combine.
Yeah.
He was rocked up. It wasn't like he was out of shape. He just ran a 4.71.
Yeah.
His play speed is much faster than a 4.71. He hit some home runs this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, and when you just see him on tape, there are instances where he's running away from the defender that's trying to, catch him from behind. So, sometimes you just have a bad day. I wonder, with the combines, you get one shot to do that, right? And what if you just had a bad day? And what if that bad day resulted in now the Broncos having the ability to pick a player that maybe could have been had higher by some other teams at just tremendous value, a guy that could eventually start for you at running back. And I wondered if they would do that. They did do that. It'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out once everybody gets into camp and jobs are, on the line. Defensively, they didn't do much. Although I do like Jonah Ellis.
Jonah Ellis and Drain, the corner from Missouri, Patrick Drain, he looks like he's going to be figuring into at least the nickel position, give a little more competition for Jaquan McMillan, who I thought had a very good year.
Had a great year
last year, but just there's more depth. The edge group now is much better.
Really good.
Yeah, there's so many different body types now that they can have. You have a Cooper that's a great first and second down type edge player, and now you go get Ellis, who is a really productive sack master at Utah. I think this is going to be a good pass rushing unit. You don't have that one marquee player as an edge necessarily, but you got a lot of bodies that you can throw at tackles that are different moves, different, speed to power, straight power, spin move guys like Ellis is. This is going to be a good group, and you're going to need it in this AFC West. It's going to be a fun division to watch because I think teams like the Chiefs aren't going away anytime soon. You still have Justin Herbert, even though the Chargers are now doubling down on being a ground and pound. They're going to run it at you. They're going to be the toughest guy on the block. And then it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the Raiders. I think Gardner Minshew, they have belief in him, and they should. He went to a Pro Bowl, albeit as a backup Pro Bowler, a fill-in at the very end. But now they have Brock Bowers. They have Devontae Adams. The AFC West is in a pretty good spot right now, and I think the Broncos got better to be in position to compete in the AFC West.
Yeah, I think it was smart. I've said this about George Payton before. I'll trust his judgment on these edge rushers. I mean, I think his track record in acquiring that kind of talent is really, really good. And I'm with you. I don't know if there's not like a Von Miller in the group, but they all seem to me to be they're all definitely above average. I mean, you have to still deal with them. And like Nick Bonito is hard to block. Jonathan Cooper and Baron Browning, they're hard to block, even if they aren't like superstar level edge rushers. And then if you just add another guy to the mix, you can just start rotating these dudes in and out, and fresh legs with guys who are really good at getting to the quarterback. Man, I think that bodes really well that for like as you said, this especially this division where you got to get after that quarterback.
Debs, what's your let's not use letter grades because I hate letter grades. Maybe because I got bad letter grades often, like Raj did. But what's your percentage? So 100% is like guarantee, and obviously 0% is it ain't happening.
Yeah.
What's your vibe right now on Bo Nix as the future successful solidified starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos if we look back 5 years from now?
Coach, I'm really bullish on it, actually. I think when I watched Bo Nix play in college, I thought he's cool, but the completion percentage was always super high. He seemed to be this kind of quarterback that was really adept at just getting the ball to the playmakers and then letting the playmakers do their thing. And I think that is completely something that you can recreate here in Denver. And so I think the NFL has shown us in the past, you don't need to have Patrick Mahomes to win a Super Bowl. It's really nice if you have Patrick Mahomes, but if you had Brock Purdy, you're also in the Super Bowl. And what he basically was a point guard, right? And I think that Bo Nix kind of he reminds me of that. And if you are going to enhance the skill position players around him, then he's really good at getting them the ball in the spots that they need to get him to, and then let those guys do their thing. So 5 years from now, I think he will be the quarterback. I think the Broncos will be a contending football team in the AFC, pushing toward getting to a Super Bowl. I actually expect that more right now after seeing what they have done in this draft than maybe I had in the weeks leading up to the draft.
Are you going to answer the question, though?
What's the question?
Percentage.
What's the question?
I wanted a percentage.
Next question.
Your confidence percentage.
90%.
Wow.
It's like I'm super confident.
So the
that this
unlucky
guy will be
13, the quarterbacks that have come through this franchise post Peyton Manning, it's over.
It's I think it's over.
Okay, good.
Because you know why? Because you know why, Coach? Here's why. And this is for me. It's always the package deal for me. A lot of the analysis is on the player as the individual, and which obviously it has to be because the player has to be able to perform and make the throws and do all the things so that he's a viable player to be picked in the draft. I got that. But once you get that player, once you decide that he's your guy, then what is the program doing to help the player reach that potential? And I really do I do believe in Sean Payton. I do. I believe in him as a guy who's a super smart offensive coach that will put his quarterback in positions to succeed. And so because of the package, that's why my percentage is so high.
Yeah, I do think that after my Friday, the morning after that I evaluated Bo Nix, I was evaluating Bo Nix solely as the player Bo Nix.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get to see him in front of, the Denver media, and he's spectacular.
Yep.
He is what I said at the Combine when I talked with you guys on the phone from Indianapolis. I said he is the most mayoral of any of the quarterbacks in the top 6.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's fake. I don't think it's manufactured. I think he's a real, genuine, authentic leader. I think he's the type of person that a community, but more importantly, a locker room can galvanize around. And I left that media availability both in Indy and then again in Denver after he was picked 12th overall with even more confidence than I had maybe with just looking at the limitations of what Bo Nix does have. And then over the weekend, I thought, you know what? I think this is going to bode very well for Denver Broncos fans. Why? Because I think that Sean Payton, and it's been said on the Russillo podcast by Todd McShay. Let's go ahead and roll that just real quick about Todd McShay if we have a quick minute.
I promise you, I've talked to, let's call it a dozen, maybe a little more, maybe a couple less, but at least 10 guys in the league who are high-ranking evaluators and decision makers in their organization. Nobody else had a first-round grade on him. I view him as a backup. I love the dude. I love the story. I love his competitiveness. I think he's a smart football guy. He's going to give you every ounce of him. Like, I just love him. But if I'm running an organization here, I think he's probably a backup. And I can live with that. But now he's in Sean Payton's system, and Sean loves him, and they're going to work together. And so if he was going to be just a backup, we now know that someone has found something that he loves and can envision what his future is. So I do think that he's going to wind up being better in Denver than he would have been just about anywhere else in the league as a second-round pick, okay?
Let's put a bookmark in that right there because we want to react to that here on the other side. We'll do that next.
But my goodness, this is an arrogant pick. This is an arrogant pick. And Sean Payton he doesn't need a pat on the back. He doesn't need to prove anything at this point. But if he coaches Bo Nix into a Pro Bowl type of player and they go make deep playoff runs with this guy, it's better than any coaching job he did with Drew Brees. I'm just going to say it right now. Like this will be his Holland's opus, if you will. Like this will be his thing.
Mister. Yeah.
Because what he did with Brees was great. They won a Super Bowl. But Brees was much more NFL. Like his skill set translated, in my opinion, more than Bo Nix. So this is, hey, I know I can coach this individual. I know I can bring out his greatness. But it's all dependent on Sean Payton and his work with Bo Nix. So
that was Todd McShay, his evaluation of the Broncos' pick of Oregon QB Bo Nix, who could be the day one starter. We shall see. Coach, you have the floor on this.
Yeah, well, first off, I want to address the texter here, 8940 for the Shop Mazda text line. Wow, Coach is totally backpedaling now on Bo Nix. I'm not at all. I think the NFL backed up my claims prior to the draft that I think he was the 6th best quarterback in this draft class, and I stand by that. I stand by his limitations. I think he does struggle driving the ball into tight windows in that intermediate and downfield area. He's able to throw go routes if he throws it on time, but he's not the guy that can sit there, take a 5-step drop and 2 hitches and launch the ball down the field. And he's the only one in the top 6 that can't do that. But you just heard from Todd McShay, and he said that this is an arrogant pick by Sean Payton.
Yeah, arrogant. That's a big word.
It is.
It's a strong word, I should say.
And I totally agree. And I agree, on Friday night, I was angry because I thought it was an arrogant pick. But then as the draft wound down over the weekend, I thought of his arrogance and maybe ego, another word you could use, is going to provoke the very best of Sean Payton developing an offense around the strengths and skill set of a quarterback. Because I think Sean Payton's got a lot to prove. He wants to prove everybody wrong, including myself, that Bo Nix is indeed a first-round talent worthy of starting in the National Football League and becoming a Pro Bowl type quarterback. And so he's going to build this thing in that image. And he's going to do it in a way where his investment in this team, his investment in getting this right is going to be that much greater because he put himself on the line and put his name out there and really shoved his chips to the center of that table and said, hey, watch me. Watch what hand I have.
I agree. Sean Payton is not lacking for confidence. I mean, that is a thing that from the moment he walked in and evaluated Nathaniel Hackett as having done the worst coaching job in the history of the league to just his decisions around the quarterback position in particular. Remember when they acquired Jarrett Stidham, and he says, look, who cares what everybody else is saying? I think this guy's a starting quarterback in this league. And just in that one moment, I thought, okay, this guy in particular at this position of quarterback thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And
it's not going to improve his DNA.
It's not going to improve his DNA. And I think that he continues to make decisions with that room, with individuals in that room that support the theory that he is a little bit of an egomaniac in this one position. And if it pushes him to be the best version of himself as a coach and as a developer of talent, then great. If you are just doing this to say, I know more than you, so shut up and let me do my job, then this will fall apart. So the 5-year plan will be, he'll be gone, Bo Nix won't be the starter, and then we'll be doing this all over again. So I hope this does bring out the best in him, because I think there were elements of last season offensively, even if we didn't love it, that I think I could see, and you can, I definitely want you to respond to what I'm just about to say, that this offense has potential to be really, really good. And there are some concepts and things out there that I really like, and I'm very, very excited about going forward with this football team.
I'm not quite there yet. I don't know that if you're going to live in the short and intermediate passing areas, Think Drew Brees in New Orleans, think Brock Purdy, at the 49ers. To live in that space, you need dynamic playmakers, guys that can create touchdowns. And I don't know that you fully have that yet. Troy Franklin is a guy that gives you at least the hope for it. But I do think like his greatest attribute is as a downfield route, like blowing the top off of coverage. And it's tougher to do in the National Football League. It's tougher to protect. You've got to throw the ball on time, which we know Bo Nix has done. But I don't see the guys that are, you don't have George Kittle, that's for sure.
Right.
On this roster. You don't have Jimmy Graham.
Right.
And that's probably the biggest miss from this draft is not getting a tight end. I mean, the tight end position continues to just be a massive hole, and it's an area that needs to be addressed somehow, some way. And hopefully it's addressed with Dulcich being healthy.
Right.
That's the ideal hope in that scenario. But
if he's healthy, then fine.
If he's healthy for 17 games.
Right.
Because George Kittle, he's available. Travis Kelce's available.
Right.
Sam Laporta was available.
Yeah.
And I do think there were some good tight ends in this class, but you did pass on Brock Bowers, and that's going to play out how good he is, for the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't know that the surrounding pieces right now are good enough to come out of 2024 having all the warm feelings about Bo Nix's future.
How should the biggest piece of me just wants them to put everybody on, all the new players on the field, because at this point, it's I want to see Bo Nix. I want to see all the new wide receivers. I want to see
Estime.
Yeah, because they can just grow together. We don't have expectation that this football team is going to be a playoff football team at all this coming season. And if that is the case, then why would you delay the start of the clock to get these guys the experience that they're going to need to be together to actually then grow and be something together? I mean, Green Bay did that a little bit with they have all the young players, the wide receivers.
Played them all. I mean, they were playing 5th and 6th round draft picks at receiver, and they ended up being their most productive receivers.
Yeah.
I think that could happen, and should happen. That's just not Sean Payton's track record. And back to the Shop Mazda text line, Willie from Fort Collins said that Sean Payton is staking his Hall of Fame chances on Bo Nix. I'm excited to watch it. And I think that wraps up exactly what Todd McShay was saying and how I've interpreted this pick, that while I don't see Bo Nix as a first-round talent, Sean Payton and this franchise is going to double down, and they're going to do everything you can. And from the Twitch text line, everybody's talking about, well, Sean Payton should have had 18 million reasons to be motivated. Well, that's fine. And all pro sports athletes and coaches make a ton of money. So I don't think that's ever the sole motivator. I think that what Will Nelson from Fort Collins said on the text line here is completely accurate. His ability to be considered for the Hall of Fame as a coach is going to rest on Bo Nix, because he's not going to probably be here long term. If Bo Nix doesn't work, I don't see a world that exists where Sean Payton's here in 3-4 years.
On the text line also, somebody asked, did the CSU tight end get drafted or signed? Dallin Holker did get signed with the New Orleans Saints. So he was not drafted, but he signed as an undrafted free agent with the Saints. Yeah. I think we had Nick Kosmider on here of The Athletic, and he said that the Broncos hadn't had a 1,000-yard rusher or a 1,000-yard receiver in like 6 years, something like that. It's time that changes. But
who are those candidates? I mean, realistically, not just what you want to see happen, but realistically, with the way that this receiver room is being built.
Who's your 1,000-yard receiver in the receiving room right now? Okay. Right now, probably your best candidate right off the top is probably Josh Reynolds, don't you think?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
And then I would hope that maybe Marvin Mims could be that kind of guy. Although I don't know playing that position if that lends itself to, 1,000-yard seasons.
It certainly can. I think Marvin Mims, as a run after catch player, has to prove his worth and take care of the football, catch the football in traffic and take care of the football before he's entrusted with the type of role where a slot receiver could be in the 800 yards to 1,000 category.
All right. it's so much to talk about with the Broncos. We didn't even get to the fact that they acquired they traded for a defensive lineman from the Jets, and we'll get to that a little bit later in the show. When we come back, the Nuggets are gonna try to close out the Lakers tonight, and Jamal Murray's availability is in question. It's I'm pretty concerned about this. I'll tell you why when we come back.
Rebound down to Jokic. Jokic has it across the timeline. Throws back behind him to Murray. Murray back over to Joker. He's inside the arc. Slapped out of his hands and a steal by LeBron. Dog, two hands.
Murray threw it in, and then no one moved around it.
I might do it. That's probably it. Denver basketball coming back the other way with 1.2 seconds to go. Inbound over to KCP, and there's the horn in game number 4. Hey, Lakers, you finally beat the Denver Nuggets. Good job, bros. Final tonight at game number 4, Los Angeles 119, Denver 108. We'll see you in the Mile High City for game number 5 on Monday.
Altitude Sports Radio is pumping you up for the playoffs with free gas tomorrow morning. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane will be broadcasting from the Alta Convenience Store where iLift meets 225. Starting at 8 a.m., the first 200 cars that pull up will get a $25 gift card. Alta Convenience beyond the pump. Who doesn't need free gas? We all do. The Nuggets, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can't get worked up about it. I mean, it's the playoffs, right? I mean, that's how it goes. You just don't sweep your way throughout every single series, and especially against a team that you had, to that point, beaten 11 straight times. Sooner or later, you're going to lose to the Lakers, and that happened a couple of days ago. When I look back at that game, Coach, I just the starts are the slow starts are very concerning because sooner or later that was going to get to you. The Lakers were actually not going to fall apart in the second half, and that's kind of how that went down.
It's concerning to me in a couple different areas. You're looking at 4 games in a row against the Lakers, a team that you've beat 11 times in a row. It's gone. The streak is gone. But in all 4 of those games, you essentially built yourself nearly a double-digit deficit. In 3 of those 4 games, it got greater than 15, if I'm not mistaken. And that's concerning. That's a concerning trend, not even just for this playoff series, but beyond, especially what awaits next. And let's not even talk about that. I don't even want to think about what comes next because I think game 4 would concern me, and it could be just, hey, you've won 3. They've been tightly contested battles. Jamal Murray's not necessarily fully healthy. But in game 4, we didn't see vintage Aaron Gordon. And I think Aaron Gordon is, I'm going to use an analogy from my own household, is that my wife or mama, she sets the temperature of our household every day. Like she is the temperature setter.
Yeah.
And Aaron Gordon didn't have the same temperature setting type of vibe that he always has, where it's everything he does without the basketball. It's leaning into LeBron James. It's, getting feisty, doing all the things around the rim on both sides, offense and defense. Just didn't see it from Aaron Gordon. And I think that tonight in Ball Arena's got to be vintage Mr. Nugget Aaron Gordon performance.
Yeah, he'll have to turn it up energy-wise because the Lakers are definitely making sure that he is not behind the defense in a way that he was in Game 3 when he went to 29 and 15 in that contest. So, I love the chess match with X's and O's over the course of a series. The Lakers did some subtle things to make the Nuggets just a little less effective. And can you bring their 117 or 114 down to 108 and give yourself a chance to win? They were able to do that. Now,
can you break down for me and for all the Nuggets fans out there why there were so many open layups, just from a schematic standpoint, in Game 4?
For the Lakers?
Lakers had all the open layups. Like, I'm talking uncontested flashers behind. LeBron James felt like he had so many in that game.
Yeah, a lot of the short rolls, especially. So, the Nuggets at the point of attack just probably played their worst game. That like defensively. So, what are you doing at the point at which the ball handler is coming off the screen, and the ball handler? It was just so much space for that player coming off the screen. And then when you got downhill, the low. So if let's just say the screen is being set right side of the court, right, and at the 3-point line, angle 3-point line, that's where the screen's being set, and you have a situation where now the ball handler is coming off the screen with space. The roll guy, the guy who set the screen, now he's rolling to the rim. On the opposite side of that, defensively, you usually have two players. There's a two-man eye. It's called a two-man eye. One standing at the elbow and one standing at the block, basically. That low man needs to be in early so that the offensive player who's rolling to the rim just doesn't get there unimpeded. The Nuggets at the point of attack were just there was no resistance there at the point of attack. B, the low man was slow to get over. So
is that low man typically Aaron Gordon?
It depends on. It's usually whoever's guarding the far corner. So
KCP.
Yeah, it could be KCP. It could be any. It really could be anybody, depending on how the offensive team is running that pick and roll. But that player was always late, and so not only did you have the ball handler who could get to the rim by himself, but if there was a little bit of resistance, then there was none for the roll guy. And that's how Anthony Davis got a bunch of his stuff. And then C, in transition, they didn't get back and get identified and get organized, not nearly fast enough. And so then the Lakers were just able to just hit them right off the top. And so you get that extra, what do they have, 74 points in the paint or something like that? That is unbelievable. That is an unbelievable number. And 42 of those in the first half alone. I just think that the pick and roll defense it suffered, and it suffered on a lot of levels. And the Nuggets will have to get that shored up here today, because you're right. Even in some of those instances where they were early, then the Lakers, they just ran a quick short roll, and then they had that weak side guy cut in. It was LeBron James a couple of times for dunks. So pick and roll defense is going to be really, really huge. Let me get to Jamal Murray, because this one, Coach, is my concern level for this is at 7 right now. And I wonder, he is questionable. For those of you, if you don't know, he is questionable on the injury report with a left calf strain. Happened kind of late in the game, in game 4. And at the time I thought, oh no, calf strain is just not what you want for a basketball player at all. And to see him pop up on this injury report, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he didn't play tonight. And there's a piece of me that thinks maybe he shouldn't. And let me give you a comparison. Giannis Antetokounmpo has a calf strain. He has not played since April 9th. And so it's, on one hand, can you fight through that? Maybe. But on the other hand, if it gets worse, you're not talking about just missing a game. You're talking about missing many games, maybe even a series. Giannis hasn't played at all in the first round series against the Indiana Pacers. That is not the fate that we want for Jamal Murray and the Nuggets. And so there is a universe at which, because they won't play again until Thursday. If the Lakers won tonight, the next game in LA is not until Thursday. So he would have many days to be able to get that into a much better space than it possibly is right now. I guess we'll just see. But Coach, I'm trying not to freak out, but I'm pretty concerned.
The one thing that gave me some optimism is the fact that he did come back in and play, and actually did some explosive things. You know, his step back jumper he had in his arsenal, which was encouraging. The other thing is that he grabbed high on the calf, which calf strain is such a general.
Right.
It's such, like, calf strains can be associated with the Achilles tendon, and they call it a calf strain.
Right.
It's really anything in the back of your lower leg is a calf strain. And usually if it's a higher grab, which is what Jamal Murray grabbed, then it does sometimes lean into the cramping category.
Okay.
And so just having seen, players that I coached, where they grab is always very indicative.
Telling.
It's going to tell me a little bit more of the story. And so I'm going team positive here. I think he's going to play tonight.
Okay. And he'll be fine.
And I think he's fine. I think he got rehab. I'm going with the fact that he's playing, and I think he's going to play fantastic basketball. And I think that this is an important game for the Nuggets, because if you mess around and you play with your food for much longer, which is what the Nuggets have been doing, you put yourself in LeBron AD category of they can get alive and stay alive late in a series. And you don't want this game going back to LA. You got them in your building. You've got your home crowd. This home crowd needs to quit panicking and realize that we have the best team in basketball in the entire universe. And so tonight's got to be one of those nights where you see the Los Angeles Lakers on the ropes, you start fast.
Yep.
You've got to start fast.
They have to.
You have to.
Yeah.
And you don't just start fast to put away the Los Angeles Lakers with LeBron James feeling confident right now. He's feeling pretty confident coming off that last game. AD's feeling very confident. He's played an unbelievable series.
Yeah, he's been great.
But you've got to shore up the defensive issues that plagued you in game 4, which we have the perfect coach to do that, and then build some form of a lead, and then throw the dang knockout punch.
Mm-hmm.
And what I see right now is this is a Mortal Kombat situation. You've got your opponent reeling.
I can't with you two.
Fatality.
This needs to happen tonight in Ball Arena. It's the perfect venue to finish him.
Fatality.
You ready for that, Dems?
You
ready for that?
Look, Mortal Kombat's one of my favorite games of all time.
Fatality.
So I am with you. I am with you.
Chun-Li. No, that's Street Fighter.
That's Street Fighter.
Give me Scorpion.
Scorpion
right now. You know what Scorpion needs to do?
Kang.
He needs to go back, forward, X, and throw that spear.
Fatality.
Get over here.
Get over here.
It's so good. It's so good.
That was a very Macho Man Randy Savage. Get over here, brother.
Over here.
And then snap into a Slim Jim.
Hey, freak show. I got you for 3 minutes.
The Nuggets and Lakers at 8 p.m. tonight.
Deb, so we get a Mortal Kombat him tonight?
Yeah.
We got him.
Yes.
We got to get our MK on.
Brutality, fatality.
You name it.
Yeah.
And you know who's the face of that is Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon. Set the tone, and he will.
He will.
Because he delivers. The guy delivers all the stinking time.
Yeah. No, it was an uncharacteristic game. Also, they really made it. The Lakers really made they were intentional about putting a body on him at all times, not just letting him run around and do what he wants. And then obviously he's the master of the short corner, that the dunker spot, and being able to just catch and dunk. They made sure that he was just not behind the defense in that way. So the Nuggets will, you can scheme him back into those areas. Like that's not a thing that the Lakers can just do for here until eternity. Like you can just, the X's and O's can put him right back in those spaces in a way that they can't just hone in on him in that way.
AG is definitely our Scorpion. Jamal Murray tonight's gonna be Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero. Who's Liu Kang? Well, that would be
Nikola Jokic.
Jokic, yeah.
Duh.
Who's our Raiden?
KCP.
I could do this.
Who's
all day.
Johnny Cage rocking those sexy shades?
Christian Brown.
or have you seen the Peyton Watson just shades after every game?
Yeah, man.
It's
He's a Prime guy.
Yeah.
He loves Coach Prime. That's his hero.
He might be the Johnny Cage with those sunglasses.
Michael Penix Jr. was rocking some indoor shades on draft night.
He was with the super
the white
rims.
Yeah. Hey man, do you?
From our boy Trent on the Twitch feed, he said Jokic is Goro because he cannot be stopped and he seems to have multiple arms.
Goro, that's a good one.
How ridiculous was his tip pass on the outlet?
Crazy.
You know what was awesome about it? It was an amazing pass. But in typical Nikola Jokic fashion, as he's running down the court being pursued by 2 Lakers players, he put his hand out, kind of like, what do I do here? And he deked him. His body language was like, I don't know. Should I pass? Boom!
Yeah.
Perfect pass.
Yeah.
It was the ultimate just Nikola Jokic play from start to finish.
He had 2 sick ones. That one was really good. And then the behind the back to a cutting Michael Porter Jr. for a dunk. That one was ridiculous as well.
Sexiness.
He's just so good. Nick, LeBron is going to go Babe-ality. That's right. Babe-ality for LeBron. It's just basketball, man. It's just basketball. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. tonight at Ball Arena. The Nuggets could try to close out the Lakers, and they need to because Minnesota Timberwolves, man. I don't know.
Don't look too far ahead.
They look as good as you think that they look. And conversely, also, Phoenix has a lot of problems. They have a lot of problems. So when you are evaluating that series, know that
what series? It doesn't
it's
exist
over.
yet.
No, it's over. Oh, what?
The Lakers are the only thing right now that matters.
Yep. Right.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Hey, let's just sleepwalk again. Yeah, let's sleepwalk through it. Game 4 and Game 5. Set it back to Crypto.com Arena. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
I got the Nuggets winning tonight, whether Jamal plays or not. I'm winning tonight.
Yeah, but that energy right there scares me. Your energy. That's not Mortal Kombat energy.
It is.
That's like Lemmings mentality.
Sean Payton.
You're playing Lemmings right now. Like you just, we got a bunch of them. We'll be fine. There's just lemmings everywhere.
They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. But they do want. But just let's get off to a better start. That's all. Just get off to a better start.
And then ultimately do what? After you get out to a better start, what do you have to do, Demps?
Get
fatality.
Finish him.
Basically, Coach, you're worried about the fact that the Nuggets have been playing like Zion Williamson.
You know, I think we kind of went into the game too like a Zagazool.
I'll tell you,
I'd
tell you didn't have an issue saying really hard last names this morning when we started the show was one Christopher A. Dempsey.
That's right.
Just went through the entire Broncos draft class with perfect pronunciation.
Hey, you know, I'm a professional.
It's not my first rodeo, young chap.
It's not my first rodeo. All right, let's take a break. Come back with Nelly's NFL notes.
Tua Tagovailoa.
For those of you listening to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, we thank you for that. The Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Steve Nelson, it's your NFL notes. What's story number one?
If you're one of the Broncos' newest draft picks and you're posting a video on social media to get the fans hyped up, what's probably the worst possible thing you could say?
Let's ride.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Let's
Absolutely.
ride.
So I have multiple clips here of players trying not to say that. First up, here's Bo Nix on Instagram.
What's up, Denver? I am so excited to be a Bronco. This is such a dream come true. From day one, Denver was my number one. I want to say thank you to the organization. I can't wait to meet the fans. Broncos country, let's go.
He was so close. He was one word away. Broncos country, let's go. Oh, thank God. All right. Wide receiver Troy Franklin took a little bit of a different approach. Here's him on Instagram Live.
That's good, though, but I just wanted to say, go Broncos country, and it's over for every motherfucker that try to play me.
I see you, Troy.
That was the best one.
I see you, Troy.
Well, hey,
you know what? Troy's
let's
got Mortal Kombat energy today.
Yes, he does.
He sure does.
So let's power rank these three. Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's go. And go Broncos country, it's over for every mofo that tries to play me.
Number one, without question, is Troy Franklin, and it's over for every mofo that tried to play me.
Yep.
Basically didn't draft me in the first 3.5 rounds.
Right.
Number two would be Bo Nix, although he did sound a little bit like he would be an accountant. The way he verbalized that on his Instagram Live.
Broncos country, let's go.
Let's go.
And then
he's got to come in three.
And then what? Who was number three? Who else was
the third option? Was let's ride.
Yeah,
Classic.
You've got Russell Wilson over the accountant.
Yeah.
Can I hear it one time? We need it one last time.
Yeah.
And it's over for every motherfucker that try to play me.
I need some Russell Wilson. You got it? You got some Russell Wilson?
I've thrown it in the trash heap, but I can dig it out for you. It's in here somewhere.
Go to the recycling bin on your desktop because it's there.
At the time, when there was such excitement surrounding Russell Wilson, when he said Broncos country, let's ride, we all just said yes. Let's ride.
We
want to ride.
I like Russell Wilson, the player at his peak in Seattle. I never liked Russell Wilson, the soundbite. Although he did create some amazing memories on Dempsey and Company.
Well, he did do
some incredible memories.
He did do that.
I'm always going to keep this music ready to go. Anytime you guys miss Russ.
We do miss Russ.
Do we? Do we though? Do we?
No, I guess we don't actually miss Russ. We don't.
No. I'm good.
But you know what? When he rolled out, when he got to Denver and he rolled out Let's Ride, we were all on board. We were on board. They put it on the side of the stadium.
I think that was a mistake. I mean, it was a national embarrassment.
They took it off. They took it off pretty fast.
Well, even before he played a game, it was being mocked by just about every other college and pro football team in America.
Russell, he didn't
Broncos
make it.
country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride.
You really like that, Demps.
I did. I got to confess, I liked it.
That beats the stoic accountant, the 40-year-old
yes.
in Bo Nix saying,
yes.
Broncos country, let's go.
Let's go.
That's so far and distant third. it's bad.
But that's your guy, though, man.
I know.
Hey,
he's my guy.
Your chips are as much in the center of the table as Sean Payton has his.
It's a fact.
All right,
it's a fact. But Bo Nix is my guy, but that is third. I'll take the Russell Wilson. Let's ride. Nelly, what's next?
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Bo Nix addressed the media on Friday afternoon here in Denver after getting drafted, and he spoke for about 20 minutes, hit a bunch of different topics, and he must have heard Mike Sanford saying that he doesn't have a long ball because he addressed that.
Quite frankly, I completed a lot of long ones too, and I don't mind. When people go back and watch the film, they can see everything they need to watch. But that's here and gone. I'm excited to be here now and do whatever I need to win the games, and that's if if I'm out there playing, if I'm supporting another quarterback, whatever it is. Do whatever the coach is asking me and do it at a high level. I know if you do that, statistically speaking, watching other guys in the league, if you do that, you get to play and stick around for a long time. So I'm excited and don't think I have to show anything else because I'm at the perfect spot now, and just can't wait to get to work with the team.
I need to look. We're going to have these moments again with him because this is how long-winded he is. If you would have. I listened to during the course of the college football season, I had chances to hear some of his press conferences. He speaks in like streams of consciousness like that. So there's going to be some long ones for sure. We'll be able to use that all season long.
Well, I'm excited for it.
I am too.
And I'm glad that he answered the question at the podium, whether he's got the arm strength.
He said yes.
Yeah. Well, that's good because we all know that you can address anything verbally that requires physical action.
Nelly, what's next?
Well, also, if we're looking at the statistical breakdown, that cut was about 42 seconds.
Yep.
The first 10 were him saying, I have the ability to throw long. The other 32 were him saying he's excited to take any role he's going to be given with the team. So I don't know if that was exactly the biggest answer, but that takes me to my next question. Whoop, I just stepped on my own Sirianni there. There we go. All right. Are we making too much of these intro pressers? I was listening to PhD on Friday when they carried this live and they were talking about it. And they were talking about how poised and beautiful Bo Nix looked up there with his Derek Weibly Sum 41 haircut. And Tyler Columbus said that all the successful quarterbacks he played with in his career killed it on the podium. And that there's a correlation between these two. But my counter to that is, do you remember which Broncos quarterback absolutely he used to destroy the podium? He was a public speaker to the max. He was like 2010 Obama. You remember who that was?
Brock Osweiler.
Brock Osweiler, second time he came back after the Cleveland Browns told him to kick rocks, after the Houston Texans told him to kick rocks. That guy used to crush his pressers. What did he do on the field? I honestly think we make too much of these intro pressers.
Good. I agree that, but I do think it's a good thing when you are a coach, you're a franchise, you're an organization, and you feel good about the quarterback who's going to be in front of the media, that he has a level of responsibility when he takes that podium, that he's representing a whole lot more than just himself and his own brand. And I think that's exactly what Bo Nix will do. I fell in love with Bo Nix, the media guy at the Combine. I think he was phenomenal. I think he was well thought out. He was, I even asked him a question, and we went back and forth about his red zone efficiency. It was very, very positive. However, there are a lot of quarterbacks, conversely, that are really good in front of the media that don't necessarily pan out. So I think it's to be determined, and I keep saying the same thing over and over. He is the sixth best quarterback talent-wise in this draft, and it was proven by Michael Penix Jr. being picked 2 picks before Bo Nix and having 3 additional teams trying to move into the top 10. J.J. McCarthy is one that there was a time when he was potentially top 2 or 3 and that he got picked 5th.
Yeah.
And so I don't think there was the heat to pick Bo Nix in the top 12. The Broncos did it. Is it an overdraft? In my opinion, yes. Mm-hmm. But is it going to make Sean Payton double down and build this thing around his quarterback and build a very strong relationship? I believe that is going to be the case.
So he's going to be successul.
I think he can throw. And the other thing, I never said that he can't throw the ball down the field.
Right.
I said that it's the driven balls that require in the NFL, if you're playing man coverage, you've got to be able to drive balls on 3rd down and 8 into areas of the field that are going to be contested. And that's my biggest question mark, because you have to stay on the field in the National Football League. And if you have a deficiency, NFL defense coordinators are phenomenal exploiting those deficiencies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see. He's definitely going to be a good representative for this franchise. There's no doubt about that. He's going to stand up in front of any room and do what he and really represent the franchise well. So I'm happy about that with him. If you listen to his teammates at Oregon talk about him, it's glowing, right? I mean, they loved him as a teammate. He seems to always have their back. They had his. Just an accountable young man. I really want this to work out. I really do.
I do too. I'm rooting for it to work out. And I think most people would say that's backpedaling. It's not. You have to transition from the analyst of the drafts, something that I had the opportunity to do here and on 9 News NBC. I was doing it for VSiN nationally as well. You have to move from the analyst and then realize that you live in Denver. You are going to make this your permanent home. This is where you want to take your kids and create great memories with the Denver Broncos organization. I am 100% rooting for Bo Nix to be successful, not just because he was drafted 12th overall, but because I think he's a phenomenal young man, and I think he does have some tremendous traits. I just have my concerns on the traits that could be limiting for a really good franchise-level quarterback.
Nelly, what's next?
Speaking of Bo Nix representing the city of Denver, he was asked about playing in a city with such a rich sports history, especially with 2 teams that are championship contenders right now. There's something funny that he said in his answer. I want to see if you can catch it.
Yeah, so really being, especially this past year, watching Jokic and the Nuggets tear it up on the court. I love watching basketball. Always enjoyed it. I grew up playing it, and so now, I feel really excited to be able to go watch them play, hopefully soon. I know the Avalanche is really good, I hear. I'm not necessarily a huge hockey fan, but I'll go watch a game or match. I don't even technically know what they call it. But I'm excited and, just embrace it all. I think that's what I was able to do. At Oregon, you go around and you watch other teams and, support the city and not just the organization and the teams, but, you're around for the rest of the city and just show up because ultimately, on Sundays, they're going to show up for you. So that's what I'm excited about and definitely excited to see, the other sports teams.
See what I'm saying about the answers?
They're pretty long.
Yeah. I didn't catch it, though.
You didn't catch that he said the hockey match?
Oh, well, yeah.
Instead of a hockey game. He's following in a proud lineage of Broncos, though.
I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players' names.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know that much about hockey.
So you'll fit in well here, Bo. Congratulations.
You know what? I appreciate the honesty from all those Broncos because Russell Wilson would have said, even if he knows absolutely nothing about hockey, he'd have said, hey, man. Hey, Avalanche.
Let's ride.
Avs faithful. Let's skate.
Let's skate.
Avalanche territory. Let's tumble. Gabe Landeskog, even if he's not on the ice, as long as he's in that building, I remember the day that they signed Gabe Landeskog, that little tyke out of Sweden. What a guy. What a leadership presence.
In the story of his emergence here in Colorado.
It's so common. But it's also uncommon.
The big Russian, Valerie.
Valerie.
Just an amazing skater. He's really good at shooting the puck at the net. Avs faithful. Let's skate.
I'm so stoked now. Oh my God.
I am too. I am too. But let's get one more.
This may come as a surprise to people sometimes depending on how I talk. I am a native English speaker. And so I think I speak English pretty well. I think I have a command of the English language.
The man is a cunning linguist.
Yeah, damn right. That being said, I have no idea what the latest draft pick for the Carolina Panthers was trying to say on the podium. Mike, you're the name master. Is this Xavier Legette?
Well, I've been calling him Xavier Legette for a long time. I fell in love with this prospect at the Senior Bowl, and then Combine was ridiculous. It's actually Xavier Legette.
Xavier
Legette. So there's a French, Cajun, Creole, whatever.
Yeah.
There's some of that going on.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to get better pronunciation. Here was him being introduced as the newest member of the Panthers.
Xavier, you woke up a Carolina Panther. Did you have to pinch yourself?
Say it one more time.
So you woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
What was that feeling like when you got the call? Because I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited my whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be a tough guy, but man, I was really overly excited.
That guy speaks in cursive. What was that?
That's my favorite guy in this draft class.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? He comes from Mullins, South Carolina, a town of 4,000. Mm-hmm. He leans into who he is. Mm-hmm. He represents small town Carolina. And he's now playing for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
And he's an absolute unit of a receiver. He's massive. He ran in the 4.3s at 230 pounds or 224.
Yeah, he's a big dude, right?
Big dude.
Yeah.
And he is country as cornbread, and I'm here for all of it.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen him in the blue and orange, that's for sure.
He said he was excited.
Well, I think his most shining career achievement was when he starred as that coach in The Waterboy.
Run that second answer again.
You said just the second answer?
Yeah.
All right.
You got the call. Because I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited,
Overly
man, whole
excited
time, and I
the
really
whole time.
trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't gonna crack out, try to be tough guy, but man, hey, I was really overly excited.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
he's good with me.
Go ahead and break that down, especially the last.
He said overly excited.
Okay, then keep
he
going.
Said he was holding back tears. He told his parents that he wasn't going to cry because he's a tough guy.
But then what about the last part, though?
Tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't gonna crack out, try to be tough guy, but man, hey, I was really overly excited.
Yeah, what was that last sentence? That stanza, if you will. In the haiku of Xavier Leggett.
I don't know. I don't know. But the point was that, like the last part didn't even matter because he got at the point, which was that, he was crying. He told his parents he wasn't going to cry because he's a tough guy.
Yeah, I went down a pretty big rabbit hole with Xavier Leggett. And the great thing about it is that he really embraces and leans into the fact that he's a small town farm boy.
I love this
and his teammates make fun of him for it, but he loves it and is here for all of it.
And if you saw it, so I saw this, the cuts that he just played. I saw them actually on video, and the smile is great. I mean, he's going to be a big time player for him too. Carolina needs more guys like that. Let me just tell you, Mr. What were they? 1 in 16? Is that what they were? Did they win one?
Yeah, I think they had 1 or 2.
I think they had more drinks dumped on fans by their owner than they had wins.
and hats stolen by restaurant owners. Yeah, he just did that this weekend. Old Tepper.
Well, we'll go from that to maybe one of the greatest intro. He was? I guess he was reading the Broncos player who was going to be drafted. I want to play you just a fun piece of audio. You probably heard it, but if you didn't hear it, it's going to make your Monday. We'll do that next.
Oh man, hey, I was really overly excited.
Face off at center ice is won by the Jets. Schmidt will coast backwards. Fans on their feet. 3 seconds to go. 2 seconds. 1. Sound the horn. The Avalanche have won 3 straight games over the Winnipeg Jets. Both games on home ice. And they have a chance to close it out Tuesday night in Winnipeg.
Big O Tires are huge fans of the Colorado Avalanche and want to invite all fans into any one of our locally owned and operated locations for all your tires and service needs. Big O Tires, the team you trust. And speaking of the Avs are looking to close out their series against the Jets tomorrow night. You can join Altitude Sports Radio for another awesome viewing party. Join Berto, Raj, and Spring at Stoney's on Tuesday night for the Avs games with other crazy fans, awesome giveaways, live broadcast, and more, all brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila.
Avalanche territory. Let's slide.
Yeah!
Stole that one from the Shop Mazda text line.
I was going to say, I thought I saw that on the text line.
Willing to give credit where credit's due, though.
That would have worked. That would have worked. Did you hear Tony Scheffler?
Don't call me Scotty Scheffler. Don't call me Xander Schauffele.
Don't call me all of those things. Well, he was at the podium for the Broncos. He announced the Jonah Ellis pick. This is how that went down.
Here's the Denver Broncos' latest
On behalf
pick.
of the Walton Penner
Tony
Family
Scheffler.
Ownership Group and my former owner, Pro Football Hall of Famer Pat Bowlen, and the legendary Bronco players I played with, Champ Bailey, Al Wilson, John Lynch, Jason Elam, Matt the Hawk Prater, and the greatest undrafted wide receiver in NFL history, Rod Smith, the world's greatest fans. Super fan, Ellen Levine Jones, who we lost recently. Rest in peace, Bronco Betty. My coach, Mike Shanahan. Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Let's go Broncos. God bless Bo Nix. With the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the 3-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah. You're going to love it, brother.
You're going to love him, brother.
The draft is the best.
That was fantastic.
That was fantastic.
There is no arguing how many boxes that Scheffler checked right there, too.
All of them.
I mean, there's nothing left.
Let's go Broncos. God bless Bo Nix.
God bless Bo Nix. When he got to that part, I just fell out of my seat because it was just so funny and well done. The draft gives you those moments. So they do such a great job. And 700,000 people, something like that, were packed there in Detroit?
Shattered previous record. It was set in Nashville a few years back, which was 600,000. They had 750,000 people in Detroit show up. And it was a beautiful weekend in Detroit. Rare.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God it wasn't this year in Denver because it was not have been the best draft setting, at least this particular weekend.
Where could they jam 700,000 people in Denver if we ever got the draft?
I mean, if you've been at all the different parades, I mean,
I know, but that's like people everywhere, right? You got to have the stage and then all the people. Civic Center Park?
Say do it out there in my area. You do it out there in the Tri-Towns, out in Dacona, Frederick, Firestone, man. There's plenty of land out there. A lot of good land out there for.
No.
You could have 2.5 million humans out there on the ranch.
No.
Okay.
No.
We have a great view of the Rocky Mountains, though.
We do have a great view of the Rocky Mountains. How about free gas? Let's do this. Altitude Sports Radio is pumping you up for the playoffs with free gas tomorrow morning. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane will be broadcasting from the Alta Convenience Store where iLift meets 225. Starting at 8 a.m., the first 200 cars that pull up will get a $25 gift card. Alta Convenience beyond the pump. The Nuggets get back into action tonight against the LA Lakers. Game 5 of that series. Nuggets leading that series 3-1. Jamal Murray is questionable on the injury report with a left calf strain for this particular game tonight. Incidentally, Jared Vanderbilt, the old Nugget, he has not played a single game in this series I can't remember what his injury is, but he has been upgraded to questionable. I would expect that he plays. I mean, usually when you go from out to questionable, you're going to play that night. And so we'll see Jared Vanderbilt. As we all know, he's an energy player, a good defender, puts a lot of that kind of stuff on the court. I have the Nuggets winning this game here today, and actually getting off to a good start because they have to. And it's not just about tonight's game. It is obviously because you still need to close out the series, as you were pointing out just a few minutes ago. But it's also creating this one habit that you're going to need to have in place as you go through the playoffs. You just cannot get behind when these teams get better and better and better that you're facing over the course of a playoff run. So I think it'll be a close one, but I think the Nuggets get it.
I do too. I think that the Nuggets come out and set the tone early with physical play, solve the defensive woes that plagued them in Game 4. I expect Aaron Gordon to have a vintage Aaron Gordon type performance. In the absence of Jamal Murray, that might be very important to make this, a little bit of an ugly game. Defend well, keep the point total for the Lakers under 107, and go finish these guys. I mean, tonight's the night where you got to go finish these guys. Don't let this thing keep going. You got to go out with that Scorpion energy. Bring Sub-Zero with you, even Raiden. And you got to go see when they're staggering around and they're on the ropes. You got to look them right in the eyes and say, "I'm finishing you."
Finish him.
And it's on. It's on tonight. Nuggets Nation. You got to come out with that type of mentality as well. Give them all the daddy chance.
Finish him.
This is one of my favorite shows ever.
Fatality.
We got Mortal Kombat into this show, and I had no idea this was coming.
It needed to happen, especially because it's the freaking Lakers. We're talking about the LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Los Angeles Lakers. And you need to have that kind of energy.
Finish them. Finish them for real. It's so good. Tip off at 8 p.m. Incidentally, Michael Porter Jr. playing the best. This is the best playoff series he's ever played. Ever.
Playing awesome basketball.
Yeah. 22 points per game in this series. 9.5 rebounds per game in this series. Shooting 53 from the field and 44.1 from the three-point line. Holy moly.
And getting all the rebounds, doing all the little things too. Like, it's not just he's scoring. It's not just he's doing everything so well.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was able to find the basketball court as a sanctuary for him to compartmentalize everything else that's going on in his life is such credit. I don't think enough praise is given in the direction of Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, he's played great, and they're going to need another great performance from him and everybody, obviously, tonight to put away the Lakers. It's going to do it for us here on the program. A fun one. Thank you guys for inserting like the whole Mortal Kombat thing. I just there are to pull back the curtain a little bit. There are times where I have no idea what's happening next because Nelly and Coach have conspired to do something in this show that I don't know that's coming. But this was awesome. This was awesome.
Yeah, and sometimes they're going to fail. You got to shoot your shot. Just like Christian Brown and Peyton Watson, keep shooting your shot. Eventually, they're going to fall.
Yeah, they will definitely.
I think today landed okay. I think it was pretty good. Great work by Nelly.
Finish him.
I just sit around when I'm watching games and just think about what kind of shenanigans I can bring to the airwaves on Monday.
Fatality.
I'll be working in overtime Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday, thinking about what we can bring to the table on Friday. Can I explain my D now?
For Coach Mike Sanford, I'm Chris Dempsey. Nelly, we love and appreciate you.
That's good, though. But I just wanted to say, go Broncos country, and it's over for every that try to play me.
That's the kind of energy we bring. Bring that energy to Ball Arena tonight. Let's get this victory, move on to the Minnesota Timberwolves, and then take them out to PhDs next.
Parise for Middlestat working behind the net. Back door! They score! We're up all night to get lucky! Off the boards, and for Cale Makar, he'll walk the blue line. Makar lets it go. Tipped! Score! It's the choo-choo train pulling into the station! And you can be my wingman anytime! Cale Makar with it again. Merging from his own zone, ran into a teammate. Ends up going into his chest. Makar right up the middle. Makar holding, shooting. He scores! All hail Cale! That's right, Iceman. I am dangerous. What a coast-to-coast goal for Cale Douglas Makar.
Icing waved off. Makar goes after it.
Douglas.
Nemesnikov giving chase. Lowry comes over, can't get it away from Makar. Here comes Makar with the shot, scores! There's nothing like this guy. He is the best at his craft. When you're talking about Bobby Orr and Makar in the same vein, well, that tells the story.
Rantanen steals it away, and Nichushkin has it at the red line towards the net. Yeah! Benoboyville through the chapeau! His first career hat trick! And you thought it was snowing before with the pom-poms. Here come the hats. 12 seconds left. Val Nichushkin has 3. The Avalanche, for the 4th time in this series, have 5, and they are about to make their way back to Manitoba with a 3-1 series lead.
So right now, what team do you feel better about as the Avs and Nuggets both have a 3-1 lead? Not just to win the series, because I think they both will do that, but to go the furthest. Who you feeling better about right now at 3-1, the Nuggets or the Avs? We all saw the Anthony Edwards dunk last night, right?
Yeah, it's a dunk.
Okay. Oh, okay. And had a dunk, like Jamal had a shot.
It's a dunk.
Okay.
I mean, you and the New Wave fan is like, oh, they can.
Oh, it capped off a 40-point night, my man.
Ant's amazing. I told you, or last time we played him, he's my favorite guy to watch. Kevin Durant said it last night. He's one of his favorite people to watch. He watched him a lot last night, too. I don't know. I will say this. I think the second round for both these teams ain't going to be easy.
What's your answer to the question?
Avs.
Wow. All right.
Tyler?
No, man, I mean, for me, it's still Nuggets, and it's really not even close for me personally. I mean, look, this is fun. This is flat out fun what the Avalanche have done, and especially as nervous as we felt after that first game and all those goals, and just to flat out come out and dominate a dang good hockey team the way they're doing and put up points. I mean, 5. That ain't easy. But the consistency, it's just been steady Eddie for the Denver Nuggets, and they've proven it the entire season. So, I mean, I'm excited, and I will tell you this. After game 1 of the Avalanche, I did not think that was a team that had even a fighting shot of going after a championship. Oh, and they got that. They got that for sure.
I have flipped. I now feel better about the Avs moving forward than the Nuggets because I am.
Hold on, moving forward or winning?
Well, I think they're both going to win the series. I think they're both going to win their series. I'm talking about further advancing. I am terrified about Minnesota. They scare the absolute crap out of me. And I am super concerned about what's going on with Jamal Murray right now.
Well, we said it last week. I thought the second round winner of this side of the bracket goes to the finals. So I thought it was going to be Minnesota. And listen, I think Denver plays them well. I think they play Denver well. They'll be interesting to see how much of a head coach they're going to have. The biggest injury of the weekend was
how about that?
The head coach tearing a patella tendon.
I feel bad for Chris, man.
I
Good
know.
dude, and he just what a awful bummer of a freak accident.
Right. So, but it'll be interesting. Does that change the dynamics of your team? Is he going to be able to sit on the bench?
I don't know, man. I think you got to have surgery on that bad boy.
Sometime, right? He's going to
know,
have to do it.
I wonder, though, like, I tore my meniscus and ACL, and I could wait on it. I waited a little bit.
Okay, but reach down and feel the patella tendon. That moves your whole lower leg.
I got it. Not good, but
yeah.
You certainly can't stand up and move up and down the sideline.
No.
God forbid you'd need to call a timeout in the middle of action, and we saw how that goes. You got to, mug a ref to get a timeout if you want one.
Right.
Just get a motorized wheelchair.
I wonder if you could just have your assistant do that. Just have a
you could have the
timeout guy.
Do that, yeah. Yeah, you can sit there. Mike and Nori, who's
that's
former
risk
coach
time.
here too. Yeah,
that's risk time. Like, hey, assistant guy, go call timeout.
Timeout guy.
Yeah.
Jump up and down, timeout.
Now you hear me yell timeout, you guys get up and start finding a ref.
The Avalanche snatched their souls.
Yeah, they did.
And then we find out there's a bunch of infighting amongst the Jets themselves. So it was a trip on Saturday. On Saturday down at Ball Arena, it was an optional skate for the Avs. So there's, a few guys out there. They had a great game Friday night. Let there be blood. Oh, my God. Friday night was a blood bath.
Literally.
The scrapers were busy. And then so Saturday, you're just like, who's going to show up for this? And, just a couple of guys are out there for the Avs. No big deal. Jets, whole team.
Mm-hmm.
Whole team on Saturday.
That's the that's the equivalent
that
of the
probably wasn't an optional practice for them.
Oh, it was not.
Yeah,
it 1,000% was not.
That's the equivalent of the late season playoffs players only meeting. That's what that is.
Then the Canadian media is really fun. First of all, they're super smart. They really know their sport. Probably they know their sport as good as any media people know.
In this state, in this country, for sure.
I mean, they know it way better than we do in general. And they're not they don't kiss up. They're like here we go. So they know their shizzle and they're direct, but they're incredibly polite. They're not rude about it, but they're incredibly direct. So this is after the game. And they're really going after Bowness about
the game Friday or Sunday?
Yesterday. And they're really asking this dude about dude's playing time and what are you doing? And Sheffley was ripping on the coaches for not making any adjustments. And it was whoa. So here's a taste of Bowness about the issue they had.
The problems are self-inflicted. You want to take penalties. You want to play a three-quarter ice game, you're playing right into their hands. So our issues are self-inflicted. You saw us play the right way for 10 minutes in the second half of that first period. And then you play it, and then you take 4 penalties. You turn the puck over. That's exactly how they want to play. So the issues are self-inflicted.
So he comes out firing his own team, and one of the Canadian reporters is like, hey, coach, Sheffley over there, he said, the Avalanche make adjustments and we haven't. What do you say to that one? He goes,
well, first thing, you have to stay out of the penalty box. And then the penalty kill has to do the job. Second thing, we have to stop turning the puck over. So, again, those things are self-inflicted. You want adjustments, stay out of the box, manage the puck better, and then go from there.
That's after one of his...
True statement, though.
That's on you, boys. That's on you out there on that ice.
But one of their leaders is in the locker room saying the Avs are making adjustments and we aren't. Meanwhile, Bednar comes off the top rope and goes, there's no adjustments. That whole adjustment stuff is overblown. It's just about playing better. And, Bednar said that, kind of supporting Bowness a little bit.
And here's the difference to me what the Avs did, if you want to call adjustment, I call playing the right way. Because they have become better in front of Georgie in these last 3 games. They're cutting those little slide passes or go across the middle. Guys are laying down. They're blocking passes, getting sticks on things. They're blocking shots. They weren't doing that at the end of the season. They didn't do that in the first game. And now all of a sudden they're starting to do this, and that's why you get hope because that's playing the right way. I don't know if it was it the third period they're down 2-1 on Friday, going into the third. I watched that third period, and I'm like, I don't think they played better. Mm-hmm. And then you watch Sunday, and you're like, okay, they played the same as they did in that third period.
That first 10 minutes yesterday was unreal. And, yeah, the Jets played better. And then Cale Makar snatched a soul.
How about this? I got a stat for you.
Snatched a soul.
That was so ridiculous.
So ridiculous.
And we've got 3 dudes on this team that can do that on a common occurrence. But I mean, that was absolutely insane how easy he made that thing look.
What's that you got?
Here's a stat for you. The Avalanche have 2 guys in the top 5 in goals scored this playoff season to this point.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Who are they?
Lehkonen and Val.
Yeah, Nichushkin and Lehkonen.
Yeah, well, I cheated on that one, but
Nichushkin's 1. Lehkonen, I think, is 5.
He's got 4.
Yeah, he's got 4,
And
and Nichushkin's got 6.
He's got 6.
And you're like, wait a minute, they got 2 guys in the top 5 in scoring. If I were to say that, you go, yeah, like
And guess what was happening today?
Rantanen, McCarr, McHale.
So I just came from Family Sports. They had an optional skate.
You're looking dressed up, by the way. Who you trying to impress?
We got the Nuggets tonight. I dress up every now and then. I'm going straight. It's
Sexiness.
Just a long day. That's
8:00 game.
I know, but it's
You live
straight
closer.
there?
You live closer now. You can
I know. I
actually
gotta-
go
You
home.
got to go straight there. After
You could
3
actually
o'clock
go
show?
home and visit Mama for like an hour.
Mama, I gotta see a man about a dog. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta go. I'm not going home. Just doing whatever. Mika Rantanen was out, not in skates, tennis sneakers and shorts, shooting wrist shots today. About 100 of them, just like way before the practice. So Miko's, bothered enough to get out there and do a little something before they get on a plane. Gabe Landeskog was out there today, fellas. I feel for this dude. He is trying. He is trying his damn. He's doing and rehabbing by yourself. I mean, he's by himself. He's got to go through whatever drills you got to go through. He's out on a rink all by himself. I actually felt a little dirty watching him after a while. It's like, oh wow, maybe I should just leave this guy alone. That sort of thing. I mean, after I shot a video and posted it, of course.
Yeah. Well, I think mentally. Don't feel too bad. Right?
Well,
Just broke into the house.
Actually, I did that. Yeah.
Stole some underwear, and everything's good. I think mentally, he's got to be in a really weird spot, man. Really weird
He's
spot.
trying. He's trying.
Of course, he's trying. And if I had to guess, I think a huge part of the reason why he's trying so hard right now is he's got long-term doubts on whether he can even skate next year, And so he might be looking at this right now like, gosh, can I just pull off a miracle? Can I somehow get back out there on the ice? This might be my last chance at chasing a cup.
So we're feeling good about the Avs, and we're feeling a little hesitant about the Nuggets. I
feel fine, but the bench, the 5 points, that's you look at what the Avs are doing with their second and third lines. But
let's get to it coming up next with Scott Hott from. You're going to have to go back to. Well, we'll get it. You've been to LA like 1,000 times this year, so.
Yeah. I just do not.
Yeah, none of us, all of us are trying to save. Well, the Clippers could put you back in LA. That could actually happen.
Well, I would take that because that means you're in the Western Conference Finals.
Okay, so we'll get into the Nuggets and why are we so nervous about them next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. If you want your biggest discount and lowest payment on a Ford, Chevy, or GMC, here we go. You can get those discounts up to $10,000 at Mike Maroney Automotive. Interest-free financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. How about that? With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs available, you're going to find the right vehicle at the right price. Simply go to MikeMaroneyColorado.com, MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And in terms of delivery, it's free anywhere in the state of Colorado. Plus, their money-back guarantee just makes you feel better about everything. The showrooms are spectacular. Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com and tell them your best friend in the world, D-Mac, sent you.
you were talking a little bit about not being ready to play, or even just the ominous signs. Did anything play into like the shoes not being here on time? There was the sort of, I guess, the bus with the shoes was delayed, and people are in their slides. And
if you want to, dig into stuff and say, well, we lost because for some strange reason, all of our players didn't have their shoes when they got here for the normal warm-ups. We had guys out there shooting around with flip-flops. Is that ideal? No, but I'm not an excuse guy, and I'm not going to point to the reason we got our butts kicked in the paint because shoes weren't here. I think that's a reach, personally. Is it ideal? No, and hopefully we can figure out and make sure that never happens again.
Let's start there.
Uh-oh. Someone's in trouble.
What?
Someone's in trouble.
I'm sorry. There's a bus for the shoes, and the shoes weren't there on the second game of a... Huh? What?
You had to take all the equipment out because the Kings played there the next night. And so you remove all the equipment that you had. You don't get to leave them, in a locker room because the Kings, come in their opponents use locker room.
You don't tuck it away in just the corridor
I
there?
was told it was put on the bus to go over, and somebody, before the bus took over, said, oh, that bag doesn't need to go, and had it pulled off. It's not even a bag. I mean, it's a crate.
Yeah, it's like think like band equipment box. Like that's what it's like, a giant black box that you would put like drums in and stuff like that.
This thing's probably I mean, it's so heavy it has wheels and stuff. I mean,
it's a big shoebox.
It's a big.
I'm still a little confused.
It's like the big boxes they used to travel on steam boats
but you take
across
it away.
the ocean.
Yeah, it doesn't stay. You take it away and it goes with you wherever you go.
You go back to the hotel, I think. I mean, where else would you go?
Now, I know you don't listen to what I say, so I shall repeat. It was put on the bus, and somebody who they're trying to find out whether it was a bellman or somebody said, oh, that doesn't belong on there. It goes later, and pulled it off.
Oh.
And it goes over on the first bus, which was like 3 hours before.
Wait. So it was like actually on the bus.
I was told it was on the bus and got pulled off.
Wow. Who the heck? Why? What?
Wait,
who, what,
exactly. Don't tell me I'm listening. I don't understand this whole process. I'll speak a little Canadian. Don't the Nuggets have their own equipment guy who would oversee all that?
Who put the shoes on the bus?
Who pulled the shoes off the bus?
That's honestly, that's what's being looked into.
Okay, so the shoes are, but wouldn't you
Are we sure it made it on the bus?
I'll take his word for it. I'll take your word for it. I'm rolling with you. So it gets to the, arena.
No, it doesn't.
The bus doesn't go to the arena?
The bus gets to the arena, and when they get there to pull it off.
No, that's what I'm saying. So the bus is at the arena that the shoes should be on.
No, the buses got loaded from the hotel.
Yes.
Somehow before the bus leaves
about
the
a 45
hotel.
minute.
No, I get
somebody
it.
takes it off of the bus.
I get it. But once you get to the arena, wouldn't you notice immediately the shoes aren't there?
Yes.
It's L.A., baby.
Wait,
it's
how
LA.
far are you from the arena? Where are you staying?
Let's put it this way. The traffic is so bad and far enough away that you had to have a police escort to get through traffic. 45 to an hour away.
Yeah.
With a police escort?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 45 with a police escort.
Wow. Talk about a gigantic fail. Goodness
so now,
gracious.
so the second bus, which I think they got it on, leaves 30 minutes after the first bus, which is an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes later than it usually gets.
All right, my last question on it. When it got taken off the first bus, where was it? Just in the lobby?
Might have just been on the sidewalk beside the other buses.
It probably was, or usually, I don't know how basketball works, but usually there's like a loading room right outside of like the conference centers, and they've got all the equipment right there. So it's probably in the little loading room outside the conference rooms where you've got meetings and stuff. But this is like Peyton Manning trying to get the scoreboard operator fired. This is except for to the next level. Michael Malone ain't happy about that one. No, sir.
I'm finding this hysterical on so many levels, but is somebody in big trouble for this?
I haven't heard that because I haven't been around the team 48 hours, but I know that a lot of people weren't happy.
I would imagine somebody's in big trouble, yes.
Okay, that is one of the most bad.
So now we've had
stories.
Michael Porter Jr. had to miss a game this year that we didn't find out about until the end of the year about why, because he brought the wrong shoes.
I get that one, 'cause he's got-
now we just don't have the shoes appear.
Yeah. Well, I actually get the MPJ one because he actually has special shoes for his feet and the whole thing. It's not like you can go to Dick's Sporting Goods and just pick up a size of whatever it is, right?
Right.
This one is funnier and worse.
Worse.
By a mile. It's the entire team.
Yeah.
Did they end up getting the right shoes? Do we know that for a fact?
Well, they ended up getting them, yeah.
Like the
they
warning
got put on the
shoes,
bus.
the
They made
shoes
a
that they
phone
wanted?
call. Where's the bag? Why isn't the bag on there?
Right.
Oh, it's right here. Or they looked and said, oh, dude, it's on the third bus. So the ball boy might have taken it off the first bus because I was told, I got to trust this guy because I like him, that it was put on the first bus and somehow it didn't make the first bus. I'm not sure it made the second bus, to be honest with you.
This gets better.
Which is an hour. The third bus leaves about an hour after the first bus. So now you're 2 hours without.
Where's our Lakers conspiracy people out here on this one?
Yeah, it turns out it was the bellboy for the Lakers that tore that.
I told you what I did to Moses Malone once.
No, what?
So we're playing, I think he was with Atlanta. And a ball boy comes in and said, this back when we had to carry our own shoes. Moses gets to the arena and goes, hey, I left my shoes in my hotel room. He wants to know if I could go drive back. He gave me his key, blah, blah, blah. Can I drive back to the hotel to get his shoes? And he had to get permission from the head trainer. The head trainer started laughing. I'm thinking he's going to say no, but he said, yeah, it's okay. So I go, hey, come here for a second. So I bring him into the locker room. The ball boy that's going to go get the shoes, I hand him $40. I said, take your time. Long story short, they're in layup lines. Moses is on the side, on the bench in socks. So this is like 10, 15 minutes for the game. Literally got them as starting lineups were coming out.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
Did he still start?
Oh, he still
Well,
started.
it's Moses Malone. Yeah, so it's going to happen. Okay, well, that's something. The game itself. I don't know if the shoes were responsible for it, but there was a certain lethargic nature of the approach to the game, no doubt about it. It was a brutal game for the bench. Thank God for Michael Porter Jr. and, of course, Jokic, who's, Jokic. That goes without saying.
I know.
But in addition to Jokic, because it goes without saying, Michael Porter Jr. has been unbelievable. Jamal Murray was 8 of 21, 8 of 23. I mean, he's been
22 points, 6 rebounds.
He's been consistently sort of
Bad shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he did make a shot. I get it.
He had
But
a shot, but he's had 9 of 24 games, 8 of 21 or whatever.
Here's my question on the calf deal, because it just seemed a little bit like, has he been? Do you think he's been dealing with this? Has this been going on for a while? Yeah.
I think he has had major, as to go Canadian on you, lower body.
Well, that's the thing.
How do you say lower body Canadian for me? Can you say that?
LBI.
LBI.
They just
that's
hit the
thing.
LBI.
He's had so many injuries that he's been battling, and they've all been kind of vague. Like it's a shin, it's a knee, it's all just kind of in that area. Well, a shin is pretty darn close to the calf, right? So has all this been connected for a long time? And I tell you what, the injury you do not want in a stretch run, you do not want a calf. You do not want that. That is a bad deal to be dealing with, especially in that sport with the running and the jumping and the cutting.
And it's not even and it's. We had a conversation about another athlete during the break. It's not the straight ahead.
Right, it's the cutting.
You're good. It's when you plant, stop, and all of a sudden head to your left or head to your right or whatever. That's where all of a sudden you get in trouble.
What's Katie talking about on the old Twitter machine there?
Who?
Jamal. Katie Winchy.
Oh, I haven't seen.
You said she put something out about Jamal.
Oh, no. I said she texted me.
Gotcha. Sorry. I thought that was
yeah. See, there's other
sorry.
people.
Oh my God.
People actually have communications other than social media.
I don't.
Well, I know.
All right. Never mind what Katie said. Never mind what Katie said.
Initially, when you first saw it, if you go back and look at the injury report before the game in LA, both AD and LeBron were questionable. So when you first see it, you go, okay, well that might be a little gamesmanship. We'll come back and say, well, yeah, our guy's questionable too, just to play games. But I think it's legit. I think he's hurt. And I think there is will be serious conversation about whether to let him play tonight.
Should he play tonight?
If it's hurt, no.
Can they beat the Lakers without him playing?
Yes, but they'll have to be really good everywhere else.
I think there's probably a great case to be had that he just flat out should not play. Just plain and simple, should not play. No team in history has ever come back from the 3-0 since whatever year that's been.
Wouldn't that be the one thing that LeBron's never done in his
career?
Well,
it sure would. Yeah, it sure would be. But I mean, you got to buy some rest. I mean, look, Minnesota swept. They did their deal, right?
I think teams are 154 now. Because we had a couple of 3-0 sweeps. 154-0 in NBA history.
Right.
154. It would be an unbelievable accomplishment by LeBron. It actually would be. It'd be unreal.
Then the Nuggets came back twice from 3-1, but not 3-0.
Yeah, they were 2-0, 2-1, 3-1, and then one.
It was interesting listening.
And it was a bubble.
Yeah.
Listening to Jokic after the game is like, well, we win this one, or we don't, we win the next one, or if we don't, we win the one after that. It's like, okay. I mean, to put a little perspective, you do have three chances to do
listen,
this.
I do think, just like we saw game one with the Avalanche, I do think we have in sports right now, and I've been trying to figure this out for a while, a automatic panic button when your team loses.
Like game one of the Avs?
I'm talking to Andy after game one. He's ready to jump off a cliff. And then the Nuggets are and then they lose the other night. And listen, I've, for good or bad, I've covered playoffs for a million years, it seems. And to me, that game, I could sum it up real easy. That was a team up 3-0 who'd already taken it one of the games on the road, and they said, let's just not do anything stupid. Let's just play. And then if we get lucky, now the bad thing is, the Lakers are ready to go away. And I think if you would have came out with a little nastiness yourself, I think they would have folded in the second half. Instead, you kept giving them life, and they said, well, let's go ahead and win.
Well, they had the Nuggets had plenty of open shots. Peyton Watson couldn't hit anything. Nobody could hit anything. They just couldn't hit their shots. So they had the looks.
And here's another thing that I hate being right. How long we've been doing the season or the show together all season long, right? You were here by then. What's the one thing I've harped on all season long? Bench.
Mm-hmm.
And there's got to be, just like we've said in the NHL, there's got to be a game your goalie wins a game for you in a playoff run. A goalie's got to win you a game somewhere down the road.
Well, who's got to be that guy?
I don't know, but somebody on the bench has got to help you win a game.
What would that look like? Would that be Peyton Watson getting 5 blocks? Would it be Christian Brown getting 17 points?
It looked like more than 5 points. I know that much.
It'd
it
probably
like
be
more
Christian
than that.
and Peyton both in double figures or close to.
Okay.
6 or 7 boards. And Reggie, because he hasn't played well either.
9 minutes, by the way.
Well, I'll tell you this. When you looked at LeBron and AD, they've been incredibly consistent. It's like 59, 58, 58, 59, whatever. It's like you might as well just book that in, right? That's going to happen. But then it was like Reeves, he has a good game. D'Angelo Russell doesn't have a good game. D'Angelo Russell has a good game. Reeves doesn't. Well, they both had good games, right? So you could just simply say, well, the Nuggets can make that up just by getting that from their bench, theoretically, combined. And nobody has to be a superstar. But if you got, if you got 20 points combined from Peyton Watson and Christian Brown, and then you just,
maybe even Reggie, like 24 between the three of them. I think you win. I think you win that game. Yeah,
you'd be fine. But what do they have? They have 5.
5 points.
MPJ
and 3 of those are coming from Holiday, by the way.
Yeah, well, he's part of the mix. It's the fluid 5. It's whatever. It's not like it was last year. Malone's tried all sorts of different things already.
I saw this. The Nuggets. Matt Moore had this stat Saturday night or something. The Nuggets at 3-point percentage in this series is shooting like 28%. He said, and if you take out MPJ and Joker, they're down to like 16%.
Well, and a big reason, let's just keep it real, is Jamal. He's just not been shooting well. He's not been himself. And to a degree, you say, everybody can have an off game. And this is why I'm more concerned about the Nuggets than I am the Avs. Because Drouin goes out. The Avs are the highest scoring team in the NHL playoffs. Because they moved
against Vincent's, what's it?
Vezina.
Vezina.
That's right,
Hellebuyck.
Yeah. I mean, the coach, Bonus, pulled Hellebuck because he felt sorry for him. He was like, he didn't do anything wrong. He needed a break. He gave his goalie the third period off in a 3-goal game because he needed a break. Talk about getting into their kitchen. But with Jamal, I feel differently. Like, the Avs have adjusted. They moved Nichushkin to the top line.
What do you mean, Coach said they didn't adjust?
Well, they made some changes in the lineup, at least, because you have to adjust without Drouin. But they did so beautifully. And you're getting contributions from everywhere. You put a different kind of second line together, no big deal. Parisi, the old man, is kicking in and being great. Middlestat is playing as good as he has all year. Like, they're all rising to the occasion. Well, where are those guys for the Nuggets? Who's rising to the occasion right now?
2 guys. And listen, Gordon had game 3. I mean, he rose to the occasion.
There
game
you
3.
go. That's fine. Like,
not Saturday though.
No, but that's fine. Like, who's the next guy? It shouldn't be that big of a deal. And I do wonder if Murray is. Maybe he really should just. You need to rest, dude, because you're not.
I mean, that's
you're
what
not
I'm saying.
yourself.
I mean, look, you still have multiple cracks at this thing. Minnesota already handled their business. Like things are already unfolding, and you see how it's happening. And it's almost like, would it almost be better off for Jamal Murray to sit out a game? God forbid the Nuggets actually lost, but would that even be the worst case scenario if you got Jamal an extra day or 2 of rest there if he did not play in the game? Because now it's about managing the miles and it's about managing the minutes. And maybe in a crazy world, it's almost better if you got Jamal Murray rest and there was another game to be played.
Oh, I think they'd probably be better off tonight without Jamal if he can't be himself. But I'll tell you this. I don't know how they beat Minnesota without Jamal Murray. I have no clue how that's going to happen. I think they can be fine beating the Lakers without Jamal because they'll just adjust accordingly going into the game, and they won't, you won't be missing shots from Jamal. Hopefully somebody else can pick it up. And you still got Jokic, and MPJ's been unbelievably consistent. You win tonight.
Here's the tough thing for tonight if Murray doesn't play. Now guess who gets to see double teams?
Well, Jokic.
No, he's seen already.
What are you talking about?
Who
MPJ?
MPJ. Oh.
So guess who's going to now all of a sudden come out the dribble handoffs and be squeezed right away?
Well, man.
And he hasn't had to deal with that because you got 2 other guys that are picking rolls or whatever, threaten you. And he's been able to be that guy, find a spot, come off a ding, boom, boom, bing, boom, boom, boom. And I have a feeling if Jamal doesn't play, MPJ is going to see a very physical double team kind of game. And in the past, when people beat up on him, he tends to fade out to the 3 and stand.
Hey,
can't do that tonight.
Is KCP playing for free or is he getting paid?
He's getting paid.
Oh, he is? Reggie Jackson getting paid?
Getting paid.
Let's go. All right.
How many minutes Reggie got to play without Jamal?
25.
Yeah.
That don't feel good.
He's the backup point guard.
Yeah, that don't feel good. I mean, do I got to spell it out?
Hey,
yeah, I got it. He's on the team. He's the backup point guard. Does that mean I want him playing close to 30 minutes?
You want to change your answer to who you feel better about moving on?
Well, it all depends on Jamal, and that's what just plain and simple. If Jamal's got a serious calf, then it's not looking great for the Nuggets. I mean, if he can manage this thing, and if it's a part of, I hope it's something that he's been dealing with for a while because he has been able to manage it. Versus if it's a brand new thing, that concerns me more. So it all depends on his
health. You know
health.
what calves do? They don't get healed in 4 days.
Exactly.
We have some inside scoop on what went into the decision-making process of the Broncos as we go over their draft picks, some of the undrafted free agents we should keep our eye on. That's next.
Hey, stop settling for not looking as good, feeling as good, and sleeping as good as you want to. Your workouts can go so much further. Tyler Polumbus here for my friends over at Revitalized Health, a group that I've been going to for 7 years. That's a whole long time, guys, because they just work. It just has done tremendous things for my body. Guys, they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, and I'm telling you, I know multiple people firsthand that their life is changing because of Revitalized Health's medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalized-health.com.
My coach, Mike Shanahan, put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Let's go Broncos. God bless Bo Nix. With the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the 3-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah. You're going to love it, brother.
The funniest thing, because, Vic Lombardi has just been crapping all over Bo Nix and the draft, and all those guys wanted Brock Bowers. Oh, by the way, I found out some, talking to some birdies, Broncos stuff, 0 interest in Brock Bowers from the Broncos. 0. They think he's too small. They don't think he's what they need at tight end. And so that wasn't a case. But very nervous over there when Atlanta did what they did. That put everybody on notice. And nobody understands what Atlanta did. Nobody. That decision is getting destroyed all over the place. But it made him nervous. And because everybody thought the Raiders were going to pop up and do something. But they didn't. Broncos got Bo Nix, and, away you go. So Vic's been, those guys all wanted Bowers in the morning.
I agree with Tyler on the Bowers thing. Too early for a tight end. And when we were breaking him down, that's when I looked up and I said to you guys, he's only 6'2". I mean, for a tight end, that's like a big fullback.
And he doesn't weigh that much either.
Say the Broncos didn't have any interest. That sounds a little bit strong, but I don't mind it because I do think it was way too early. The dude's going to be a good football player. He will.
Okay.
He went to a very weird situation. I mean, they just drafted a tight end last year out there with the Raiders. So now they've got 2 big-time tight ends, and they're going to have to try to figure out getting the ball to him. And their quarterbacks are Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew.
Guess who Vic liked the most in the Broncos draft? Just take a wild guess.
The cornerback.
No. From Missouri? No.
Vic, the running back from Notre Dame. Yeah,
right.
It's Vic. Okay.
Vic gets going on and on.
I don't blame him though, dude.
I don't blame him either. He looks great.
This dude is fun to watch.
Especially for a 5th round. Wasn't he a 5th round?
Yeah, so his name's Audric Estime, with a what do you call that thing above the E?
Accent aigu.
With accent aigu.
Accent aigu and accent grave, but that's an accent aigu.
Aigu.
He tested very poorly at the combine. Ran like a 4.7 140, and in all the areas just did not do well. But the film is tremendous. He did improve at his 40 once he got to his pro day. Ran a 4.58 at his college pro day, which is fine. His film is impossible to watch.
It's awesome.
Without thinking about C.J. Anderson. He looks like C.J. Anderson 2.0. He's a little bowling ball. He runs with extreme power. He's got pretty dang good agility. He's leapfrogging dudes. He's doing the hurdles. He's doing the whole thing. 1,300 yards out there rushing. I think it's a fantastic signing. And if you think about it, if the concern is what's going on with Javonte Williams, well, hey, look, you got two guys that are going to balance each other out now, and McLaughlin and Estime, they're absolute opposite football players.
How's he catch out of backfield? Because the one thing that he'll compete with is P. Ryan, who the one thing we found out since he's been here is he can catch it in the backfield. Yeah. He's had a little put it on the floor trouble here and there.
Well, the good news is that I would imagine you're mostly going to be looking at McLaughlin for your passes out of the backfield. But he had, last year he had 17 catches for 142 yards, so not much. Not much out of the backfield, not much catching it.
There's another guy to kind of keep your eyes on, and he's Memphis running back. He started at Old Dominion, but his name is Blake Watson. He, as well as Frank Crum, what a great name, the huge tackle out of Wyoming, got the most money. They got the most signing bonus and guaranteed money out of the undrafted guys. This guy, Watson, 5'9", $186. He's a little water bug guy, sort of. So the Broncos did bring in a Javonte Williams sort of dude and a Jaleel McLaughlin sort of dude.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that tell you?
Nothing.
That Mims isn't going to be returning punts and kicks?
Maybe. Although if Mims, I hope he's still returning kicks because that's what he's best at.
I got some interesting information on that one. This guy, Devon Vele, who is 6'5.5" or whatever, is a returner as well. That they may look at him in that particular position, Tyler.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, I don't know much about him. You look at the guys that they drafted and the way it went. So you get Bo Nix in the first round. You get Jonah Ellis out of Utah. He's an edge rusher. Reminds me a lot of Nick Benito, quite frankly. I'm not necessarily in love with the film that I saw from him. He's a short guy, 6'2", undersized, 248 pounds. Did have 12 sacks though, and does a good job getting after the rusher, but just looks a little bit frail out there. The real exciting pick that most people are going to get on board of. And this is the second time that we have drafted a quarterback and then drafted the quarterback's best friend with Troy Franklin. So the Broncos moved back up. They got aggressive to go get Troy Franklin. He's a wide receiver out of Oregon who's obviously got tons of familiarity with Bo Nix. It truly does remind me of when we drafted Drew Lock, and then you went and got Albert Okwuegbunam from Missouri. I think it's a good thing. I think at times it could almost be a negative. Overall, it's a great thing. I don't want to go negative, but it can be like sometimes when you bring in a quarterback's best friend, it can delay development a little bit because you're so focused on your buddy. You've got so much attention over there. But he's a fantastic football player, man, and I'm really glad that they got him.
What do you like about Troy Franklin there, Scott? Well, you like the draft? How do you feel overall about it?
He's lightning fast.
Find out in August.
I love it on the surface. I do laugh at the grades, though, because everybody who's downgrading the Broncos, they just didn't like Bo Nix.
Yeah, I went today and actually read an article that took like all the top 10 graders of drafts.
Yeah.
And he finally, I think, gave him a B-, which he said is pretty good. But his big thing was that everybody that knocked the draft knocked that Bo Nix was too high.
Right. And as it turns out, for whatever it's worth, see, this is when people grade the drafts, they don't take in consideration, well, how does the team feel about these guys? The Broncos like two guys more than Nix. Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. And that was it. They liked him more than J.J. McCarthy. They liked him more than Penix.
Allegedly.
Okay. Well, all right. I believe you don't believe that's true?
Oh, no. They always get their guy. They always get their guy. I think that they got the dude that made the most sense from the get-go.
Let me ask you this. Did they get their guy, or did Sean Payton get his guy?
Well, I think it's one and the same. And I think that's probably good news now, though, Scott, because there really isn't anybody else that can push back on Sean Payton.
I don't disagree with that. And that's fine, too. I'm just saying what I'm hearing wasn't necessarily like, hey, Bo Nix. It was coach said, no, that's who we got. That's who we're taking. Boom.
I absolutely believe that is true because George Payton, as we found out, was working on the Zach Wilson deal for a long time. I thought the timing of that was very suspicious. Like, why so close to the draft? Well, as it turns out, they were trying to get that done weeks ago, and it was just dragging out. Well, we found that out too. And George Payton got his guy because they got John Franklin Myers from the Jets in a trade. And this one, Tyler, looks like the steal of all steals.
Oh, it's a great pickup. I mean, for a 6th-round draft pick, I would always take the known over the unknown in terms of trading a draft pick for a veteran that's in the NFL versus an unknown guy, 6th-rounder. It's a great pickup, man. I mean, you look at the draft, and I think they did as good as they possibly can, man. I mean, you got a quarterback that you like. You got the quarterback's best friend. I really like, and I'm telling you guys, if anybody out there that has not looked into Audric Estime out of Notre Dame, just go on YouTube. Watch the highlights.
Oh, you're going to love him.
It's freaking fun. Now, I personally always get a little bit concerned. I'm not calling the dude fat because he's not fat. He's not fat at all. He's freaking jacked. But he does look like a dude that's constantly going to be having to manage the weight. It looks like a guy that he's a donut or two away from, losing a little bit of speed.
One of these voodoo donuts out here in the hall.
I just had a Captain Crunch voodoo donut.
How'd it do?
You know what? Wait,
did
they sponsor this or anything?
I think
honest review or no?
Honest
review.
Not so honest review.
Not so honest review.
D-Mac's working on the sponsorship.
Okay. I love how much stuff they put on the donuts. I love all the stuff they put on it.
There you go. Well, listen, man, I think the Broncos did a great job but I love the Bo Nix pick. So maybe I'm just slanted in that direction.
Well, the draft ended for you there. They got the quarterback. What the heck else matters?
But listen, man, I don't know much about Jonah Ellis. It looked kind of good to me. This Troy Franklin, I'm like, wow, all right, makes sense. I don't know anything about Chris Abrams-Drain, cornerback, but he's like an all SEC corner. Okay.
4-4 guy. Let me just super quick. I'll do it super quick. Two other guys that they got. Devon Vale, the wide receiver out of Utah. This guy looks like a Tim Patrick clone to me. He's 6'4". He's going to be a jump ball guy. Does run a 4.4 740, so he's got good speed on him. And then they drafted no lineman with a ton of versatility. Nick Gargulio, how'd I do on that? I don't know.
Pretty good.
He was a Yale
Nailed
grad. Played center, left tackle. Unusual amount of versatility. Very rarely do you see a left tackle play center. And then he transferred out to South Carolina for his last year.
Yeah, he got rid of his hair, unfortunately, but he had killer flow. I mean, he had a look. I'll show you during the break, man. It was awesome.
So he's getting ready for that rookie shaved head thing.
Dude, he would maybe, but he was doing the conference call, like expect guys to be giddy and like, happy and all that. He was like chewing nails. Like, yeah, it's good. Get to work.
Good offensive lineman. Good offensive lineman.
And he can shake you down if you're late on your monthly payments with Tony Soprano. It's like both of those things are going to work. And he's got an economics degree from Yale. He was a graduate transfer, so he got his degree from Yale and then went for his master's in sports management to South Carolina.
That was like a weird echo.
Well, he's a smart dude, bro, and I'm sorry he cut off his hair. We got to salute Tony Scheffler.
The greatest.
You'll hear it coming up next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford in Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Tony Scheffler. I found out because I was talking to Nate Jackson today. They worked on the speech together. It was a whole thing. Like, how do I do this? How do I? Because you gotta be pretty tight. You gotta roll with it, right? When you're doing that announcement, or the thing's gonna drag, and everybody's just like, just make the pick, dude. So you got to attack it the right way. But and he had a certain look going, didn't he? With the mustache.
Solid stash, great stash. He's had that stash a long time, though. That's not like a look he just brought in for this.
He's just rolling with the Nick Rothschild from Channel 7 is doing that. He's just rolling with the straight up mustache.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got the goat. You got. I mean, Tyler's got the woodsman beard. I mean, it's just to go with the stash these days. That's a strong.
It's a great look.
Is it?
Yeah, great look. If you can pull it off. See, the problem is, Scott, neither one of us have a strong. Well, yours is a little stronger than mine, actually. Your mustache is a little bit stronger. Mine's too scraggly, so I couldn't pull off just a stash.
Do you trim up here and stuff like that, and make sure you don't get?
No, I don't really trim anything.
Really? I can't believe it.
Yeah.
So here's Scheffler. You ready for this? They worked on it. They figured it out. I'll give you a fun little number. They were going to because they mentioned all the Broncos greats. They were going to mention like just
random.
Yeah, somebody nobody's ever heard of, like in conjunction with like Mike Shanahan and all these other guys, and he chickened out on that at the last minute. But that would have been epic. Man. That would have been pretty funny if you just threw in give me a random dude on one of your teams,
Mitch Erickson.
Right. Like legends, like Mike Shanahan and the home of John Elway and
Mitch Erickson.
Here's Tony.
Here's the Denver Broncos
On
latest
behalf of
pick.
the Walton Penner
Tony
Family
Scheffler.
Ownership Group and my former owner, Pro Football Hall of Famer Pat Bowlen, and the legendary Bronco players I played with, Champ Bailey, Al Wilson, John Lynch, Jason Elam, Matt the Hawk Prater, and the greatest undrafted wide receiver in NFL history, Rod Smith, the world's greatest fans. Super fan, Ellen Levine Jones, who we lost recently. Rest in peace, Bronco Betty. My coach, Mike Shanahan. Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Let's go Broncos. God bless Bo Nix. With the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the three-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah. You're going to love it, brother.
Score that one. Grade that one.
Maybe the best introduction. Yeah, grade that. Maybe the best introduction. Whatever you think of the draft, maybe the best introduction in the draft.
McAfee had a good one because he just straight up trolled like the fans
a few
that were
years
there.
back you talking about.
Yeah, but
did he do one this year?
No. It was a couple years back when he just, I don't know where it was, somewhere that hates Indy, but he just like straight up trolled the crowd, which was fantastic.
Yeah.
But right there. I mean, boom.
Well done,
boom,
Tony.
Boom, boom. Absolutely killed it.
I was looking at that draft class before the show today. All right, so help me out here. I might miss one or two, but that draft class was Jay Cutler, Tony Scheffler, Brandon Marshall, Chris Cooper, Elvis Dumerville.
Yeah.
And then I think there was one or two others in there. I can't remember. But 5 of those dudes were flat out home run selections.
That's awesome. Scheffler was tied in with Josh, though. Wasn't he a Josh guy?
No, absolutely not.
That's right. It's the exact opposite. That's right, because Josh like threw him out of the building or something. It was they were fighting with each other inside the building. It was something like that.
I don't remember that, but he definitely wanted. I don't remember getting kicked out
I
of
heard
the building.
they were like yelling at each other.
Well, he got traded. Then McDaniels came in, and then had a couple of really good years with the Lions.
He was good pals with Cutler. He was close to Cutler, right?
Oh yeah, he was in the clique. Yep. There was a small little Cutler clique that he was the captain of the clique.
Well, good job for him, man. Tony Scheffler. Are we concerned that the Broncos didn't take care of their tight ends? They signed a couple of undrafted guys. You care that they didn't really address that?
Well, look at the selections that you got and tell me where it makes sense, right? Because you got to get the quarterback right. You had to get wide receiver help because what the hell's going on with Courtland Sutton? Is Courtland Sutton going to be here? Is he getting traded? Is whatever. Long term, you had to get yourself some wide receiver help. We knew they needed edge rusher help. They had to get themselves a running back. They got themselves the corner. Of the positions that they got, I don't think they picked a single luxury selection. I don't think any of the guys that they picked was like, oh, this is just nice to have him. they're all filling specific needs on this team.
And they got a backup role guy, offensive lineman.
Yeah,
too.
they did for sure.
Who's in trouble? Who's after the draft happens? Who's looking over their shoulder today?
You know what I was thinking of? And I even thought about right when Tyler was talking. Cortland Sutton's probably gone and should be gone, and do him right, trade him where, whatever. You bring in a new quarterback, whoever starts. Even Stinkham starts. I mean, he's fairly new, right?
We got to talk about that in a second.
But you're going to probably bring in a new quarterback. How about a start over with all wide receivers? You leave Tim Patrick. He'll still be here because when healthy is just a solid, I'll catch it in tough places. That's a guy you could use. You can actually use him in that tight end role as far as filling in the slot and doing some stuff like that. And so now you get all these other wide receivers. You get a couple new ones. Mims, they want Mims, I think, to go to the next level, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And now you got a new quarterback running. Why not?
Well, and I'm telling you, Devon Vele, he's like a Tim Patrick clone, maybe a little bit faster than Tim is. Ran a 4.47. He's 6'4". He's physical. He gets after it. And did Tim go to Utah also?
He did.
I think of it. Yeah,
Utah.
So they're both out of Utah coming out of it. There's only one guy out of the draft that I would say is in trouble. And I don't think it's a huge surprise, but it's Javonte. And Javonte, it's not so much like they're trying to replace Javonte as it is like, what do we got? What do we really have anymore? He ran for 774 yards last year, which isn't nothing, but it's far from like a true number one workhorse running back.
And wore down as the season went.
Yeah, and I guess more concerning than anything else, only averaged 3.6 per. You need to average over 4 yards per. And Estime, he feels to me like that's a great, not like you're gonna have to split the workload there because he can't be a true number one. But if you've got him, you've got Jaleel McLaughlin on your team. Be fascinated to see what happens with Javonte.
They got P. Ryan there too, and then they brought in this little water bug as an undrafted guy. One of these undrafted guys makes the team.
Yeah.
Doubt if a running back makes it this year. That's just a lot of bodies there.
Now, do you count practice squad as not making it?
Yeah, I do. Unless he flat out replaces Jaleel. I mean, if he's that good that he replaces Jaleel, but if you can't carry Javonte, Estime, Jaleel McLaughlin, and P. Ryan, and then think you got room for more.
No way.
4 is already that's a loaded room.
I think Javante's in trouble.
Oh, I don't think he's like in cut trouble. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think he's in cut trouble.
Well, I wonder by the end of the year he felt like a guy that had no legs, and it was the first year back from the ACL. Maybe you kind of expected. Maybe he played too soon, too early.
No doubts about it.
But the NFL doesn't care if you're hurt. You're out there and you're playing, and all of a sudden you start wearing that down. And, okay, now we can't trust you. See you later.
Well, P. Ryan's a well-rounded running back, but in order to get rid of Javonte, you got to have a really well-rounded running back. Like all these guys have got very specific niche roles that they're going to fill. I don't know who could be the number one with as much versatility as Javonte.
I'll tell you who I think is the trouble is Stinkham. Seriously. And here's why. They only have $1 million guaranteed to him. That's it. And if he signs somewhere else, the money just goes there because it's the league minimum. So if he signs anywhere else, the Broncos are off the hook for the money. Period. The end. So I don't know even why. I mean, there's nothing wrong with keeping him in the spring and the summer, whatever you want to do. But, I don't know what the point of this guy on the team is. And now we find out how hard they were working to get the Zach Wilson trade.
Do they have a fourth quarterback on the roster?
They do.
Though?
Ben DiNucci.
DiNucci's still there.
DiNucci's still there. So he's, you keep him on practice squad, whatever. And the kid from School of Mines is getting a rookie tryout sort of camp sort of thing. Machota? Yeah.
Mariota?
No, it's that guy. But he had an amazing career there at School of Mines. But that's nothing. That's nothing. The best he could ever hope for is, I'm rolling my eyes. He'd have to be spectacular to even be considered for the practice squad. But it's cool that he just has a shot there for those rookies.
Well, with the new rules these days, it's so easy to carry extra bodies, especially the quarterback position. Because you can put a guy on the practice squad. You can actually dress him on game day nowadays. Now, do you remember the rules on that specifically? Because I think you can actually dress a practice squad quarterback on game day, but it doesn't count as like one of your 47.
There's some quirky rule like that. It doesn't. It does. It's something like that because they don't want to put
There'll
in.
Also be a rule that if all of a sudden you got down to your third guy, if he came in before a certain time in the game, you can't bring the other guys back in.
It's something. It's something like that. He doesn't. You can have a third guy suit up, and it doesn't count against the guys that are already suited.
But I mean, to your point, on the surface, I don't know why you bring Zach Wilson in unless he's immediately replacing Jared Stidham.
I agree.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. But I do think there's probably room to carry all those guys because one will go on the practice squad, I would think.
It's only $1 million for Stidham, so it's really not that big of a deal. You can
$2 million dead cap, $1 million cash.
Well, you got more on Zach Wilson. You're paying him almost 3 times that amount to be on the team, so they got more invested in Stidham. And,
New York's picking up half of it.
Yes, and still, they're paying Wilson 3 times. Yeah,
it only costs you $1 million, not counting the cap.
That's it. So, but it's all just sort of a graduated process to get, Nix in the lineup, and when that will be, we'll see.
The key is you don't want to overpay a backup and never play him, or find out he can't play, and now you get stuck with, we owe him $7 million if we cut him. Then you'd be in trouble.
So I bet you, God, I'm leaning more and more that Bo Nix probably just starts day one serious, because you're really just paying Zach Wilson backup quarterback money.
This is interesting. Looking at Zach Wilson, he's actually got 0 dead cap hit if you cut him post June 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, things can fall apart in the spring. I suppose anything can happen. But to find out how hard they worked at getting him, it would surprise me if they weren't going to go with him, if they didn't sort of think there was something there.
But regardless, this is not a lot of money. Whether it's $1 million, $2 million, or 0, it's not a lot of money for either one of those guys.
It's nothing. I think it's a pure backup sort of. We'll see. I think Bo Nix is going to go from jump.
Well, he should.
I think he's gonna.
And the reason he should is because you don't want him learning from Zach Wilson. I would love to have him learn. I would love to have him sit there and learn for 6 or 8 games. I don't want him learning from Zach Wilson. And I really don't want him learning from Jared Stidham either. So there's no luxury of there's no benefit of sitting him.
If they got a Tannehill instead of a Zach Wilson, would you
Beautiful.
say then you're okay learning from
Absolutely.
Tannehill?
Sure. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah. All right. We have maybe get an update on Jamal. We'll see where that's going. The Avs snatch a soul. No dumb questions. All still to come here on PhD.
Side Pionk holding, shooting, tipped in front. What a save by Georgiev with the right pad. Go, go, gadget leg. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Was that a red-hot save by Georgiev? We're about to pack it up and pack it in and head to Winnipeg tomorrow for game number 5 on Tuesday night. How good does that make him feel?
I just can't believe what a difference a few games have made. And the crowd, hey, man, Avs fans. I really do think they have lifted Georgie up. I really do. I think the fans have a lot to do with it. You know, those Georgie chants were starting in pregame warm-ups on Friday.
Yeah.
Pregame warm-ups, Georgie chants. Never mind, you know, the chanting throughout the course of the game.
Never mind the media dudes that were crushing him. The fans said, we got your back.
Yep.
That's big, man. That's why you want, that's a home court advantage.
It's huge. Yeah. I mean, it goes a long ways. Bulls used to get his name chanted also.
Oh,
it wasn't for the same reason.
Were they saying Bulls or Boo?
I think actually, you know what? I don't think they actually chanted his literal name. I think it was Booze.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got to give Bulls a lot of credit, man, because I don't know how you're not.
He got killed that one year.
Oh, my God. I have never heard a player on a home team. I mean,
not just a player, but an offensive lineman.
Dude.
In my career, and I mean this most literal sense, no exaggeration, I've never seen an offensive lineman booed by the entire crowd. Never, ever.
Yeah.
And you know what, Bulls?
Holding 72.
This is where Bulls he's a unique personality though. He's a unique dude where like I'm not gonna say like it's I don't think it's because he's like so strong-willed or whatever, but like he literally just like he's in his own world, you know, and I think that actually played into his favor.
I tell you what, I thought in preseason, because it happened in one of the preseason games here, I thought for a while McFlinchie was going to be the new boo catcher for the fans. Because remember the preseason, he must have had 10 false starts.
Hey, listen, those two guys are like the same human beings. They are. McGlinchey and Garrett Bowles are the same human beings, personality-wise, like how they need to be coached, pat on the back, not called out, whatever. They're literally identical human beings in just very unique ways.
Well, good for the Avs fans. Good for now you talk to Georgie, like now it's like nothing. Now he's full of confidence, and he was out at the morning skate, the optional skate today. So he played.
Val's not cussing him out anymore?
Miko.
Miko.
That was quite the video.
That was quite the video.
I have nothing wrong with that at all.
I think it happens all the time in sports. I think guys holler at each other.
Say what happened, because we didn't even catch it until over the weekend.
Oh, I didn't see it. I mean, it's a video circulating where Miko basically yells at him about something, and
he says, "I hate you."
Yeah.
He was saying, "Shut the blank up. Shut the blank up. I hate you."
I don't know, man.
According to our Ripley, our lip
right. You know, who knows what language is actually happening right there.
Yeah,
Well, listen, the great coaches will tell you the strongest crowds can get on you. What crowds getting on you do is it breaks your spirit. Which go back to what you said about Bowles is amazing. He survived that one season because I mean, it got so bad, so many games that I got to the point where I felt bad for the guy. I was like, oh my gosh.
That's where we were with
playing
Georgie
right here,
also,
holding 72.
I was there with Georgie. I was like, because he was getting killed.
But it's different
by the Winnipeg crowd.
When your teammates get on your behind. To me, you if you're any good, and I think Georgie's pretty good. If you're any good, you react to it in a positive way. When the fans get on you, that's a 50-50 thing. I've seen guys melt. I mean, end of career stuff. When fans get on.
But now we know the Jets, Winnipeg, they're a fraud. They are a complete flimsy fraud of a team. They ain't that tough. They ain't that good.
What were you talking about earlier in the show when you were talking about all the drama going on behind the scenes with them?
Well, Sheffley is saying 2 reporters, one of their stars, 2 reporters, they're making adjustments. The Avs were not. And the reporter goes to the coach, well, you know, it's like, hey, this is happening there, Coach. You know, this is what they're saying. And
Well, first thing, you have to stay out of the penalty box. And then the penalty kill has to do the job. Second thing, well, we have to stop turning the puck over. So,
I guess.
again, those things are self.
So in other
Those
words,
are your adjustments. Quit making stupid penalties and quit
yeah,
turning
in
the
other
puck
words,
over.
Problems are
coach is saying-
self-inflicted.
Problems are
You want to take
self-inflicted.
penalties. You want to play a three-quarter ice game.
And I
you're
know what we're
playing
talking
right
about,
into
but
their
to me, I look at the Nuggets game on Saturday was self-inflicted. I thought that was a team that was 3-0 and said, let's just go out here. They're not going to play.
They're going to beat the Lakers, though, right, Scott?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're going to beat the Lakers.
Yeah.
Stop.
I said, yeah.
Stop. Stop. Stop doing
They
the,
are
stop
go-
doing the yeah.
They
Stop
are
doing that.
They are going to beat the Lakers.
Well,
Yeah.
as Tyler's poked fun at me at times, although I do have a T-shirt. Anybody got any new conspiracy theories? Like, because all my other ones came out true. Here's want to tell you a big conspiracy theory that I'm afraid of.
Go for it.
The league loves LeBron.
Wait,
That's all I
is
gotta
that a
say.
conspiracy? Is that a conspiracy?
Well, the conspiracy is what you do for that love.
Yeah.
That scares me.
Be a hell of a storyline. Bounce back from down 3.
Yep.
Keep going with your experience. So what's going to happen then? The league
No,
loves LeBron. Keep
listen,
going.
I think Denver's still a better team. Everything that played out in Game 4 and you couldn't win, and you stayed in the game. You're right there. 7 points with like 5 minutes to go. I mean, you got a chance, or 10 minutes, or 8 minutes, whatever it was. But the bench bothers me. And now if Jamal Murray can't go, you're having a bench guy start again who has struggled the last 20 games of the regular season and most of the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
He's your now starter. Who backs him up? Oh, we can put this guy, or we can put this guy.
Hey, I mean, here's the deal. I don't love the idea of Reggie playing 28, 30 minutes in a playoff basketball game. That doesn't feel ideal. And quite frankly, I don't have any trust in him right now. Look, I've trusted him as a distributor. I've trusted him to be in the right place, all those sorts of things. But Jamal's a playmaker, and that hurts. Maybe I'm being naive to how serious the calf injury is. And God forbid I am, because if it is a serious deal, that changes everything. It changes not just this game, not just this series. It changes championship expectations. That's what it changes. But on the optimistic side, Jamal's been dealing with a leg, like a vague leg issue for a long, long time now, whether it was shin splints, whether it was a knee, whether it was an ankle, or now it's the calf. And my hope is that this isn't anything new that materialized. It's something that he has been managing. Not that that's good, not that that's ideal, but it's something that he has been managing for a long time, and he will know how to manage throughout the rest of the playoffs. That's the hope. But if he's hurt, don't play him. Don't play. What's the point of playing him in this game? Oh, you're almost better off knowing you already know who you're playing. You're almost better off if you did lose a game, giving Jamal Murray extra rest.
I don't disagree with you. That being said, this is why, and again, I can speak from a chair of experience, if you will, having played and been in these situations, and now also having called 30 years worth of basketball. When you let a team off the hook, and they let them off the hook in Game 4, they came out and they just played. They didn't play with a lot of energy. They just played. There wasn't any urgency in their game. Now you let off the hook. Now a big-time injury hits you. Now you've given, as LeBron said in that postgame, they give us life. We're playing one-game playoffs right now.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, you're talking about, some people say the greatest player that's ever played.
If the Nuggets can shoot the way they've shot all year, they're going to win by 20 points tonight.
Well, that's what I thought last game
If
also.
they do, I will come in here and kiss you on the mouth.
What makes you think I would like that?
Hold on.
Think
Open
about
mouth?
it.
Hold on.
Okay,
This is
you
going
know
down.
me pretty good.
This is going down. This is video. This is going down. Yes, sir. You guys see that stat?
We'll be like The Office. I'll be like, yeah, you can give me that look.
The Avs are looking to close out their series against the Jets tomorrow night. You can join Altitude Sports Radio for another awesome viewing party. Berto, Raj, and Spring are at Stoney's. We were just at Stoney's. It's amazing. Tuesday night, tomorrow night for the Avs game, and Awesome giveaways, live broadcast brought to you by Milagro. I can say it. Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila.
The big fancy bottles.
Thank you, Milagro. No dumb questions. Let's go, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
No dumb question. Do you trust a fart?
His best advice ever is to never. We should get him on. Seriously, he says never trust a fart.
Mm-hmm.
That literally is like, Dad, if you had advice for life, he goes, never trust a fart. So I do not, because I've got a good relationship with my father and I follow his fatherly advice. Yeah. I do not.
10 Commandments: honor thy father and mother. Yeah,
I do not trust a fart.
I trusted one last night.
And
not good, huh?
No. What's the situation?
Yeah.
Just going to the restroom. In my PJs, no shirt on.
Oh, at home?
At home.
Oh, well,
Turn in the corner into my bedroom. You kind of got to do like a U-turn to get, once you get into the bathroom.
Underwear or no underwear?
No underwear.
Okay.
Diarrhea.
Thin
jammies.
Mm-hmm. First two that came out as I walked into the bathroom were fine.
Sure.
Fine.
Might as well let another one go.
Kind of
proud.
You're
in the bathroom when it happened?
No, he's on the walk
to the bathroom. I'm still about 4 feet away.
So you're like, now I'm pretty confident.
Oh!
It's a complete crap.
Was there a trail of tears?
One teardrop.
Did you shower?
I did.
Yeah.
Hey, one teardrop.
Rug or no rug?
No rug.
Oh, well, okay.
And it was
Could
tile.
have been worse.
It was tile.
All right. Well, that's
well, one drop on the floor, and then the front of the toilet got
hammered
a little bit.
That's the way that goes.
Back of it, but I
could have been worse.
Could have been worse, but I trusted.
Yeah.
No,
and I went,
you know what? But that's
but
like,
I had no inclination. My stomach didn't hurt. I had no problem.
But when you're at home, it's like kind of fun to just test the fart. You're not out like what's the real harm that could go down? You like to test the fart.
How do you test a fart?
Well, like what Scott just did.
I
tested the first two.
All the time.
The first two were beautiful.
What do you mean? How do you trust a fart? Like
how do you test a fart?
Well, you just. Yeah.
It's what I did out in the hallway, and as soon as I did, I went. I didn't mean to test it, but it was good.
Yeah, I'm in like sitting there.
Here's a bad thing. So great advice. Don't trust it too.
That's what my dad says.
Yeah. When stuff like that happens, isn't it nice to know that you have a significant other
who will what?
That just thinks it's hilarious.
Oh,
and lays there in bed in tears, bawling.
That is fantastic
because of your pain and hurt and embarrassment.
Yeah. Didn't Paul Pierce test a fart one time?
Supposedly.
Yeah, he tested a fart. Bad test.
Listen,
Failure.
I think you've got a partner for life if that's funny.
Oh yeah.
I mean that's.
Oh no, she got a hoot out of it. She thought that was special.
Good. That is.
Right.
You got something special there. Yeah. Hold on to that.
Take it away from the fart poop stories here for a quick second. No concussion. Have the Nuggets actually been sleepwalking the entire series? You look at the stats, and the Lakers have led 136 minutes to the Nuggets 42 minutes, rounded up. 136 minutes to 42 minutes. Why? Have they been sleepwalking the entire series?
No, the Lakers are a bad team, so you can get away with stuff that you can get away against bad teams.
Hold on, isn't that definition of sleepwalking?
I would say no. Denver shot horribly, and it's not like this is good defensive horrible. This is. What did Malone say? The one game they were 2 for 16 and wide open threes on the second game. Wide open means there's nobody within 6 feet of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they've been playing like lockdown, intense defense, except for Game 4 in the third quarter and second halves.
It's a weird stat though that like you dismissed. Like I'm not saying you dismissed it, but the immediate reaction was no, because the Lakers are a bad basketball team. Well, then why have they literally tripled the minutes and total time that they've led the games?
Because Denver hadn't shot it. If Denver was shooting 39% instead of 28% for the series from 3,
is that what it is?
Then something like that.
Yeah, because
then it would be completely flipped.
they were shooting
almost.
like 17% for a game from three. I mean, it was like weird.
And what did I tell you before the series started? How did the Lakers beat you? And I said, if the Nuggets go through and have one of these 17, 20% three-point shooting nights.
I mean, sure, that can happen.
One more no dumb question. Did you hand wash the pants before you put them in the washer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Put them in the sink.
Soap, sink,
rinse down.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering if you commingled that with your other laundry.
No, I was warned of that not to do.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to anyway, but
sometimes I've just taken a trash bag and said it's a goner.
and there was a thought. There was a thought of maybe a possible trash bag, but it was like one of my favorite PJs.
Sometimes
and a good warning every time you wear them,
dude. Sometimes they lived a good life. I mean, sometimes
Until
that's
the
just
end.
easier. Well, you got to go out somehow, one way or the other. I got some audio for this one. No dumb question. How the hell does Keyshawn Johnson think it's okay to cheer that Jamal is hurt? Dan Tanner.
Development. With about 2 minutes to go Saturday, Jamal Murray came down a little funky, and he somehow strained his calf on his, I think it was his left foot.
Third calf strain of this playoffs.
Yep, and they are listing him as questionable for tonight. Okay, is it possible that he's a little gimpy on it?
Wow. All right.
Hold on. That's not a big deal. That's no big deal. That's
from an ex-athlete.
Look, is it a classy thing to do? No. Okay. All right. Because he's an analyst, so that's a big deal. But I'm saying as a player, if I'm on the court and my opponent goes down, hell yeah, I'm happy about it. I am.
All right.
Does that make me a bad person?
Who is Keyshawn Johnson then? Because that's what a fan would. That's an unmitigated, straight up fan.
Okay, I feel you on that.
There's more Keyshawn Johnsons hanging around Southern California right now on that news doing the same thing.
Yeah, okay. So if you're a fans can be jerks. So if he's just a fan, I guess, is that what that is? You're just a fan on that show? That's it. I'm just a fan?
Well, yes, probably.
Okay, well, all right. Then I guess it's all right.
More
it's weird,
it's a former athlete. And not to have the empathy for another former athlete playing in the biggest time of the season, and you're celebrating his injury.
You've never low-key given a little silent fist pump to yourself when your opponent got hurt?
No.
I have.
No. I've gone, hey, so-and-so's missing a game tonight because he's hurt. I've been good.
Yeah.
I don't need guys playing.
His quote was, yay.
Yeah, he cheered.
Hold on.
Yay!
All right. So it's okay, like on a local show like this, to be fans, right? Is it not okay on a national show to be a fan of a team?
I think it's odd. I mean, I didn't know it was the Lakers show. I guess it is. I mean, I'm not surprised.
My whole thing, I have no problem. They want to be fans. That's great. You can do that. The guys on the TNT broadcast for hockey, they're picking, making fun of Biz because Toronto's playing so bad or doing all this. And so those guys have hockey teams. That being said, he's an athlete, though. And I've not heard on an analyst show an athlete happy that another athlete got hurt. That is classless. Fan? Yeah, fan's fan. That's what that is. But that surprised you because he's an ex-athlete.
We have some interesting observations about Gabe Landeskog from earlier today. Josh Christmer was out at Avalanche practice. That's next right here on PhD. All right, apologies, big voice guy. It's DMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. In your early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. It happens gradually. Before they know it, they just don't feel the same. So what's going on? Well, low testosterone. I mean, if you treat it the right way, it can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, and your sex drive. And if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have the answers for you on both of these counts. It starts with just going to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. So simple to do. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple of minutes. The cost of the appointment once you go in is $99. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. And why guys put this off? I mean, you don't need to. Most guys wait a year, maybe longer. Again, visit them today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Grizz is 2 o'clock for Grizz. Okay. Well, that's fine. We can get to the Avs at 2 o'clock. No problem. What a game last night. Amazing.
It was a good match, as Bo Nix would say.
Yeah, Bo Nix would love that match.
Yeah, it was a good hockey match.
Who doesn't like a good hockey match?
But I'll try it.
The bloodbath from, dude.
Ooh, who dropped the Broncos land or nation? So one of them dropped a Broncos nation.
Oh, that was Nix as well.
Was it Bo?
Yeah, but he came back and corrected it.
Patrick called him like within 2 seconds. Hey, Bo, no sir, can't drop the Broncos nation. That ain't gonna fly around here.
Well, yeah, Bronco land. That was the best.
Like, John, you
Bronco land.
Probably should know.
That's great. Yeah, and then
he did drop a Broncos country, let's go. He didn't drop a Bronco country, let's ride, but he dropped a Broncos country, let's go.
God, you don't have the one of Elway not knowing what the elevation is here.
Keith Canham?
He had that one. He didn't.
Keith.
He had that one. He said, I'd like to thank John Elway. He didn't know the elevation, and he didn't know his own age. Fantastic.
I mean, who really knows their own age, though? That gets
52
confusing.
or 53 or whatever the hell I am. Seriously, it's great. I actually think those are fun. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Do you know the elevation of Parker, Colorado?
Parker, Colorado?
Yeah.
It's not 5280?
It is not 5280.
I do not know.
I'd say lower.
D-Mac?
Well, I'd say it's higher, actually.
Really?
Well, I don't know.
Well, it was good.
49.50.
5281.
I'm sorry you got outsmarted by Half Pint over there, but Half Pint was on this one. 5,869 feet. Higher than Denver, Colorado.
Well, I know Colorado Springs is higher.
Well, that's because they had to build the foundation on the trash dump that once lived out there.
Oh.
Get a little Parker. Ton of Parker history.
The Parker hit.
Where was it?
History.
I don't know about the trash dump. Where was it? Is my house on top of a trash dump? Yeah.
I heard
your old house.
Yeah, that was a big trash dump.
I'll let it go.
By the way, good thing during the break I didn't trust. Just what
Feeling all right?
Oh, better.
Good.
It's a number 2.
You lost your faith.
I have no faith right now.
Yeah.
How are you going to feel once the Avs or the Nuggets rather get past the Lakers, and we're all going to join you and Vic on the worry wart bandwagon against?
We might as well.
Minnesota.
We might as well just quit against Minnesota. I mean that's how that's going to go.
Are they for real?
Mm-hmm.
They look for real.
They got a perfect role guy in Gobert's your defensive guy. You got a smart leader in Conley, veteran guy. You've got the next emerging star in this league in Anthony Edwards, and then and then Towns is back, who's just a scorer. One of my least favorite players to watch, but a great scorer. And then everybody else they come in is just unbelievable role guys. McDaniels and Naz Reid, and forgetting the other guys.
Wait, so you're saying like the guys after the starting 5 are like doing a good job?
They got their bench is good.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Good.
I'm worried, severely worried.
But their head
about
coach may miss the playoffs, rest of the playoffs.
He's not going to miss the playoffs.
If he tore that patella tendon, it's a patella tendon tear.
Yeah.
Maybe you can put a brace on it. He can hobble up and down the thing.
Yeah,
but if it's completely torn,
I don't know what you
done,
do.
man.
I don't know. Actually, D-Mac, I really don't know what you do because in a situation like
What are you
that,
talking about?
like sitting on the bench with a big old leg brace like that,
can't
out
keep your
there
legs straight
exposed,
out.
like it's that's actually a dangerous situation to
especially
be in.
Minnesota, which is too small of arenas.
That's
So
great. You're right. You can't. So that actually is kind of funny.
I think Scott's onto something.
Would
I really
you,
don't know what you do.
Would you wheel like a hospital bed out there, and so he could elevate the leg and from the bench? Would you set him back like in the second row so you could prop the leg up and just sort of be there? That is pretty.
It's
I mean,
gonna be interesting to watch.
Not funny, but it's peculiar. God, he's such a great dude too.
Wait, should I go? Wait, Finch got hurt?
Yeah.
Yay! Yeah!
Yay!
Yay!
How about when Fangio was coaching with Stones during the Hall of Fame game, and he just sort of toughed it out on the sidelines?
You do not, look. There's very few games that you miss, and at the top of that list, you do not miss the Hall of Fame game.
Hey, the boy Dion 2 for 2 in the spring game being a disaster weather-wise. That kind of sucked. But they did have it, right?
That was terrible how bad the weather was. I actually was impressed. Like, people are making fun of how empty the stadium looked in comparison to last year. And there were still close to 30,000 people that showed up for that game. I mean, absolute garbage weather out there. I did not go. I was planning on going, but me, like a lot of people, saw the weather, and I'm like, no, I don't want to go deal with that. But it was a little bit different out there. I guess there was like 38 minutes of 11-on-11 football played. So not a ton of football was going on out there in terms of the scrimmage itself, but I do wonder whether that was intentional.
They don't have anybody, though. I mean, right?
No,
one running back's hurt, and others aren't in here yet.
I don't think they actually have a scholarship running back on the team right now.
Oh, by the way, we got a little Dylan Edwards ended up at Kansas State, not Nebraska.
And remember when we were talking about this, like, oh, why would he leave? I know why he left.
How much was it?
$2.1 million.
Wow.
That's why Dylan Edwards left.
Holy cow. They couldn't get him.
Is this like, oh, man, everything's falling apart at CU. Prime can't keep anybody.
Why couldn't they get him that money at CU?
Because it's $2.1 million, dude. Like, CU doesn't have money like that.
What money do they have?
Not that. I don't know. I mean, but they can't compete like that.
I think that's actually an important question. If that's what the arms race is in college football, what does CU have?
Well, I don't know what the budget is.
You lost to Kansas State? Really?
It was Nebraska, right?
No, he's going to Kansas State.
Oh.
Okay. Manhattan.
Stanford.
You've been there.
Yeah.
Stanford thought he was going.
Little Apple, baby. It's not too bad, actually. Manhattan's not too bad.
It's a little
Aggieville.
It's a little podunk sort of. Where'd they get the money?
I don't know.
Hey, why do you think military hammers cost $750,000?
Well, but I mean, come
built
on,
in Manhattan, Kansas?
If
we got all sorts of army bases around there.
Oh, all right.
no,
Well,
in a perfect world, NIL money does not come from a collective. Okay, but that's not what the real world is. In a perfect world, Shedeur Sanders makes $5 million off of endorsements with Nike and whatever else he's doing, right? But we all know that the NIL collective is what's paying these players. It's not actual NIL. It's not actual companies that are hiring them. It's a collective that has got money that they distribute that money. Well, if you've got 2 or 3 players on that team, and you just got Jordan Seaton, and you got Shedeur, and you got Travis Hunter, well, you're not going to have an extra $2.1 million lying around for a running back.
I was told, I actually read somewhere, but then I verified it with another guy. One of the ways that Arkansas got Calipari out of Kentucky to Arkansas,
$7 million.
They gave him like between $6 and $8 million for NFL just for basketball.
NIL, for NIL money. Yeah.
Here's your budgets.
You can
between
compete.
$6 and $8 million,
and that's collective money. So that's what that is. That's an NIL collective that you just get to distribute
for a basketball team.
Correct.
It's awesome.
Hey, I wish CU had that kind of money, but that's not the world that we live in.
Wait, so Kansas? All right, okay. I'm just laughing because Kansas State is like better in this department than CU.
And granted, I know nothing about their roster, who's getting paid, but I would assume that they don't have Travis Hunter, that they don't have Shedeur, and they don't have Jordan Seaton, who are all making $2 to $4 million a piece. So if he's the big sell, and again, I don't know, maybe they do. Maybe they got 5 guys that are making $3 million.
I don't know where the Dalton Reisner scholarship fund comes from, but good for him.
But I mean, this is not news.
I'm not gonna hate on a kid for making $2.1 million as a sophomore in college. That's awesome.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The system is so broken. When I say it's broken, everybody gets all bent out of shape. Like, oh, Tyler, you want the player? I want the players to get paid. I do. I'm a huge advocate of them getting paid. But they did it completely backwards, and it's a dumb, broken system that has turned into absolute anarchy.
It was an amazing game for the Avalanche. We'll relive the highlights, the latest from Avs practice today. Big, huge Game 5 for the Nuggets and Lakers. What's the latest status on Jamal Murray, and how do the grades shake out for the Broncos draft? All still to come on PhD. Hey, C-Mac for Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. The playoffs mean it's time to celebrate. Watch the game either at Old Chicago, perhaps at home, one way or the other. The food at Old Chicago, that is the home run, no doubt about it. They have legendary good food, including the new Chicken Bacon Ranch Pizza. But from salads, calzones, burgers, fish and chips, whatever you want, it's so good to watch the game with Old Chicago. You just have to go to oldchicago.com to find your local Old Chicago, or perhaps just get that Old Chicago app. Old Chicago app, get $5 off your first order of $25. The beers are legendarily good, as are the pizzas and food selection. It's Old Chicago. So when you're thinking about watching playoff action, think about pairing that up with the best food in town, Old Chicago, and think about that Chicken Bacon Ranch Pizza. Again, go to oldchicago.com for your closest Old Chicago to order takeout or delivery. Better yet, download the Old Chicago app and get $5 off your first order of $25. Check them out today at oldchicago.com.
Parise for Middlestat, working behind the net. Back door! They score! We're up all night to get lucky! Off the boards, and for Cale Makar, he'll walk the blue line. Makar lets it go, tip, score! It's the choo-choo train pulling into the station, and you can be my wingman anytime! Cale Makar with it again. Emerging from his own zone, ran into a teammate. Ends up going into his chest. Makar right up the middle. Makar holding, shooting. He scores! All hail Cale! That's right, Iceman. I am dangerous. What a coast-to-coast goal for Cale Douglas Makar.
Icing waved off. Makar goes after it. Nemesnikov giving chase. Lowry comes over, can't get it away from Makar. Here comes Makar with the shot, scores!
There's nothing like this guy. He is the best at his craft. When you're talking about Bobby Orr and Makar in the same vein, well, that tells the story.
Rantanen steals it away, and Nichushkin has it at the red line towards the net. Yeah! Benoboyville through the shampoo! His first career hat trick! And you thought it was snowing before with the pom-poms. Here come the hats. 12 seconds left. Val Nichushkin has 3. The Avalanche, for the 4th time in this series, have 5, and they are about to make their way back to Manitoba with a 3-1 series lead.
Back to Stoney's tomorrow night for the Avs viewing party. Berto, Raj, Spring, all there. Broadcasting live. Great giveaways brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. That's where it's going down. And will the Avalanche close out the Jets? Our guy Josh Grismer was at the skate today. Optional skate. Josh, what's a good word?
Was an optional skate today. Very focused, very kind of intense look in the players that were there in their eyes. They know they have a job to do. You got to close this out. We all know it's the hardest game to close out in the series because the other team's going to be fighting with all their might to make it go another game. And that was the focus of the day. Close this one out.
The Eagles lost. I know you guys are on the edge of your seats about the
lost what?
They're out of the
2
playoffs.
of 3, right?
Yeah.
Who are the Eagles?
Wow, you're losing some cred with the hockey guy out there, Tyler. I guess you
I'm
don't
not
care.
losing credit. I just don't care about the Eagles.
So, Will Prosvetov, now he's available now to be your third. Well, it's the Black Aces that can.
It's Black Aces, yep.
You know what the Black Aces are, right?
No.
You know what the Black Aces are, Scott, right?
Yep, clubs and spades.
Black Aces is just
technically not wrong.
Basically, it's the taxi squad, and you can call up as many minor leaguers basically as you want to carry with you. You're free to have them come along and skate and work out. They don't dress for the games, but it's a hockey thing, so you can just whoever you want.
Sound more like the Jokers than the Aces to me.
Well, that's what the hockey nickname is called. So saw Gabe Landeskog skating on the other rink.
Yeah, he's working on trying to get back. It's kind of sad to watch him out there alone. It's a lonely place, and I credit the man for going there every single day and working on himself. But yeah, he's it's a very slow process.
When we are saying alone, guys, we're talking like
alone.
He's just by himself. Like he's got the entire rink. I know family sports is easy to rip on for good reasons. That being said, when it's the Avalanche time, they he doesn't have to fight off a figure skating lesson or something.
Right.
They do get 2 rinks to use.
Now there's a little youth hockey team over in the corner crying because they're getting into his ice time. Other than that,
I'll tell you something funny about that. So before the Broncos had a bubble, we used to use an indoor facility. We used to use the bubble at Family Sports. And there were multiple times when we would have a snow day or whatever, and we would go over there for practice. We had to wait. We had to sit there and wait 30, 45 minutes for the local youth club to get done practicing before we could get on the field and practice.
That is a true story. I've covered Broncos practices over there. That one guy from Oklahoma, the safety, ripped up his knee in there and like more or less ended his career. I forget what his name was, but the fact that I couldn't believe that you guys would actually practice there.
Yeah.
I mean,
to be fair, when we went there, I would hardly call it a practice. It was a glorified walkthrough, more or less, because it was bad turf.
Oh,
you didn't have any space. It was a glorified walkthrough.
All right, so how do we deal with this Gabe stuff? How do we, as fans, sort of come to terms with it?
You say your prayers at night. You wish best things for him, and if he's ever able, then you're happy, excited, and giddy. If it's not, then it's just not.
Okay.
I mean, I said when I read up on that surgery he had, I mean, that ain't a comeback. It's not a comeback very often at all, and it's surely ain't a comeback real quick at all.
No, it's arguably one of, if not the most difficult surgeries an athlete could ever go through. And it's just as simple as that. But here's the beautiful part where the Avalanche are right now is that you can look at it like, hey, that's just gravy. Like if you got him back, that'd be fun. It would be awesome. But the Avs are rolling, dude. They're flat out rolling right now. So you don't have to be looking across the ice at Gabe and feeling like depressed that he doesn't look like he's ready to rock and roll. It's anything but that.
All right, so Kiviranta got a lower body injury. I don't know if he's going to be back or not, but they called up Kovalenko. First NHL game, just like Cale Makar was actually in the playoffs. How about that? And he played 7 minutes. That's it, 7 minutes. Bednar said, hey, he was fine. No big deal, 7 minutes. They won the game. Okay. Do you think there's any value, for Gabe to have an appearance like Kovalenko did the other night, where Kovalenko had the fewest amount of ice time of any forward or any player on the team. Is there any advantage to Gabe having that role?
Other than the juice it would give a home crowd, probably not.
Unless unless for whatever reason the Avs put themselves in a position that they need something desperate. And I don't mean you'd use him as something desperate, but I wouldn't even touch that. I wouldn't even go to that unless you're in a desperate situation for exactly what Scott's saying. You bring him out there just as energy for the crowd, for the team, whatever, but not because of Gabe, not because you're counting on him being the savior. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole unless you were in a desperate situation.
Yeah, there's no way he'd even be ready in the next. Maybe in May.
I was going to say, you watched him skate today.
I get it.
He's not.
I get it.
He's not ready.
No way is he close to ready. But if it goes where we hope it goes, they'll be playing hockey in June. All right, say just for the sake of argument, it's June. They're there. They're still playing.
You got the Rangers. You got the Rangers' first game in Ball Arena. Do you bring him out for that ovation?
It's 7 minutes.
Let me ask you something though,
or less.
When was the surgery? Do we remember the exact dates by chance?
May 15th. May 15th of last year.
Okay, so you're looking at the timeline.
Not a year yet.
You're looking at the Gabe Landeskog timeline of how long he's been out, the rehab process, and all that, and it goes from way over here to way over there on the right? And then you say, okay, June. Well, what is June on that timeline? What is June in that timeline? Like it's you can't even notice it, right? So to expect that to get to June is going to fix anything. No, we're talking about a long timeline here. That June is just a little blip on the radar on that map.
What if he comes to you and says, "I want to play. I'm good."
He wouldn't. He wouldn't do that unless he knew he could help.
Yeah, I don't think he would do that unless
It's 6 weeks from now.
No.
Whatever.
I'm okay.
I feel better.
I come in and let him run 2 shifts early and see how it goes, and
it's definitely less.
Fourth line.
If he comes to you and he says, "I'm ready to go," then I'd play him because I'd believe him. I'd believe him if he said that, but I don't think Gabe would put him in that spot.
There's going to be multiple people saying he's ready to go. It ain't going to be just up to him.
Well, I don't think he was good to go when he was in the Stanley Cup a couple years ago. I think he just gutted it out. He was out with injury.
Yeah, but he could skate at least.
Well, the things that you're seeing him work on are what I was working on as a third grader, learning how to skate. That's what I saw him work on today. The exact same movements that he was doing. I was like, I did that pre-elementary school.
Well, I'm telling you, he's trying. This dude is trying. Because he was in full uniform, too. He's in pads, helmet. He's in pads. He's not just out there in just warm-ups or whatever.
Did he have a knee brace on?
Couldn't tell. He's got all the pads on. He's all taped up. He looked like he was dressed wearing a blue shirt, too, jersey. Like on first line, top line sort of thing.
Oh, there you go. He does still have a C on that shirt.
He sure does. Listen, man, I feel for the guy. I think he's given it everything he can to see if he can. I think this Avalanche team, this is now the way they're playing now. I think it's actually a reasonable conversation. I think a lot of people here in town do have more confidence right now in the Avs going further than the Nuggets. And if we can get a little bit lucky, both teams go deep, which would be amazing. I think it's a fascinating situation because I'll tell you what's not happened. He has not just ruled himself out, nor has the team. They're definitely keeping hope alive.
Well, and I think that could be an inspiration for the veteran, but you've also got a whole, half a team that's still new from that last Stanley Cup. Do they still know the impact he has on this organization, this town?
Does it lift the other players even watching a guy try at least? Does that? No. You're shaking your head. No. Doesn't matter.
For him, yes. For me or Slug 2, Slug 1 and Slug 2, they care less. They probably at halftime they'd go, "Oh, you were hurt?"
Right.
I told you I got caught one time. I had to take a dump at halftime, and I was in Cleveland with the Pistons. Came out and they had locked the door from the outside, put a bolt on it, couldn't get out. Banging on the door. Finally, someone heard and let me out. I go out. The fourth quarter is starting. Coming up, fourth quarter goes. We win in Cleveland. Come back. I go to the coach and apologize. Assistant coach, say, "Man, I'm sorry. I wouldn't take number 2, and I got locked in." He goes, "You weren't out there? You weren't out there? No, you know what he does? Good. And he's a friend. He was a friend. He's still a friend. Assistant coach.
Yeah.
He goes, Chuck, come here. Scott, tell him." Yeah, they thought it was funny.
Well,
Hey,
you know where you are in the
still
world.
getting paid, right?
No doubt. All right. Thank you, Grizz. Appreciate it. Let's football go. The Broncos, the grains are in for the Broncos. Oh, my God. Everybody loves Bo Nix. Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. All right. The biggest discounts, the lowest payments are here for you at Mike Maroney on a Ford, Chevy, or GMC. Check it out. You can get discounts up to $10,000 off. 10 grand or interest-free financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. And with over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're going to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. It's Mike Maroney Automotive. So visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. That's where I went to buy my vehicle, and they treated me like a king. They will do the same for you. And online, it's so easy. All the details about all the savings and this amazing selection. MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Tell him your pal D-Mac sent you.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com. Vic and Mo slow dance.
Yeah.
You guys got to make out. Them the rules.
Mm-hmm. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com, the most complete local appliance store. Locations: Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Dan Bud Tanner, what's first on the docket?
All right, fellas, here's your Broncos draft picks, and then we'll get into a grade I saw on CBS, and then I want you guys to hear what Todd McShay had to say on Peyton taking Bo Nix at number 12. But first round, Bo Nix, quarterback, round 1, pick 12. Third round, no second round pick. They go edge rusher with Jonah Ellis, round 3, pick 12. Fourth round, wide receiver Troy Franklin, one of Bo Nix's favorite targets at Oregon. Round 5, Chris Abrams-Drain, cornerback. Also in round 5, running back Audric Estime. We heard Tyler break him down a little bit earlier on in the show out of Notre Dame. Round 7, 2 picks in round 7. Devon Vele or Vel? I don't know how we're saying this. Vele.
Yeah.
Round 7, pick 15. And then they grabbed a center, Nick Gargulio. Round 7, pick 36. Now, according to CBS Sports, they love the fourth rounder and Troy Franklin. Now, they're talking about the Bo Nix pick at number 12 overall. They say, why not trade back to take him? Nix has talent and Sean Payton knows quarterbacks, but this one will be fun to watch. They give the Broncos a B-. Again, I think draft day grades are the dumbest thing ever. But let's hear from Todd McShay talking about the Broncos choosing Bo Nix at number 12. He was a little confused as to why they didn't move back to take Bo Nix, and here's what McShay had to say about what he thinks about Sean Payton taking Nix at 12.
But my goodness, this is an arrogant pick. This is an arrogant pick. And Sean Payton doesn't need a pat on the back. He doesn't need to prove anything at this point. But if he coaches Bo Nix into a Pro Bowl type of player and they go make deep playoff runs with this guy, it's better than any coaching job he did with Drew Brees. I'm just going to say it right now. Like this will be his Holland's opus, if you will. Like this will be his thing. Yeah. Because what he did with Brees was great. They won a Super Bowl. But Brees was much more NFL. Like his skill set translated, in my opinion, more than Bo Nix. So this is, hey, I know I can coach this individual. I know I can bring out his greatness, but it's all dependent on Sean Payton and his work with Bo Nix. So it's the all-time F you to hey, you guys don't think he's a starter? You're going to take him in the second round? I'm taking him at 12, and we're going to go chase the Super Bowl.
Do you guys agree with Todd? Is it an arrogant pick?
Arrogance is a strong word. I'm not sure I would agree with the arrogance of it, but it's a bold move. It's a bold selection. Look, would I have felt better about the pick had they moved back and gotten him? Yeah, that's what I was advocating for before the draft. I certainly would, but I also do not judge them for not being willing to gamble moving back to go get him. If that was the quarterback that they wanted, it's probably the safest thing to do to just take him at number 12. But look, there is a consensus opinion on Bo Nix. And the consensus opinion is that he was overdrafted. If you follow all of the draft experts, the only dude that I've heard really like Robert Griffin's the only one that I've really seen boy, Bo Nix is the savior. He's the dude. None of it changes anything though. Sean Payton identified a guy that he thinks it's going to work with, and he took him at number 12. I would have felt better if they moved back. Scott, would you have felt better if they moved back?
Probably. Yeah, probably. But to answer Dan's question, I just really using the word arrogant and Sean Payton the same sentence. I don't know who would ever do that.
Scott perked up when he heard that
love
word.
That, Scott.
Yeah, he's arrogant. He's also 60. This whole his reputation is good. Yeah, no kidding. This is it. He's 60. He's not 38. He's not one of these young whippersnapper coaches. You got to get to it one way. Like what Red said. Get busy living or get busy dying. Here we go. This is it. So it fails. All right, he's done. He'll have $100 million in the bank. He'll be 65. Oh, well. It was a good run.
Said a non-Bronco fan. right there.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
He's got
what?
a Patriots tattoo on his other ankle.
I'll tell you what, man. Like, he took his best shot, the guy he liked that he could get his hands on, when you didn't have anything else to do.
I don't think the Raiders were going to pick him, though. So if the fear was we can't move back because the Raiders wanted something sexy. They wanted Michael Penix. That we know who they are. Bo Nix is like the anti-Raider quarterback. There's no chance they were going to pick
All right,
him.
call BS or not BS on this. BS or not BS. The Broncos truly believed that Bo Nix was the third best quarterback on the board.
BS, and here's why. Major BS, because they were so confident that they could get their guy that he would be there at number 12 without them having to do anything.
So who's lying? They all are?
Every team.
They're all-
I mean, I don't want to call the Broncos liars for saying that, because every team
Well,
that's
that's
ever
what they're
every team
saying.
that's ever drafted a quarterback has always said, this is our guy. This guy was always at the top of our board. So I'm not like calling them out like they're bad people, but no, I don't think that that's a true statement.
Why do you think it's BS, Scott?
Because they can't be stupid.
So there's just zero chance they really believe that. It's just a lie.
No.
He was their third quarterback on the board.
The only person who would say he's definitely the third best quarterback on the board would really be an arrogant dude.
Bo Nix is better than Drake May. He's just better.
Is there a difference between this?
Do you believe that? Do you believe the
I don't-
Broncos? No.
Got
Hold on.
me.
You asked me. I'm asking you. Do you believe that the Broncos think Bo Nix is a better quarterback than Drake May?
I do believe they think he's the third best quarterback. I do,
They
actually.
got you hook, line, and
But I
sinker.
guess they got me, because I do believe when they went up for a private workout and they saw what was going on, they liked him. I do believe. I think Bo Nix is a football robot, meaning he will just process the information quickly, and he's not.
And after Sean's experience last year, he would want that.
And I promise you this. Bo Nix will not talk back about anything.
That's
he
right.
will not challenge anything.
He's a football
if Sean
robot.
Payton tells him to take 3.5 steps, he'll
Yeah.
take 3.5. If he says 5, he's taking 5. I mean, this dude will do. He will be Sean Payton on a football field.
Is that bad that I call him a football robot?
I don't think it's a compliment.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I don't mind that as a quarterback, though. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a robot as a QB. I think Peyton Manning was a robot as a QB.
Yeah, but he programmed himself.
You don't think people helped along the way?
Well, no, I'm sure he got
think
some
at a
help,
point.
but
Yeah.
Peyton Manning was the programmer and the robot.
At a
Fine.
point. At a point.
Yeah.
Fine.
But I think Nix is just going to be that football robot. He's going to just follow Sean Payton's lead. I think Sean Payton likes it.
So
I
Bo
do think
Nix-
he was their third quarterback.
Bo Nix is here okay this year. His touchdown to turnover ratio is okay, but they still win 4 games, and the offense is averaging 17 points. Who do we blame?
I blame Russell Wilson because of the 53-32 split. And then I'm going to look at the $100 million in cap space in 2025. And now we're drafting, 2, 3? So we're getting the best whatever.
Quarterback?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to blame anyone in year one because I'm not going to judge him off of year one.
Well-
like that's probably not real. Hey, he was the 6th quarterback selected. Now, D-Mac thinks he was the best, right? But
No.
he was the 6th
I
quarterback
don't,
selected.
Hold on. Don't put words in my. I don't think he's the best. I think they think he was the third best. And just because you're drafted 6th doesn't mean
So
you're
Drake May's on the board at 12. They're not taking Drake May.
not according to them.
I know.
Well, I don't know.
I know what they've told us.
I know you don't want to call them liars, but either they're lying or they're not lying about this one.
I've never heard anybody draft anybody that didn't say they loved that guy,
Of
and that's what they
course.
wanted. So you got to keep that with a grain of salt. When you say they, I say he.
Fine.
I believe
I'm
you use
with
the
you.
proper pronouns. And Sean Payton's just a he,
All right, I'll
not
use-
a they. That
About
might
time
have
you
been
bought in,
that
Scott.
statement of the third best might have been Sean Payton's idea. I don't think.
I guarantee you it's Sean Payton's
Yeah,
idea.
but I'm not sure everybody in
I
that
do
room-
believe them.
Oh, did you watch the thing when they announced it? Wasn't a whole lot of excitement in that group when they drafted Bo Nix.
Even Sean Payton. He didn't look like
Yeah,
he
we
was.
got stuck, boys. Had to do it.
I do believe them at this though.
right.
If Michael Penix and Bo Nix were on the board at number 12, I do think they would have taken Bo Nix.
I think they would have backed up if both of them were on the board.
Next story, Dan.
Well, speaking of Michael Penix, let's hear from the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons and their GM.
Oh, yeah.
They were asked in their press conference,
That was fun.
what was Kirk Cousins' reaction when they selected quarterback Michael Penix 8th overall?
Well, that's a private. We wouldn't share that, and obviously
reactions are pretty private, right?
Yeah.
He got called on the clock, obviously because it's a sensitive time with the issues of what you got going on. It's never a right time to talk to a quarterback about those things, and reactions are always going to be private when it comes to those things, unless Kirk decides to tell you some of those things, that whatever the case may be. But he's a competitor, just like us all, and you can always expect those things to go just like you kind of think.
His agents kind of been telling us that they were shocked and dismayed and so forth. That they were informed on the clock.
Yes.
I thought Kirk called him up and said, hell of a pick.
Get ready for the show
I'll
there in
just say
Atlanta.
what the warden said when she was, doing about Penix and that Kirk Cousins was a little upset. She goes, "Who cares? They're paying him $100 million guaranteed."
Well,
and I'm like, how are you upset?
In a crazy world, this could work out to Kirk Cousins' benefit. It could. Because he might just pull off the impossible again and get cut after a couple of years and then go get another $85 million deal.
He might. He could. Teams are desperate. He absolutely could. You have to move and everything. You got to do all that with your family.
Well, he says he likes Denver.
Hey, I'll tell you
it's
this.
Not crazy.
Kirk wanted to be in Denver before he got signed with the Vikings.
Hey, Scott.
He wanted to be here.
If it all falls apart with Bo Nix in 2 years, you can get yourself Kirk Cousins. You'll have the money to do so. And you were joking about,
I'd take Kirk over Dak in a heartbeat.
Okay, well, if it doesn't work out with Nix, and you were joking, hey, next year in the draft, you take a quarterback. You know what? Hey, if it's really a disaster with Nix, take a quarterback next year.
Kirk will also be like 35.
How old was Peyton Manning when he got here? How old is Aaron Rodgers with the Jets? I mean, how old is too old to win? I get it. Hey, free agent stuff, you realize free agent stuff is 4 to 6 years max. The thing that you're going to get more life out of a free agent than 4 years is ridiculous, except in the weirdo case like Deshaun Watson. But you got to deal with all that crap.
Can I tell you something? I mean, I can't make sense out of it. I'm not going to wrap my brain into pretzel trying to solve that puzzle. I really don't hate it, though. I don't. Like a team actually looking into their future. I'm not going to hate a team for looking into their future.
It's one of the weirdest moves in NFL draft history.
Weirder than Love, who now it sounds like everybody in Green Bay loves him.
It is weirder than Love. It is.
Well, because the pick is so high.
For two reasons.
Deal.
Because Aaron Rodgers was on the way out no matter what, whether it was 1 year, 2 years, maybe 3 years.
It was three or four, wasn't it, after they drafted him?
Yeah, I thought it was 2, but I don't remember. But Kirk literally just signed. That's like you gave Aaron Rodgers a brand new deal, and then you did it. And it was the number 8. Number 8? What number was the Falcons?
8.
Yeah, the number 8 overall pick.
That was stunning.
Hard to get much higher than that.
How old's Kirk?
Oh, I don't know, man. I mean, he's got to be 32, 33.
I bet that dude plays until he's 42, if he could. I have no idea why Kirk Cousins would
Kirk's
stop
probably
playing.
older than that right now, actually. Kirk might be 34 right now.
I bet he plays until his 40s. He seems like he loves it. The guy's in good shape. It's hard to find dudes like that. It's a confounding, weird deal.
He's 35.
Part of the weird deal, by the way, is Penix, his age, like how old he is. Like this is not like Jordan Love was like 21 years old. Penix is, how old is Penix?
24,
25, something like that.
No, he's 23.
Okay, how old would he be in 3? I mean, I don't know.
26, 23
plus 3.
Plus 3 plus 3
yeah, but
is
like,
6.
He's
how old
younger
is
than
that?
Bo Nix.
Well, yeah, but Bo Nix is going to play right away. You get a.
You want him to sit behind Zach Wilson?
I don't want him to do it. I don't want to push him. I don't want to throw him in the fire. If he's ready to go, I'm fine with it. I don't care. I trust these guys with what they're doing. I don't have nefarious thoughts about, conspiracy theories like you guys do.
Yeah, Kirk would be 38 by the time he'd be available.
Next, Dan.
So Tampa would take him.
Maybe.
Hey, Tom Brady's coming back, by the way. He's coming back. He's playing for the Raiders. Who the hell else is going to play for the Raiders? But give me my theme music.
Well, that leads us to our next story. So, Tyler, you sent this over. Shedeur Sanders, fellas, is the early betting favorite to be the top pick of next year's NFL draft at plus 100. Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck are tied for second at plus 300. So here's my question for you, okay? Let's say the Broncos stink it up this year like we all expect them to do. They get the first overall pick in next year's draft. You guys are the GM of the Broncos. Are you taking Shedeur Sanders number 1 overall? Kind of like with the Cardinals taking Josh Rosen at 9. They end up with the first pick the next season. They select Kyler Murray first overall. What are you doing?
I mean, did you give me some stats? What's the situation with Bo Nix?
You sucked. You got the first overall pick. He sucked. You sucked. Everybody sucks. That's what you're saying, Dan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're kind of similar to the Cardinals situation with Josh Rosen.
You're a 2 to 3 win team. You got the number 1 overall pick. It stunk with Bo Nix.
Well, D-Mac better give the answer I think he's going to give it. If he doesn't, I'm about to rip him a new one. So you go first.
If you love Shedeur and you're drafted number 1, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I wouldn't do it. But if you feel like that's the best thing for your team, go for it.
But I thought that was the whole plan of why you can't draft a dude later in the second round.
I just said I wouldn't do it. I just said I wouldn't do it. But if you think that that's the best thing to do, well, I've got no issues with rinsing and repeating.
Did the Arizona Cardinals make a mistake in moving on from Josh Rosen as quickly as they did?
Doesn't look like he's not in the league.
No, they didn't. Right? And just like you know what you got in Mac Jones and you probably know what you got in Justin Fields, you know what you got. And sometimes it doesn't take that long. So I guess that's the luxury of not moving up in the draft this year is that it doesn't cost you in future years. It would be pretty crazy.
The bigger question is, do you think who will have a better pro career, Shedeur Sanders or Bo Nix?
I don't know.
Well, one, Shedeur sounds like he's going to have to take a pay cut for his rookie year, first couple of years. That's one.
Shedeur's got a lot to learn. Bo Nix is by far coming in. Like, if they both came into the league today, Bo Nix is by far the more NFL style of football ready.
The only comparables we have is a head-to-head matchup. How'd that go?
Not good for Shedeur. He got his ass kicked. The team got their ass kicked. Or it was the biggest ass kicking of the year.
It was only 49 points.
Last story, Dan.
All right, let's end on a fun one here. We heard from Tony Scheffler earlier in the show, him announcing the Broncos' third-round pick. But let's hear from Jamal Charles announcing one of the Kansas City Chiefs picks there, fellas.
A jerk. You're a jerk.
I'm happy to be here with a back-to-back Kansas City Chief. It's a trade. The San Francisco 49ers have traded a 63 pick to Kansas City Chief. With the 63 pick, in the 24 draft, Kansas City select Kinsley Suamaiya from BYU, tackle. Let's go, Chief!
All right, who did it better, Scheffler or Jamal Charles?
I'm not taking the bait. I'm not. No.
I'll give a nod to Tony Scheffler on that one.
Yeah, Tony wins.
I mean, if that's the question.
You're just a jerk. Like you're just a jerk. That's all you
Dan
are.
Hey, he said it. I didn't say it. I just played it.
He just asked who did it better. That's all he said.
Yeah.
He didn't ask you. He didn't ask you how he did it.
Might as well play it again though, since we've already.
No, that would be mean.
Might as well play it again since we've already done it.
Go Kansas City Chief.
I'm happy to be here with a back-to-back Kansas City Chief. It's a trade. The San Francisco 49ers have traded a 63 pick to Kansas City Chief.
Hey, look, did you guys hear the audio? I heard on Dempsey and them show of some player,
dude,
that got selected. I guess he's a real farm boy country guy.
We got to play that coming up
it was
next.
Xavier. Was it Leggett or who was that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he sounded like
it's
the
straight
dude
out
from
of
Waterboy.
Straight out of Waterboy.
Unbelievable.
That's great.
Now that's a funny one.
We can play that.
And you don't have to feel like a jerk.
We can play that coming up. Altitude Sports Radio, pumping you up for the playoffs. Free gas tomorrow. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Mosier's going to be in Winnipeg. But Lombardi and Kane will be your gas attendants at the Ulta convenience store where Isla meets 225. Vic had no idea where this is. This is in my backyard. I know exactly where it is. Rosie's Diner is right around the corner there if you want to get yourself some good diner food.
Why don't you just go since you want to be Vic so bad?
I could easily be there. Maybe I will. Since I want to be Vic so bad.
Yeah, you heard it.
Wow.
You heard it. Call me a liar, Scott.
I want to be Vic so bad?
Maybe his hair.
Starting at 8 a.m., the first 200 cars that pull up will get a $25 gift card Ulta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump. Yeah, we can hear that sound of that was great.
Yeah, that's cool.
That, and you better have the Waterboy sound ready too, because you got to put that side by side. All credit to Dempsey and company for doing it first, but it was great. That's next. Hey, it's D-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. What Toby Hurdle has put together is incredible. Kevin Carney says, we've worked with AAA Home Improvements for several projects since moving into our home, and I can say without exaggeration, our experience working with them has been nothing short of phenomenal. From design, permitting, project management, and final inspections, the 20-plus years of home renovation comes into use that is going to benefit you the best. Upfront pricing, no surprises, and close communication. Nothing is worse than that project just getting delayed and what's going on and where is everybody. Not with AAA. Room additions like a master bedroom, expanded kitchen, complete home remodels, custom homes. Perhaps you want to put together that Airbnb, whatever you want, whatever you can think of, they can design it, get it done on time, and build it. Their schedule does fill up quickly, so check them out today for a free no-obligation estimate on your dream renovation. AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. Hey, save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberries. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals. Live from the Bacchus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice, with a reminder that you guys are on TV tonight doing the game, starting at 7 o'clock, correct?
7 o'clock, Nuggets Live.
On Altitude.
Yep, on Altitude.
I love Altitude. Watch Altitude on Fubo.
You know what I did? I actually did the other day, and I guess I missed it. Tried to find a Rockies game.
It's easy to find on Fubo. It's a piece of cake.
I don't have Fubo.
Oh, well, okay.
T-Bag just thinks the whole world revolves around Fubo.
I hit guide, and it's just ding right there. It's a whole Rockies channel. It's just the Rockies.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to say what you have, but it only comes out of the ether when the game is actually on.
See, that's
why it's difficult to find, because it literally just appears out of nowhere on the guide when there's a game on.
Yeah, I knew that. I thought maybe I checked on like at 3:30 or 4, and there wasn't.
I don't know what to tell you if you don't have Fubo, but with Fubo, it's a piece of cake. I don't know. What are you using to try to find it?
I'm waiting for Fubo to endorse me.
They're not endorsing me. I do not get paid by Fubo.
But you've begged for it.
I'm not begging for it. I'm just telling you how I can. Well, it'd be nice. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't say no.
See, I told you he wants to be Vic.
Don't we all want to be Vic? Us little
I don't
guys.
want to be, no.
Vic is the hero.
I'm cool trying to be Scott, like another giant in this world,
That's
but no,
fine.
I don't need to lose 4 feet of height.
No, all the little guys, we'd love to be Vic.
Really?
Not really, no. Sometimes. It depends.
I'll give you another example here in a little bit why you want to be Vic.
Well, okay. I mean, he's better looking than me.
He's a good-looking man.
The dude is slightly taller than me, which kills me.
He stays at a proper weight.
He sure does. he does. He's had to battle some things in his personal life that you wouldn't wish on anybody, and he's one of my heroes for that, by the way. So, yeah. He had a beautiful jacket on the other night on Altitude, which I was watching on Fubo. This blue checkered, just fantastic.
Is this new suit you're wearing today, by the way?
No, God,
no,
really, no. Are you kidding? No.
What'd you look behind you for?
I thought I put my jacket over there.
So that is a suit, part of a suit?
It's not a suit. It's what you say. It's just jacket, dress pants, dress shirt.
Yeah,
it's
nobody wears suits anymore
Well,
unless,
that's
unless
not a
you're
suit.
maybe on TV. But
No.
outside of that, it's just dress pants and a jacket.
I got like 4 suit jackets that I could just wear with, kind of anything. Yeah, I got a little dressed up today. I don't know. I felt like it. I shaved. Going to the Nuggets, the playoffs, I feel a little guilty. Everybody's all dressed up in the playoff game. I don't know why. I mean, half the people aren't even on TV. I don't know what, mom's basement digital show they're on, but, they tend to dress up a little bit. Except for you Altitude people.
We dress.
All right, you want to hear Xavier Legit?
Legit, is that how you say it?
Yeah, and all props to Steve Nelson, Chris Dempsey. These guys played it first.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was funny.
And this guy is like a big-time country farm, raised on a farm kind of guy.
Can I just slow down the props a little bit to them? Because there's literal clips of this going across the internet all over the place of the Water Boys. I mean, I don't want to give them like all the credit for inventing this.
Well, that's a heck of a team effort from your point of view.
Yeah.
But okay, way to diminish what they did.
Yeah.
Here
So
is
you're saying Nelson stole it from the internet?
Well, he repurposed from the internet.
All right, I'd like to retract all my credit to Steve Nelson, the ripoff artist. Here is Xavier
There we go. Yeah.
Legit.
Good, very good.
You woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
What was that feeling like when you got the call? Because I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited, man, whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't going to crack. I was trying to be tough guy, but man, I was really over excited.
Can I say something? It's really awesome.
It's fantastic.
This isn't even making fun of him. I think it's
no,
awesome.
like he wasn't struggling with his thoughts or anything. Like
Bad thing is, having lived in Arkansas for a minute in my life,
yeah,
I understood every word he said.
You did not. What was the last I think because they played a couple times. The more I heard it, I still don't know the very last.
We'll
sentence.
play the last segment again. I'll tell you.
All right, Dan, can you
For
do that?
real, man. I told my folks I wasn't gonna crack out. Try to be tough guy, but man, hey, I was really overexcited.
I was
just overexcited.
Was that the last thing I was overexcited?
Just a little overexcited.
Play it again. I'll hear it now if you play it a third time.
Oh man, hey, I was really overexcited.
I was really overexcited.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I hear it.
Arkansas.
So do we know?
Did you really know that right off the bat?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Do we know what town this dude's from?
He's from South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Mhm.
What
Somewhere.
town? What town? Is that a town?
He is from Mullins, South Carolina.
Mullins. Scott, what do we know about Mullins, South Carolina?
Well, they won 5 straight 5A championships at one time.
Oh, what sport?
Football.
Football. Good at football down there in Mullins, South Carolina.
Oh, you mean I was saying Mullen High School.
Mullen
My bad.
High School. Although,
wonder if Mullen High School is named after
Mullen High School. Not so good at football anymore.
Well,
no,
they got rid of Logan.
Yeah,
There's Cherry Creek.
Yeah, Cherry Creek's not good at football. Is that what you just said?
Well, not the best.
I'm sorry. They won 5 straight.
They lost this year though.
Just
Except for
lost
this year. But that's not good.
Didn't you coach against your alma mater?
Yeah, and I beat him in the state championship game.
Okay, just now there are some comparisons to Legion and this character from The Waterboy. So this is kind of a who did it better, Legion or Waterboy?
I get right there, Calais. I right now. Hey. Lido, man. Now we win a kind of car we go to. That way I get a buco at my back.
No, he's not really saying words though. Like you don't know what he was saying, right?
The first sentence.
Those aren't real words.
Well,
the first sentence, like, come on, guy, play it again. First.
Interpret, Scott. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dan.
I get right there, Calais.
Right there.
I right now. Hey.
You're coming out there right now. Ha ha. They got right there. He's coming out right now.
Now we win a kind of car we go to. That way I get a buco at my back.
We're gonna something about buku.
Buku means a lot, and something.
Oh, is that a word?
Buku, that's French.
It means a lot.
It means a lot. Something.
He's speaking French.
Yes,
Waterboy's
speaking
French.
He's a Cajun.
That's French influence. That's the
all right.
dialect.
Okay. Yeah, Scott, you should take us out with a little buku talk.
You're gonna come, good show. You're gonna come up tomorrow. Nuggets.
Okay. Nate, Andy, you're
I think
next.
it could have been better.
Now we win a kind of car we go to. That way I get a buco at my back.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
As they got Logan O'Connor the hat trick on the empty net goal. Trying to do the same for Val Nichushkin. 18 seconds to go in the third period. Rantanen steals it away. Nichushkin has it at the red line towards the net. Yeah! Beta Boy Val! Throw the Chapeau! His first career hat trick! And you thought it was snowing before with the pom-poms. Here come the hats. 12 seconds left. Val Nichushkin has 3. The Avalanche, for the 4th time in this series, have 5. And they are about to make their way back to Manitoba with a 3-1 series lead.
Rebound down to Jokic. Jokic has it across the timeline. Throws back behind him to Murray. Murray back over to Joker. He's inside the arc. Slapped out of his hands and a steal by LeBron. Dog 2 hands.
Murray threw it in and then no one moved around it.
I might do it. That's probably it.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, we are here. It is a Monday. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Basketball this evening at 8 o'clock. We're going to say this is a pretty big one after a, quite frankly, annoying viewing experience on Saturday evening. Fortunately, the Avalanche were a lovely palate cleanser yesterday, a nice aperitif for the weekend, and we also had a draft. We got new dudes. Andy, there's new dudes all over the place. More dudes than you can shake a stick at, although I don't know why you'd be shaking a stick. How are you, man?
Sometimes I'm good.
Good.
You know, sometimes shaking a stick gets certain rodents away. Or it can also be something used to spread incense or cleansing smoke.
I suppose
What do you think of that?
Yes.
How's that grab you?
Val Nichushkin did a lot of shaking the stick yesterday to the tune of 3 goals, my friend. Throw the chapeaus. By the way, did you hear Connor McGahey? My dude was pumped over that empty netter and a chance to watch headwear rain down upon the ice. That was good.
Wow. Okay.
That was, whoo, yeah.
I hadn't caught that. Holy cow. Our guy. I don't think I've ever heard Connor like that. That throws me off a bit.
That sounded like a man that was bungee jumping right there. That was intense.
That's a good call. Just jumped out of the plane, acting like the skydiving's cool.
Totally.
As you're strapped to somebody.
Hell yeah. Avalanche 5-1 yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be anytime we're excited about anything. This is going to be in our life now for years or possibly only months to come, Andy. 5-1. They're up 3 games to 1. We've got Game 5 tomorrow in the Peg. But that game, I mean, Val, obviously, but also Cale Makar just scoring a goal for the ages in the second period yesterday. A 200-footer, as the hockey kids call it, Andy. Just coast to coast in that thing, torching every Jet, leaving them in his wake, scoring that goal. Physical hockey, quality goaltending out of Georgie. A good first period out of Hellebuck, and then his second period was an absolute nightmare. Of course, his teammates couldn't stop committing dumb penalties and putting him on the power play, or putting the Avalanche on the power play, putting him into a penalty kill situation. Andy, it's so funny because this is a weekend where we watched the Nuggets play a frustrating game where many bad habits kind of came back to roost, and then we watched the Avalanche play a phenomenal game that sort of killed a lot of bad memories of the last couple of weeks. Like that Avalanche victory, that was what I would call thorough, my friend.
Yeah, because they're playing good defensive hockey again. You know, they're playing playoff hockey. I don't know. They're committed to their assignments. They're not getting they seem to have one moment, and that's usually when the goal comes, where they get a little loose on the defensive assignment or a little lazy trying to get the puck out of the zone, And then what's been amazing about this is Winnipeg does not look big like they did once upon a time.
No.
And Winnipeg is starting to feel a little bit like the Kraken, where if they can get some chaos going in the Avs zone, they score a goal. But they've not been able, because guys have stayed on their assignment. Sticks have been in the lanes. The Avs have been good about blocking shots. Like, Winnipeg, they just don't have much to the offense right now. You know what I mean? If they don't get that backside easy shot where Georgie doesn't usually get a good look. Now, I will say, I agree with you. Georgie's been outstanding as far as the bounce back. They trust him again. I know that Josh Grismer stopped by the locker room today. He got audio of Sean Walker talking about how nice it is to trust the goalie again, knowing he's going to come up for us if we need him, which he has. The one goal yesterday was a little, that's still one where it's like, I'm not quite sure if he misjudged the speed or what. Looks like he was expecting maybe the old changeup and got the fastball or whatever. But he's been good. He's made the big save. And the offense is just too much. Like what has surprised me is how the Avs have just smothered these dudes when they have the puck in their zone, right? Like Hellebuck, I don't even think has been bad. I don't think Hellebuck deserved to be pulled yesterday. His guys are just kind of hanging him out to dry, You give these guys that much, if they get their rotation going around like they have, it's over. They're going to score, and they have. So let's hope it continues.
And it's everything that you're always harping on. It's Lehkonen and yesterday, especially Nichushkin, giant asses in front of a goalie, right?
Take the eyes away.
Get big bodies in front of a goaltender, and you can cause problems for him. I mean, that's what you're watching right now. The first Nichushkin goal, textbook, right? There's you allow Makar just to play point guard up at the top of the key, and zip, you've got that thing in there. You tip it, it goes off the post, it rolls into the goal. It's just a thing of beauty right there. That's what playoff power play hockey is supposed to look like, and that's what the Avalanche are doing right now. It's really, really good to see out of this team that they're playing this style at this moment. Ryan S. Clark of ESPN, national NHL reporter, former local guy. We used to talk to Ryan all the time on the program covering the Avalanche. Well, he has swooped in, and we're going to talk to him today here on the show. Dempsey at 420 to talk about the Nuggets. So much to dive into with a massive Game 5 coming up this evening. An important game tonight. You cannot go back to L.A. You can't go messing around with this whole thing. Jamal Murray is now on the injury report, questionable with a calf strain. This is called show up, mind your P's and Q's, play a hard 48 minutes. One of the problems that we have seen out of this team so far in this series, Andy, has been the Nuggets have unfortunately, and I really wonder how much the opponent plays into this, given their ownage of the Lakers. But the Nuggets have been playing in this series as though it's regular season basketball. They've been bringing regular season effort. Okay, if we give you anywhere from 16 to 20 minutes of good hard play, we'll be able to win this series. And it worked for 3 games because they're much better than the Lakers. Well, they tried to go through, Andy, and just roll through Game 4 in neutral, and it didn't work out for them. Outside of MPJ and Nikola Jokic, and we'll give a little bit of love to KCP, who was 6 of 8 from the field. Pretty puke effort out of a lot of guys that were out there in a game where they gave up 72 points in the paint. I hated that game on Saturday night. I had a really bad time watching it. I was very frustrated, and even when they got down double digits, and I tweeted the joke, but still, it was like, they ain't got it tonight, man. They're not coming back in this game. They just flat out didn't play hard enough.
No, and I don't like that you played with your food because,
Minnesota took care of business.
Minnesota took care of business, and now Jamal's on the injury report. Okay?
Yep.
Don't go screwing around with this thing. Don't. This is the wrong franchise to be doing it against. If the NBA would love anything, they'd love an old Lakers, the first franchise to come down from 3-0. Stop it. Get done. Shoot better. Please shoot better. They really haven't shot great the whole series. Please shake that off. Because watching yesterday, TNT and TBS had that cool thing going where I could go from a basketball to a hockey to a basketball to a hockey game. I mean, it was just all day long, right?
Yeah.
Watching Minnesota make life miserable. Watching Minnesota basically say Yusuf Nurkic is useless to you. Do not play him. Stay small. You're going to have your hands full, and you're going to need the rest, especially if whatever this thing is with Murray clearly is not going away. And who knows? It could be one of three things with Murray, frankly. So get this damn thing handled tonight, okay? I'm done with the Lakers. I'm done with the talk of the Lakers. I don't want to hear it anymore. Please dispatch of this. Nikola said he's bored with the four. Fine, get rid of him. Get him out of here.
What I am truly hoping for here, okay, and Malone talked about this after the game, okay, because you can gripe at your guys all you want. When you're up 3-0, nobody's going to listen, okay? Just flat out, you do not have the room's attention when you're up 3-0. You get humiliated like you did the other night. You can hold up, hey, they scored 72 points in the paint on you. That is absolutely unacceptable. Now, again, why didn't Aaron Gordon spend more time defending Anthony Davis? I'm not sure, but I thought that was a mistake. I would like to see that altered for this game tonight. But I would like to hope that Michael Malone would get an opportunity to, chew some guys' butts out a little bit in a film session, get some attention, and get a group refocused that I think spent way too long in this series coasting along on regular season boredom when they need to recognize the postseason is directly in front of them, and they got to pick this thing up a little bit.
Well, and again, I tweeted it out, and I realized it wasn't just a bench problem, but I felt like that was hopefully the one and only game this series the bench cost you.
They were terrible.
I mean, Peyton Watson, quit shooting threes, my guy.
Yeah,
please
they were terrible.
Go to the hoop. Please.
A combined 1 of 9 out of the bench in that game. They were ineffective. Andy, we knew, and there will be more games in the playoffs like that. The starters can't join them in poor play like that. And when I say play harder, I'm not saying that they weren't playing hard. I'm not saying that they were, that anybody was given 80% effort or anything else like that. They were just playing lackadaisical basketball. It was too much transition. It was too many runouts. They just served that thing up on a platter to a Lakers team where, surprise, surprise, LeBron James has a little bit of pride. Who knew?
Yeah, and it's funny you would say that because I got in the car to get the family's dinner. We just do the old carryout anymore on Saturdays. And so I get in the car. I'm hearing Kaz and Scott. And it's the first 2 minutes of the game, and Scott already says, I don't already like the energy. First thing he noticed, he goes, I don't like the look of this already.
Opening possession, you let LeBron get downhill.
Yeah, he didn't. He just said, I don't like this. This bothers me. So
yeah,
and it never changed. It never changed.
It was problematic. It was problematic all night long. We got a draft class, Andy. We got dudes. We're gonna get to know some dudes.
Some guys
today here on the show. All kinds of guys, all kinds of dudes. We got guys and dudes here that are now members of the Denver Broncos. We'll dive into that today here on the show. We have got game numero 5 this evening between the Denver Nuggets and the LA Lakers. We'll get you action at 8 o'clock tonight. We'll get you pregame with Birdo at 7:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio. We have so much going on, but we talk about the fun team from the weekend. That, of course, being the Avalanche. They're up 3-1. They will play Game 5 tomorrow night in Winnipeg. We are looking forward to that. We'll talk to Ryan S. Clark of ESPN all about the hockey. That's next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Gotta be honest, I didn't know Cale Makar's middle name.
Did not know he was a Douglas.
I didn't know that either.
I don't know if I need my business on the streets if I'm Cale, though.
That was an excellent call by Connor Douglas McGahee right there. The Avalanche getting a 5-1 victory on Sunday. Game 5 tomorrow night in the Peg. We welcome into the show right now our old buddy. He's big time now, but we're still able to book him. Ryan S. Clark of ESPN, national NHL reporter. Ryan, welcome back to the program. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you two doing this afternoon?
We're doing quite well. Also, we can confirm your middle name is not Douglas. We just know it starts with an S.
That is correct.
Again, nobody wants their middle name business out on the streets. I think Cale may say something to Connor.
We'll find out about that.
So here's the thing. I'll take blame for that because one of the very first things about Cale Makar that got written that was big was right after he made his debut, and I used his middle name, Cale Douglas Makar, and it stemmed from something I did with Nathan Raymond McKinnon. And so the funny story, because I'll be selfish for 5 seconds, is yesterday at first question, I was very close to calling him Douglas and was like, nah, let me not, because he might not respond well to that. But now that I know that Connor is using the name his mama gave him, maybe next time.
Okay, there you go. Ryan, you, by the way, were you covering the team when they drafted it and when Cale arrived? I mean, you wrote extensively about him early on in his career. You fostered a good relationship as a quality reporter does with his family. You now watch what he is. You know what he is. He's a Norris Trophy winner. He's a Conn Smythe winner. Now you're sort of watching his career from afar. You're not in town every single day. But when you see the player that he is, all that reporting, all that writing that you did about him early on, how has he met or exceeded expectations? Has anything surprised you? Sort of reconvene on the Cale Makar career for me.
It's kind of bizarre because he reminds me a lot of an athlete that I covered in South Florida, that you could see all this talent, but you just don't know how it's going to materialize. You know it's going to be something that is going to lead to a good career, but you're just not exactly sure how high the ceiling is because they themselves aren't even sure how high the ceiling is. So to see him progress year after year to the point where he goes from being one of the bright young stars of an Avalanche team to being one of the brightest prospects in hockey, to being one of the best up-and-coming players in hockey, to being arguably for some people the best defenseman and one of the 10 best players in the world, like that's quite a jump in such a short amount of time. And so to see what he's done, it's really kind of reminiscent of a player I covered in South Florida who went on to Louisville and won the Heisman Trophy, now named Lamar Jackson. So it's kind of a lot like that.
Ryan, this has been a very interesting series. You probably were aware of all the panic that ensued and set in Avalanche territory, I believe they call it, because of the play of their goalie, Georgiev. And now, before you know it, the guy that actually gets pulled first in the series is Hellebuck, although I don't really think it was his fault yesterday. So I ask you this. I was saying down the stretch to try to calm everybody here that I thought the defense was as much a problem as the play of Georgiev. I don't know that I remember the Avs playing this well defensively, at least since the Cup year. How impressed have you been with them as a defense overall these last, 3 games?
Well, it goes back to something Jared Bednar has been saying for years now, and something that a lot of coaches say, which is if you want to get the puck and go into attack, you have to be a team that forechecks. And that's what you're seeing from the Avalanche, whether it's when they're in their defensive zone, the pressure they keep, the fact they don't really let the Jets get settled, even the sort of what they do in the neutral zone and forcing the Jets to try to make adjustments. And as we heard yesterday from Mark Scheifele, this is a team that's trying to make adjustments, but things just aren't working. And so, yeah, what you've seen is not only a defense that's making it hard for the Winnipeg Jets, but you think about the reduction in shots Alexander Georgiev is seeing. Earlier this year, there were times he was making upwards of 30, 35 saves. So far in this series, he's not really been taxed. Yes, there have been moments when he's faced maybe 3 or 4 shots in a certain sequence, but you're not seeing Winnipeg really overwhelm him with shots, whereas if on the other end, that's exactly what you're seeing the Avalanche do to Connor Hellebuyck. And Rick Bowness talked about this yesterday, where he said the reason Connor Hellebuyck got pulled was he wanted to give him rest. He said those goals aren't on him. And when you look at the underlying metrics or even just the traditional statistics of the Winnipeg Jets, in the regular season, the Jets were 11th in shots allowed. This postseason, only the Golden Knights have given up more of the 16 teams that are currently in the playoffs. And even when you look at things like scoring chances, the Jets were among the best in the league in terms of denying scoring chances. But you look in the playoffs, again, they've been another one of those teams that's really struggled with scoring chances in terms of denying them. So, again, it's so many moving parts at once.
Ryan S. Clark of ESPN covering the Avalanche and the Winnipeg Jets. We will get you Game 5 tomorrow night up in Winnipeg. Yeah, along those lines, Ryan, you had a quote from Rick Bowness saying the problems are self-inflicted. We're playing right into their hands. That which you talked about right there, the amount of quality scoring chances the Avalanche are creating, how much of that is just Nathan MacKinnon and the Avalanche are awesome, and how much of it is, to Rick Bowness's point, self-inflicted problems?
See, even though you say Nathan MacKinnon, you think about who's leading this team in points, and it's not necessarily the Nathan MacKinnons of the world, which is the difference between the team last year and this year. Last year was a team that needed MacKinnon to be at his best, and even then they still got knocked out in the first round. This postseason, they've been able to rely on so many people to where having Nathan MacKinnon is nice, but they're more than just Nathan MacKinnon. But in the sense of just which one is it more than the other, Rick Bowness's point about the adjustments and the self-inflicted wounds, that's the story of the series, especially when you look at games 3 and 4. Game 3, they give up penalty after penalty after penalty. It's what allows the Avs to take a 1-goal deficit, score 5 unanswered, win by 3. You look at what happened yesterday. Maybe it wasn't quite the same way in terms of the third, but that second period, again, penalty after penalty after penalty. The Avalanche are able to go up and get 4 goals in that period. Bonachushin, of course, gets an empty netter. And you're now talking about a Winnipeg team that's trying to find answers when, yes, staying out of the penalty box is one thing that will help them, but also it's how do you prevent the big period from happening, because that has been the story the last 2 games. But also, while you're trying to do that, how do you find a way to score? Because you think about Game 1. Game 1, they had 7 goals. Since Game 2, they've had combined 5 goals as a team.
Ryan, what do you think Zach Parise has added to this team? Is it similar to what maybe Cogliano added the Cup year?
They're different players. They're veterans, but the difference is this. Cogliano is someone who can stabilize a bottom 6, and that's something he did really, really well in previous stops, whereas with Zach Parise, he gives you that top 6, that top 9 sort of forward. And what he's been able to provide them, of course, is another voice in the dressing room, but he's given them another scoring option, but also he has provided a balance to that second line, because we think about who've been the stars of this Avalanche playoff run so far in the first round. One of the easy answers is Casey Middlestat, and you think about the fact that this is his first playoff series. Having Artturi Lehkonen, who's won a Stanley Cup, who's been in these environments, helps. Having someone like Zach Parise, who has seen everything but a Cup final, which is why he's in Denver, is also an addition. So not only is it just another scoring threat and someone who can distribute, but someone who's also going to forecheck, but also provides a sense of experience and stability that line, especially as Casey Middlestat is going through his first postseason run.
Ryan Clark of ESPN. Ryan, give us a bit of a preview, forecast a little bit. What a Game 5 back in Winnipeg's building in front of the whiteout. What this could look like. What is an adjustment or 2 or counter out of Rick Bowness and Winnipeg, and how do the Avalanche close this out?
Well, Rick Bowness, it's going to be a situation where he's going to have to juggle lines and pairings. It's something he talked about having to do, not only just because of injuries, but you're trying to find solutions. So if you're them, the number one thing is you've got to find ways to avoid giving up the big period like we just talked about. Second is giving Connor Hellebuyck more defensive help. And third, it's trying to find a way to break through and score goals because, again, it's been an issue. If you're the Colorado Avalanche, you just keep doing what you've been doing, which is more than just scoring in bunches. It's the fact that you use the collective ability of your team to put Winnipeg at a disadvantage. And when you look at the teams in this Western Conference specifically, the Avalanche, the Golden Knights, and the Dallas Stars are the 3 teams people seem to think are the favorites. And the reason why is they each possess that sort of collective ability to put teams at a disadvantage. With the Avalanche, it's pace, it's puck movement, it's the ability to score, it's forechecking, all the things that we've seen in the last 3 games. And if you're them and you continue to do that and build from it, it goes back to what Jared Bednar said. He liked what he saw in Game 2 compared to Game 1, Game 3 compared to Game 2. If you can continue to do that if you're the Colorado Avalanche, then you're going to win in 5. And if that's what happens to the Winnipeg Jets, it's another offseason in which you have to ask what's going wrong, considering this is going to be the 2nd straight year you've been knocked out in 5 games after winning the first game of the series.
And that Game 5 comes tomorrow night. Ryan S. Clark, his latest, ESPN.com, on the Jets facing elimination and the frustration of their head coach, Rick Bowness. Ryan S. Clark, national NHL reporter. Ryan, beautiful work as always, man. I feel like I know more about hockey after talking to you. I appreciate it as always.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All right. Ryan S. Clark is with us right there. Nathan Raymond McKinnon, Cale Douglas McCarr.
Somebody, you know what? Where was the text? Someone, upper shelf, MacArthur. How about that, huh?
MacArthur.
Huh?
Cale Douglas MacArthur.
Yes.
Ooh, that is nice. That's
it's all coming
quality
together
work right there. It really is. That's the brilliance of the KNL heads right there coming through on a Monday. First day of the week, they're already bringing it, Andy. We need to step it up.
Oh, they're sharp. They're sharp.
Yes.
Real quickly.
Yeah.
You know, I BS with Scotty from time to time. Something I said to him that I thought, I'd ask Nate this. Because
Okay.
Scotty was only half paying attention. And you might be too. I oddly feel almost more confident in the Avs currently than in the Nuggets. Not that the Nuggets are going to lose and not get past the Lakers, but the shooting and the injuries all of a sudden have me a little more concerned with, like, what was it, 2 weeks ago? I'm thinking, boy, the Avs, this might be a quick one, and we're on to another Nuggets parade. And now, just the way they've been shooting, Nate. Yeah! It's funny because the Avs are shooting well, and the Nuggets are not shooting as well anymore.
No, they're not.
I'm all of a sudden like, again, this is up for debate or up to change. We can always check in and take the temperature anytime, but I find myself 2 weeks into these playoffs or whatever it's been, all of a sudden a little more confident in the distance the Avs could go versus the Nuggets, and it was not that way when everything was nothing.
Yeah, I can't
Not
walk
going there
out
yet?
onto that limb with you. No, but here's what I will say, okay? I am more pleased with the urgency and attention to detail that I'm watching out of the Avalanche after I think some of that considerably waned at the end of the regular season. I'm much more satisfied with what I'm seeing out of that team versus a Nuggets team that I think is at the moment trying to go through this thing on cruise control. And and again, like, here's what I really wonder about with the Nuggets is they've now beaten these guys 11 times in a row. They had beaten them 8 times in a row coming into this series. Game 2 was ridiculous, and I think really had massive mental reverberations for the Lakers going forward in the series. Game 3 was still like Game 2 was killing those guys. And the Nuggets' efforts were they were marvelous in that series. They were great. It was good to see. My problem with the Nuggets at the moment isn't like, do I worry that they're good enough to do it? I know that they're good enough to do it.
Both teams are good enough to do it.
Yes, it's just, okay, this sort of, again, just sloppiness, I don't want to call it lazy, but at times lackadaisical work out of the part of the Nuggets. I was concerned at the end of the regular season, and they didn't put it to bed at the start of the series versus an Avalanche team that I believe the calendar flipped to the postseason, and they said, we're going to mind our P's and Q's a hell of a lot more. I'm still not concerned about the Nuggets. I'm just mildly annoyed with them at the moment.
Yeah, here's my thing, though, and I was griping to my 2 buddies I watched the game with the other night. Last year's Nuggets, I feel, I'm pleasantly grumpy, or however I was
That's
described.
right.
The more that it's been pointed out, the more I notice it. Thank you, Westwood. No, seriously, like last year, I just feel like that team would have had the killer instinct of we're done with this. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for them to not have we're just done, because Nikola had said the 4-game series are boring. He didn't call the Lakers boring, but Nikola made it pretty clear last week. I don't love playing a team this often in a series, right? So, I feel like Game 4 was something we would not have seen out of the Nuggets a year ago. The only other thing that just they're not shooting well, and I don't understand what turns to get the shooting to turn around, Nate. Like, this is not just a one-game thing now, especially from three-point land. That's what has me concerned.
They are 37 for 134 from behind the arc. Andy, that is sub 28%, 27.6% from behind the arc. The most notable issue coming courtesy of our friend Jamal Murray. Listen to these numbers, okay? Regular season, Jamal, 48% from the field, 42.5% from three in this series, 4 games of this series. 38% from the field, a troubling 21% from behind the arc right now from Jamal Murray. A 9 of 23 in Game 4. You know, how much of a factor is the calf strain? How much of a factor has been just the increased intensity and physicality of postseason basketball that has now come upon him? We worried about his conditioning because of the manner in which he had been in and out of the lineup all year long, including missing a substantial stretch at the end of the regular season. And I think it is shown up. I think this is a basketball player right now in Jamal Murray that is trying to get his legs underneath him, and he is trying to do it against an intense series and an opponent that's bringing it every single night, because that's what everybody does in the playoffs. They bring it every single night, and quite frankly, it's looked a little bit choppy at best. I am desperately hoping by the time the Minnesota series rolls around, and hopefully we're talking about the Minnesota series by tomorrow, by the time that rolls around, that we're going to see a more crisp Jamal Murray, because he's been bumpy at best so far in this series. He really has been. It's not a criticism of his play. It's just regular season hangover that has now continued on into the postseason.
Hold on real quick. I want to address something from Adam who wrote in, A-Dub. He said, didn't they literally do the same thing last year in the first round? So to me, Adam, yes, it was a 5-game series. It was a gentleman's sweep. I'm with Nate, though, where I felt like the Nuggets, I don't feel like the Nuggets just got bored. I feel like the T-Wolves outplayed them in that Game 5 a year ago, okay? What I saw, or Game 4, I guess it was, what I saw in Game 4 the other night is what you said, Nate, where we just keep launching three. The other thing that really bothered me that they haven't allowed to happen, you let them out-rebound you. You just constantly let them have second and third opportunities. Like, to me, you just didn't look engaged until way late in the third or maybe even the fourth, where they made the little run. They got it down to 7 or whatever it was. But, I mean, they just didn't look like we're putting this one to bed. Whereas I think we better buckle up for the Minnesota series. Now, maybe that's the recency bias of what they did to Phoenix. And let's be honest about it, Nate. You and I were wondering when they made the trade for Bradley Beal, how does this really make you better? Turns out it doesn't. Doesn't even make them good enough to beat Minnesota. And they've got all sorts of problems going on in Phoenix now.
Not once. Not once.
Maybe I'm also influenced a little bit by how the T-Wolves have looked.
Real quick, have you looked into what Phoenix's future looks like?
Not good.
Oh, my goodness, those guys are screwed.
Cap problems. Can't fire the coach, right? You're going to fire another coach after a year?
I promise you Ishbia is going to fire Vogel. I promise you.
You think so? Well, someone's going to have to take the blame. Someone's got to be blamed.
Guy walked through the door. First thing he did was get Kevin Durant. Spends his first offseason getting Bradley Beal. I think, what did they move? 4 future first-round picks? And they've and I think 6 second-round picks? They have no picks. They have no picks. They have no money. They're right now they're at $200 million in terms of the cap. They're in the second apron already. There is no viable option to improve for that team. The Broncos, you can mess up the Russell Wilson thing as badly as humanly possible, you still have draft picks the next year. They have none. The Phoenix Suns they're hoping that somehow, and by the way, Durant, he was healthy this year. What did he play, 75 games?
Yeah.
This year he had a good, healthy season. You think you're getting that out of him next year? Woo! Woo! That team is screwed. They are up the creek, my friend. Wow. Yeah, but that's what you get. That's rich guy goes and buys the team. Hey, I'll give Mel Tucker $100 million. I'll puke all this money on my basketball team. The problem is in that sport, there is a whole bunch of barriers in your way. You can't just buy your way out of problems, and that's the life the Suns are leading right now. It's pretty funny, actually. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a Monday afternoon. We'll take a break, and when we come back, why the contents of a backpack led to a major organizational decision by the Denver Broncos. This is not a story about Slim Cunningham. We'll tell you about it next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Those folks have been a good sponsor, the title sponsor of this show here for most of our run for Nate and I. We appreciate them greatly. It is camping season. You need something for your camping adventures. Colorado Off-Road has it. Whether you maybe need something to tow the fifth wheel or tie downs for the camping equipment, they've got that. Make an appointment. Give Jerry a call, and he can help you out. Or maybe you just need something to make off-roading all the more fun. I know a lot of folks that go do a little off-roading with their camping. If that's you, maybe you want to make something more fun at night. They got great light bars and accessories for you to choose from, tow winches if you need it to maybe get yourself out of a little bit of a jam. Anything you can think of course, great tires that you could use for the off-road lifestyle, the suspension that you may want, or just regular everyday stuff like I put on my F-150 that I bought, and they've been outfitting it since 2019. Got the bed cover, got the step rails, got the floor mats. They can do it all for you over at Colorado Off-Road. So if you need truck or 4x4 accessories, find my friends at Colorado Off-Road. They're 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on South Prince Street, right behind ACC, or cooffroad.com.
Hey, Altitude Sports Radio is pumping you up for the playoffs with free gas. That's right, free gas. Tomorrow morning, Moshe Lombardi and Kane will be broadcasting from the Alta Convenience Store at Iliff and 225 starting at 8 a.m. The first 200 cars that pull up will get a $25 gift card. Alta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump. Again, starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Iliff and 225. First 200 cars that pull up will get a $25 gift card. That's right, we're pumping you up with free gas, Andy. Free gas, my friend.
Who doesn't love free gas?
Everybody
I was
loves
out there a
free
few
gas.
years ago doing a body armor promo, so I know where they're going.
Yeah?
Hope we have a couple traffic cops there. Something tells me it's going to be real popular, and that's going to be real clogged. So,
also, Mark Mosier is going to have free access to gas station frozen burritos all morning long, so there will be even more free gas for you if you stop by the Alta Convenience Store where Iliff meets 225 starting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
yes. By the way, you can catch the game tonight on Altitude TV. And our friend Scotty is back on the special diet that may also cause him such problems as we're speaking of. So if Chris Marlowe seems a little watery-eyed, you now know.
Okay, I'm glad I'm playing on the road this week. All right, Andy. Albert Breer, Monday Morning Quarterback, SI.com. I read from the lead of his column today. It was closing in on noon on a sunny, mild, late winter morning in Eugene, Oregon. Already this is sounding delightful. Flowery prose. And Bo Nix was reaching down to grab his bag as he and the Denver Broncos Brain Trust were wrapping up 3 hours of meeting time and getting set to head out to the field for his workout. "What's in your backpack?" Sean Payton asked. First off, quick aside, it's a serious cop question.
Well,
Chill
isn't
out,
that isn't that why you get sick of me going, "What are you doing?" every time I call you? The old leadoff line, "What are you doing?"
What's the
What's in your backpack?
Yeah, you always
Yeah.
get very defensive. What I do is none of your business.
So Nix reached inside and grabbed a roll of tape that he explained he'd need for his ankles if he were going to train. He also pulled out a spare pair of football cleats and a lacrosse ball that he'd said he'd use for rolling out his back. And what wasn't in the bag was just as significant. Everything was football related. All of it.
So I know about the lacrosse ball trick. You and I talked about it when my Achilles heel was bothering me, and you said you use it to break up the plantar fascia, right? My wife has done that too. I've never heard of anyone rolling a back out on a lacrosse ball. That's some pretty good balance.
Yeah.
That's some pretty good you got
It
some
also
strength.
sounds unpleasant, but again, Bo Nix, tough guy, football player. Okay, here's my question though, okay? Everything in the backpack was football related. Dude didn't have a single knick-knack that was encountered along the way. Dude didn't have just like a spare old gum wrapper that was sitting about in his backpack. Nothing along those lines. All right, so Andy, let's do it. Let's do the backpack trick. I want you to go through your backpack right now.
I do have my backpack.
You got your backpack. I want you to find anything that Sean Payton would find troubling that might lead him to want to leave you on the draft board.
Here's a Duluth trading receipt for jeans.
Well, that's not football related.
No. I told you, the biggest indictment's going to be my glasses. In the game.
You already can't see.
There we go, yeah.
I can't.
Something
I'm not
like
drafting
that,
you,
yeah.
Four Eyes.
Little something like that is in there. So that's a problem. I can't see downfield. And
that's
then,
an
of course,
issue.
I have my computer in there. I got this foam thing. You know what I don't have is my dang headphones, so I got to go home and get that done. That's in the front pocket. What's in the box? I got
what do you got?
Assorted Sharpies and a pen.
Okay. Well, that's for prep. That's good.
What's this? Oh, there's more. More. I've got a candy bar from the 80s, a granola bar.
What do you got there? What is that, a Nature Valley?
More markers. So I've worked with a lot of former pro athletes, so I always had Sharpies so they could sign stuff. Yeah, that's it. Should we see if this thing's still edible? I can squeeze it a bit, so that might be okay.
You were a pen jockey?
Oh, trust me. Stinking doc. Oh, I need an autograph. So, yeah, that's about it.
Sounds like their problem.
That's it. See? A whole lot of nothing.
See.
Just so people don't think I'm giving you just a selection of stuff. No, that's all I got.
I'm looking at mine. Oh, look at this. I also have an old Nature Valley.
What
there
are
you
we?
go.
Yeah. You and I
Oats
forget
and
to
honey.
eat snacks, apparently.
So Bo Nix doesn't have a single old granola
Yeah,
bar
you
in
have
his
a granola
bag?
bar of some kind, Mr. Workout? Mr.
What are you
I'm always
doing?
ready to work out.
A
Gatorade?
I got gum. Does he have no gum?
Gum is good. Good call by you.
Man, does Bo Nix never? He never has anything with smelly breath or anything like that. No gum.
He ain't got time to talk to you. He's working out.
I got lotion. I get dry hands.
Okay. All right. Sure. Dry hands. Sure.
Flossers. I got my flossers.
No, you got the economic pack. Holy cow.
75.
You got enough for all of us. Wow.
Got my flossers. I got my let's see, my hand sand and my Clorox wipes.
Sure.
Yeah, Bo Nix ain't wiping anything down. He's all football.
That's right.
Let's see. I got
blood and mud.
I got my cough drops. Honey lemon. There you go. Got my cough drops. I got some old change. Bo Nix doesn't have any old quarters in his backpack.
Do you?
What are you doing, Bo?
I rarely pay for anything in cash anymore, like as in never. Did you ever? Were you ever I've always got the cup holder with the change in it. You got that in your car?
I don't think so, actually.
Just for the drive-through?
Yeah, no. I got let's see. I got my kids' books.
Okay.
Headphones. Yeah, no. I don't think Sean Payton would want anything to do with me. I have all this unnecessary peripheral stuff that I apparently don't need in my backpack. No lacrosse balls for me. Sean Payton would not draft me.
Yeah, I play lacrosse and don't have lacrosse balls. We have nothing to work out in, period.
I'm really also like, again, if somebody goes, "What's in your backpack?" I'll go, "Backpack stuff."
Yeah.
What's in your backpack, Sean?
None of your business is what it is. What's your middle name, Sean?
Do you have a warrant, Sean? You don't need to go rifling through my stuff.
Hey, that's where you followed up with you a cop?
Exactly. You wearing a wire, Sean? What are you looking for, man? Yeah, so all football stuff. Got to draft that guy in the first round, Andy. Nothing but football stuff in the backpack.
You know what? We'll have to break down their draft class at some point.
We will.
I like their draft class for the most part. I mean, as well. Like again, none of us knows. We don't even know about Bo Nix. Those four, neither of us know how it's going to work out.
Did they?
But
did
I don't
they
think they overdrafted once after the first round.
Did they check Chris Abrams' Drain's backpack?
Wow.
Did they go through Devon Velle's backpack, or was it just Bo Nix?
I think just Bo Nix. You mainly just.
Do we know what Nick Gargiulo keeps in his backpack?
What would have been the deal killer? What would have been a deal killer, do you think?
Yeah, like what would have been the thing?
What would
have been
and now we're not drafting you?
Like a Nintendo Switch?
Yeah. Yeah. A Switch. Do they even make I guess the Switch is portable. Good job on you. A Game Boy.
A copy of Maxim magazine from April 2007. Like, what do you want? I just really like Jennifer Love Hewitt. Leave me alone.
Yeah. Is that where you're disappointed? Just you're old enough. You're of age. Don't buy the Maxim. Yeah. That's for the 16-year-old. Go ahead and buy the 18 and above version.
You don't need that. No. Yeah, I'm not terribly sure. Is it? Yeah, like what if he had like a copy of Popular Science in there or something like that?
Popular Science.
Like,
Better
ain't drafting you,
garden.
nerd.
Are you worried about recipes instead of football?
Some National Geographic.
Yeah. Yeah. A pack of cigs. Where'd you learn to do this? I learned it by watching you.
Oh, man. Pour one out for the days of QBs that ripped cigs. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Anthony McConaughey.
We'll talk to Jeff Legwold coming up here.
I wonder ask him what's in his backpack.
We're going to find out. It's a deal breaker, apparently. That's all coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Yeah, Jeff Legwold time here on a Monday afternoon. We welcome him into the program right now. Jeff Legwold, we choose to start today's interview in unique fashion. We've never opened with this question, but why the hell not? Jeff, what's in your backpack?
Oh, my backpack, all work stuff.
Oh, nothing but sports writer stuff right
Pull it
there.
out and prove it, Legwold. We just did it on air.
Sports writer.
There it is.
All sports writer gear.
Yeah, never mind.
Nothing extraneous at all.
No, it's the no fun league in the backpack. I'll tell you that right now.
All right, Jeff. Apparently, Bo Nix, the contents of his backpack, impressive enough for Sean Payton. You've seen the rest of the draft, plus the Broncos, I thought made a pretty savvy move to upgrade their defensive line. I was happy to see that. Big picture, how'd they do this weekend?
When you factor in the trade, and I thought, honestly, I know we're all going to talk about the Knicks pick for, ever, or just endlessly until camp starts. When's he going to play and all that? But I thought in the middle of the draft, they got amazing value. I mean, they got 2 top 100 players on a lot of teams' boards, not just my list, in the 3rd and 4th round. And, it was tremendous value there. So I thought they did well in the middle. And it seemed to me, depending on what you think, that, I honestly don't believe that Bo Nix was the 12th player on their board or better. Yep. But I thought they liked him enough to take him there. But I do think otherwise they stuck to their board, or I think it really felt like they stuck to their board. And when you put that much planning and preparation into it, that's really how to smartly handle the draft.
What I also like, Jeff, is that there wasn't a whole lot of, picking from future trees, picking apple off the future trees, if you will, giving up draft picks from the next future classes to move around this one too much. So you kept things intact, and now you go ahead. Who is your favorite player out of the draft class? Who is the most, maybe your gem or whatever that you like, as far as the best player? Not worried about next year. Who do you think the best player they may have got is?
Well, best is hard for me. I think in terms of just value, what you might get from the player, from where you picked them, I think Estime has a really chance to be, one of those guys where we're talking about, oh man, they picked him, at the 147th pick of the draft, and he's doing this. I think he has a chance to be an immediate contributor if they'll just play rookies, moving forward. But I thought another very high value pick in what is suddenly a crowded battle to start at corner opposite of Surtain. I thought Abram Strain was a very, very high value pick, really a competitive, feisty. I mean, this guy had accredited with 40 passes defensed in the SEC. That's getting it done. So I thought that was a real high value pick right in. Those 2 5th-rounders I thought were well done.
Well, speaking of value, Leggy, you had Troy Franklin out of Oregon rated at number 44 in your top 100. Broncos take him at number 102 in the draft. Obviously, the familiarity with Bo Nix is a bonus when it comes to Troy Franklin. What else do you like there?
Well, that's, they don't have that element in their offense. I'm in favor of anything that adds that kind of speed to, they are not considered a fast team. So anything like any player like him added to the equation is a good thing, I think. And again, are you going to play him more than you played Marvin Mims? Marvin Mims played 368 snaps last year. Are we going to see these guys? I mean, they loved him this weekend when we heard them talking about him, but will they love him on the field? And he could add an element the Broncos don't have if they play him, especially if Mims is in the formation too.
Look, it's interesting. I like the class. You grabbed a lot of the positions that we talked about. What are they going to do at tight end, though, Leggy? They still don't have a lot of tight end choices. Are they going to go ahead and hope that Dulcich stays healthy? Do they like, who was it, Lucas Kroll they had last year? I mean, they're just going to stick status quo at tight end?
Well, right now, I think all of the above. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think I saw a tight end in the undrafteds even. So, yeah, what you said is true. They're hoping Dulcich has passed his troubles, and they do like Lucas Kroll in the mix there. So I think yes and yes. And the board didn't fall their way, and it was not a particularly deep class. So, they had a shot at Bowers and chose to go the other way with the quarterback, obviously. I would have been intrigued, I guess, a little bit to see what might have happened had they had a second-round pick in the upper third of the second round. I would have been intrigued to see how they handled everything, if that. But that's,
Are you suggesting maybe grab Nix then and not at 12?
Or later. I mean, again, it was an unprecedented quarterback draft. We've never seen anything like it. There's never been anything like it. I just simply will tell you, in all of the drafts I've ever covered and all of the personnel people in the league I've ever talked to, no team has ever had 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 grades on their board. No team, not one time, not ever. And that's how it was drafted. And if you talk to people in the league, an awful lot of people are surprised and yet not surprised it happened that way. But it was unprecedented. It's history, and the Broncos were part of it.
Yep, Jeff Legwold had Bo Nix at number 39 on his big board, his top 100, which is available to you at ESPN.com. You can see how the Broncos stacked up. They took Jonah Ellis out of Utah, who Legwold had at 95, Troy Franklin at 44. They drafted him 102. And then Chris Abrams-Drain out of Missouri, Legwold's 64th rated prospect in this class. The Broncos drafted him at number 145. So on the Jeff Legwold board, some pretty damn good value that the Broncos got. Jeff Legwold joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff, the acquisition of John Franklin Myers from the New York Jets, the Broncos essentially gave up nothing to acquire a player. They restructure his contract, get him into a very affordable spot. This is a very savvy acquisition where the Broncos were able to scoop something up that the Jets had to get rid of. Where does he fit into this team immediately? How much better does he make this defense?
Well, I mean, depending how Bo Nix does in his career, I mean, right now that's the best move of the weekend in terms of immediate help. This guy's it's hard to believe. It's hard for me to believe that the Jets would give him up, but after they signed Reddick, they took on Reddick. They couldn't keep him for the money he was set to make. So his role is immediate starter and heavy contributor. He's been durable, productive, and the guy gets interior pressure, which is a hard find, in defensive line play in the league. And he's consistently one of the better guys on interior pressure. The sack numbers may not reflect it, but that's not everything with him as a player. And he can play probably all 3 spots in the 3-man front. In the nickel, he could bump down all the way inside. He can play both end spots. And with Zach Allen, hard for me to find 2 more sort of high motor defensive ends in the league right now than those 2 guys are.
Real quick.
Cap on the. Oh, go ahead.
No, finish off, Nate.
I was going to say, you cap on the name DJ Jones right there. Suddenly that front 3 kind of looks like a little bit of a strength. Go ahead, Andy.
Just real quick, Spencer Rattler, are you surprised he fell as far as he did?
Well, I mean, after history is made, I think people took a long breath at quarterback because, I mean, when 6 go in the top 12 picks, it sort of resets. And I think this is what we're going to see now. If teams have obviously shown they're going to draft quarterbacks not just a little bit above where they're graded, but a lot. And that means there's not going to be a middle class probably in the draft. You may not see too many more second and third round quarterbacks because if people want them bad enough, they've already proven they're going to take them. and take them early. And I think that's what happened. There was no middle class for quarterbacks in this draft after the historical, party time. It was a long ways until Rattler got taken as the next guy. But
party
Broncos
time.
Party
time for the first there, Leggy.
Yeah, no, I mean the Broncos were interested in Rattler. They had done a lot of work on him, and I think that if the Knicks thing didn't work out, I think he would have ended up here with one of either the third or the fourth round pick.
And yet here we are. It's Bo Nix's world. Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Read his stuff right there, ESPN.com. Leggy, beautiful work as always, man. Thank you.
Take care, fellas.
All right, Jeff Legwold talking about the class that was Bo Nix, Jonah Ellis, Troy Franklin, Chris Abrams-Drain, Audric Estime, Devon Vele, and Nick Gargiulo.
Come on, Italian that up a bit.
Gargiulo.
Gargiulo.
Does Gargiulo know Tyler Toffoli?
Maybe.
We'll find out.
South Carolina?
We will talk to Chris Dempsey. We are previewing Game 5, Nuggets, Lakers. Is it over tonight? Demps will tell us next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
They only had 8 fast break, but yeah, the paint was a joke. I mean, every huddle, I think you're at most of our huddles. I sound like a broken record tonight. Every huddle was paint, paint, paint. And game 3, they had 70. We found a way to win. And tonight they had 72. They had 42 at halftime. That's an incredible number. And when you break it down, they shot 64% in our paint, and they shot, I think, 33 in non-paint shots. And it starts in transition, blow-bys, just one-on-one containment, no help. And I just didn't think we had the requisite physicality or urgency. This did not seem like a closeout game.
Yeah, paint was a joke. Between games 3 and 4, the Nuggets were minus 30 points in the paint when playing in LA. Now, the good news, games 1 and 2, back at Ball Arena, the Nuggets were plus 26 in those 2 games. Let's see if they recapture that advantage tonight playing at home. Kaz will have the call for you at 8 o'clock. Berto's got your pregame at 7:30. Extended pregame begins at 7 o'clock on Altitude Television, and it will, of course, feature our next guest, our pal, Chris Dempsey, Dempsey & Company. You listen to it every single day, 10 to noon here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. He joins us right now on a Monday afternoon. Demps, what's going on, man?
What's up, fellas? Just waiting for this. I'm very interested to see a couple things here today. Front one, how Jamal Murray is, and if the Nuggets can bring. I'm glad you played that clip. It's a. When you look back at that game, it just the energy just wasn't really there from the start, and the physicality wasn't there from the start. And so, if in the games that you did win, you brought some of those attributes to the court, but you still were getting off to bad starts. The game that you didn't win, you were setting yourself up for a bad start to become a bad finish. And we'll see what kind of energy the Nuggets bring here today.
Yeah, Demps, championship teams, especially a championship team like the Nuggets that had won 8 in a row against the Lakers coming into this series. They increased that streak to 11 in a row before losing the other night. Is it possible that this was a Nuggets team that was just too casual, that a loss and an opportunity for Michael Malone to get at some guys in a film session will reignite a bit more fire under a championship group, and we should see a better effort tonight? That's my assumption for a best-case scenario. Is that, in your mind, what's going to happen tonight?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. Because even when they were winning, there were some things that were happening during those games that I'm sure didn't fit well with Coach Malone. And but when you're winning and you've beaten the team 11 straight times to that point, it's hard to make those points in a film session when they're just going to go, but we've beaten them 11 straight times. But now you haven't. And so it gives the coach a lot more ammunition to be able to really course correct some things. And, it's got to begin with the start of these basketball games. It's just what was the stat? It was just kind of an insane stat. Prior to last game, the Lakers had led for like 130 minutes or something like that, and the Nuggets only 14. So it's that thing that will get you beat as you start playing better teams as you go on into the playoffs. And so it is a good chance for Michael Malone to really kind of dig in a little bit and say, all right, now you understand why we can't operate like this, and so what are we going to do about it? And I expect just much better defensively. The Lakers have been the more physical team, I think, defensively, just generally speaking, the entire series. I expect the Nuggets to go ahead and give that back to them today, starting with KCP on D'Angelo Russell, closing down space on him, not just allowing him to kind of step into his shots, because obviously once he does that and gets hot, then he is hard to cool off. So, but can you get D'Angelo Russell, Austin Reeves back into inefficient spaces? If you do that, quite honestly, if you do those things alone, you give yourself a good chance to beat this team tonight.
Demps, what can you do to get the shooting going? Because what's really been surprising to me and Nate, we talked about it before the series, and I think one of Nate's top key was the way the Nuggets can lose would mainly be if they didn't shoot well. And so I guess we all thought we'd get a game, right? But this is really not just a game anymore. How do you get these guys going?
Well, and look, it's Jamal Murray and the jump shooting, right? And it's for him, this has been an interesting series. It reminds me a little bit of the Clippers series back in the bubble, where the Clippers really tried to play him physical, rough him up, take his legs from them and then hope that he misses jump shots, because of that. And the Lakers from game one have not just let him do really kind of go anywhere without somebody's hands on him, without somebody bumping him, without somebody. They'll take fouls. They'll do that. And I just think that some of that takes your legs, some of that speeds you up, some of that gets you off balance on your jump shot, and all of those things are present in his offensive game right now. And so I just think that for the Nuggets, one thing I would expect is him to be off the ball a little bit more and setting really good screens to get him free, because one of the things that the old school teams used to do this so well all the time, and that is if you're hounding their point guard or you're hounding one of the best players that they know they need to be able to be good offensively, then they will just knock you off on screens and continue to knock you off until you were no longer super physical with that player. And I just think from a Nugget standpoint, their ability to help free him up will be huge. His ability to kind of not be a target on ball will be big, and look, it's still going to be a little bit of, obviously a mix with him in terms of on ball and off ball. And then he's just got to step into some shots on balance and knock him in, because we know what he is, normally. And, this is, kudos to the Lakers to really have made it tough for him in this sense. And then, also, if they're going to devote this much attention to him, Andy, then, there are opportunities to be gravity, right? So you're coming off a screen and you're drawing multiple defenders. Now you can make a play for somebody who will be open. And you can hurt him that way as well. So I think there's a couple of ways to do it, and hopefully for Jamal, he can get that going tonight.
Yeah, 21% from behind the arc so far in this series, plus his field goal percentage is minus 10 in terms of percentage points from the field, regular season to the postseason. It has not been great. Chris Dempsey joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You require Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. All that said, Dempsey played 39 minutes in Game 4, but the fourth quarter was clearly favoring that left calf. He has popped on the injury report as questionable. What did you see from Jamal up close, and what do you expect with that injury tonight? Go ahead and irresponsibly play doctor on the radio for us.
Yeah, just as a general rule, I just don't love calf injuries on basketball players at all. Obviously there's degrees to this and whatnot, and it's the playoffs, and so I think there's an expectation that you'll just play through anything. And yet we know sometimes these calf injuries can be real problematic depending on where they are in the calf and just exactly what the extent of the strain is. Obviously, we're looking at Giannis continue to not play basketball games. He injured his calf way back at the beginning of the month, hasn't played since April 9th. It's hard to know in Jamal's case just because, he quite clearly was favoring that toward the end of the game. What did a day of rehab and rest do for him? Is it how damaged is it? I think what they have to figure out, and obviously I'm sure they do already, is if he goes up there and plays tonight, can he make this way worse to where now you're missing multiple games going forward? And if that's the case, then maybe he just doesn't play. But if it's a situation where it's more pain tolerance and it's going to be okay, then I would just expect him to be out there and hopefully he can be explosive. It's going to rob him of some of the explosiveness to the rim. Obviously his step back, you need some torque in a lot of the stuff that he does. So can he be effective if he's out there playing with that calf?
All right, do you maybe change up the role a bit, though? Let's say it's pain tolerance like you talked about. Do you not start him? Do you use him maybe for bench minutes like they like to? Do you limit some of his playing time if you can?
Yeah, my sense of it is I think he'll start, and then if it's clear that he is hobbled and it is an issue, I think what we'll see is his minutes just get greatly reduced. Like they'll take him they'll treat him super cautiously during the game. If there's some moments where they know they need a bucket or something like that, you're just not going to extend him, play extended minutes, and risk further damage to that calf. That's how I think. If he plays, he'll definitely start, and then they'll monitor him as the game goes on. Because guys, I mean, if they do win here today, you got the Minnesota Timberwolves next, and that if he is compromised in, for even the first couple of games in that series, it could be problematic. So it definitely bears watching.
Chris Dempsey, everybody, 10 to noon every day here on Altitude Sports Radio, Dempsey and Company. He'll be part of an extended pregame tonight on Altitude Television, starting up at 7 o'clock with the tip-off coming a bit after 8 p.m. this evening on Altitude TV. Plus, Kaz has the call right here. Demps, a couple of other factors as the series comes back to Denver. The other guys factor. The Nuggets bench was a minus 34, a combined minus 34 from the 4 bench dudes in Game 4, which is certainly not ideal. D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves finally got going. They both had 21 points in that victory. In fact, outside of LeBron and AD, the teammates, so to speak, scored 54% of the Lakers' points in Game 4, but we also know that the other guy factor tends to swing depending on what building the game is played in. How does being back in Denver help the Nuggets in terms of their depth?
Yeah, it helps because, to your point, the crowd energy, those types of players really do feed off of that a lot. They can. It's the type of electricity that can get into them, and they start playing better. And you start seeing Peyton Watson block all the shots, and maybe he knocks in a 3-pointer. Now the roof is kind of blowing off the place, and then their level gets higher too. So I think that is a real thing in this series. I'll say this about the bench, and I've said this on my show a couple of times. I think this is not about the bench in this series. In terms of you look at it and go, well, man, if they don't get a bunch of points off the bench, they're really in trouble because the Lakers bench isn't any good either. And the Lakers starters were giving up so many points; they were getting outplayed so badly by the Nuggets starters that it rendered like points off the bench kind of not irrelevant, but something. It just sapped the significance out of it greatly. And so in the one game where you get the Lakers starters basically canceling out the Nuggets starters, now that bench comes into play. And I just think in this respect, you want to see Reggie Jackson, who was also dealing with an ankle issue himself, knock in some shots. You would like to see Christian Brown kind of reprise some of that role from last year, especially in the finals when he was scoring some of those points off the bench. I think the home court helps these guys greatly. I would expect that today, but I also expect the Nuggets to, from a 5-on-5 starter standpoint, to outscore the Lakers starters, I'd say by 15, 20 points. And if that's going to be the case, then they'll win the game regardless.
All right, Demps, last thing. I'm going to give you a bit of a curveball here. But you're an excellent sports radio host and guest, therefore I know you can handle this. I will offer you no criteria on how to answer this question. It is completely up to your interpretation, but you are a lifelong Bronco fan, and also a lifelong hoops head. So now answer this question: Bo Nix or New York Knicks?
Bo Nix, man. Bo Nix. It's going to be Bo Nix. I didn't necessarily love the pictures of him with LeBron, but Bo Nix is. I'm very much looking forward to it. I know there's wild swings as to what people think about the pick, and I think general consensus is maybe there's a reach for a player like that. But when the quarterbacks are coming off the board, maybe sometimes you got to do it. I think the combination with him and Sean Payton is going to be ultimately really, really good, and so I'm going Bo Nix, although the New York Knicks play great.
Take that, Jalen Brunson. Eat that, Tibbs. He's taking Bo Nix all day long. Demps, thank you for answering that stupid question. I appreciate it. Chris Dempsey, everybody. Watch him on Altitude tonight, 7 o'clock, extended pregame coverage. Plus, he'll be with you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Demps, excellent, buddy. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, Chris Dempsey with us right there. Andy, I sent you the supercut of every Sixers possession the last 5 minutes of that game in which they went 0 for 11 from the field. It's one of those things, okay? Like, as I watched that, even as frustrated as I was with the Nuggets' effort the other night, the Nuggets, like, they don't have one of those possessions in a basketball game generally because Nikola Jokic does not allow that to happen. That was every Sixers possession at the end of that game was absolute puke.
How about your guy, Joel Embiid, calling out his own crowd for letting too many New Yorkers in there? On top of the fact that he's kind of become, they called it a heel turn this morning, showing all the nonsense. He gave Brunson the elbow to the jaw to start that game. He obviously had the shenanigans in game 3. What is going on with Joel Embiid?
I don't know, man, but if that guy doesn't like out-of-town fans, he would hate playing in Denver. Man, whew.
Well,
it's 2 hours away. It's 2 hours away, and your team is puke. Like, that's why Knicks fans are actually fired up about their team right now. That's why they're showing up. Also, they can actually afford tickets in Philadelphia versus the outrageous prices at the Garden. So no wonder it was all Knicks fans.
Yeah. Well, I'm just telling you, I wonder how those Sixer fans feel about backing him for his big MVP last year, and now they're about to have a couple of early exits.
Yep, it's going to be another one. Knicks have looked good. Sixers have looked terrible. That series has certainly been entertaining so far. Also, tonight, Boston, Miami. Celtics certainly answered the bell in Game 3 in South Beach. That one will tip off at 5:30. OKC and the Pels. Thunder go for the sweep tonight.
No.
And then Nuggets can finish off the Lakers.
Can the Pels win one? Can you just win one?
Win a game, for the love of God. Hey, the Avs looking to close out their series against the Jets tomorrow night. And you can join Altitude Sports Radio for another awesome viewing party. Join Berto, Raj, and Spring at Stoney's on Tuesday night. That's Stoney's 11th and Lincoln for the Avs game with other crazy fans. Like the good kind of crazy, not the weird. Yeah! Awesome giveaways, live broadcast, and more. It is all brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila.
as they got Logan O'Connor the hat trick on the empty net goal. Trying to do the same for Val Nichushkin. 18 seconds to go in the third period. Rantanen steals it away. Nichushkin has it at the red line towards the net. Yeah! Benoboyville through the chapeau! His first career hat trick! And you thought it was snowing before with the pom-poms. Here come the hats!
Yes, many a chapeau was thrown. 13 seconds to go, and 12.4 specifically. Val Nichushkin from beyond center ice. First career playoff hat trick for Val Nichushkin. Avalanche beat up on the Jets 5-1 yesterday. They're up 3-1. Game 5 tomorrow in the PEG. We will relive all of that Game 4 coming up at 5:20 this afternoon with the highlights from our friend Connor Douglas McGahee right here on
Yeah!
92.5. By the way, we don't actually know if that's Connor's middle name. We do know it's Cale Makar's middle name, but we just feel like giving it to everybody today.
Douglas is a very upper crust kind of middle name. Very highbrow.
Oh, good
Yeah.
for you.
All you highfalutin Dougs out there.
Yeah. Not a John, not a Mark, not a Bob. Douglas.
Is anybody's middle name just Bob?
Jim Bob.
Jim Bob Cooter.
Cooter.
That's the guy. I stand corrected. Altitude Sports Radio, Andy, pumping you up for the playoffs with free gas tomorrow morning. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane will be broadcasting from the Alta Convenience Store where iLift meets 225. Starting at 8 a.m., the first 200 cars that pull up will get a $25 gift card. Alta Convenience, convenience beyond the pump. Free gas tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. First 200 cars that pull up, $25 gift card to Alta Convenience, plus Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane will be broadcasting live. So make sure you go out there and say hello to them. Andy, are you ready to meet some dudes? You want to get to know some dudes?
I do want to meet some dudes. Just a quick reminder, Mosia's in Winnipeg. We forgot.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Well, no, we earlier were having fun with him eating all the gas station burritos, and now I'm sad he's in Winnipeg.
Hey, don't worry, he's having Canadian gas
No,
station
but I wanted him
burritos.
on site housing a couple of gas station burritos per the, per his brand.
The difference is in Manitoba, he is having gas station burritos for breakfast. He's just dipping it into maple syrup. That's
Do they
the only
do
thing
what do
that's
they do in Canada? You get a good breakfast burrito in Canada, or is it all just pancakes? They're hardy people.
It's,
do they ever opt for the eggs? It's Manitoba.
It's just eggs and moose meat wrapped in a pancake. That's all you're eating.
Isn't it warmed up to like -5 Celsius in Manitoba this time of year or something?
It's lovely. I don't know what the scale means. Let's get to know some dudes. Right now, Broncos got a bunch of new dudes. Let's meet your guys. Here we go. Andy, let's do this. Spring, what do you got for me?
It's time to meet some dudes.
Dude, sweet.
Yes, we want you to meet some dudes. And the Broncos, they got a bunch of new dudes. They got 7 new dudes in the draft class this weekend. Andy, let's start.
Now, hold on. This got to stick around. What other dudes are we going to meet? Mark
We're gonna meet all
Springer
kinds of
putting
dudes.
that open together guarantees this thing happens at
Yes.
least once more before the calendar year's up.
We want you to meet dudes, okay? That's what we're here for.
It's called a Kreckman and Lindahl remote. You're not going to meet a lot of ladies.
You'll meet
But
some
if you'd
dudes.
like to meet some fellow sports fans, show on it. It ain't no 2-minute lunch or whatever the hell that dating thing is.
You don't get to speed date. That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's meet Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah. Broncos selecting him in the 3rd round at number 76 overall. Andy, get a load of this. Jonah Ellis, one of 12 children 12.
I covered his dad. I didn't know he
7
had so much
adopted.
free time.
5 biological. Born and raised in the Detroit area. His parents, Luther and Rebecca. You mentioned Luther Ellis, former Bronco. Met while they were student athletes at Utah and married in 1994. While Luther played for the Detroit Lions, they put down roots in the nearby Detroit suburb of Oakland Township. Remember Oakland from the NCAA tournament? There you go. Growing up in Michigan, Ellis was introduced to several sports and was drawn to football like his older brothers. The family relocated to Salt Lake City in 2011 before moving to Highlands Ranch in the Denver area in 2015 when Luther took a job with the Denver Broncos. Local kid. Jonah Ellis.
Like the bloodlines. I like him.
Yeah,
I'm
good
in.
bloodlines. All right, Andy, I got strengths. Let's get strong. Jonah Ellis. Fast off the ball and uses long arms and leverage to create movement at the point of attack. Large, unrelenting hands to aggressively attack blockers and open rush lanes.
Nice.
Has a
Play Love powerful Me Sexy under
6-inch
that.
punch. Again, 6-inch punch, and treats tight ends like you would expect.
Who wrote this? Who wrote that? Who authored that?
This is from Dane Brugler's The Beast.
Okay. Your guy
Again.
Dane needs to calm down a bit.
6-inch punch and addresses tight ends like you would expect.
There's no
Go-to
way he
move.
wasn't laughing right this. He never thought this would make the air.
Go-to move is an inside spin with burst to finish. Also looks to introduce cross chops, swims, and rips into his mix to win at the apex of the arc. Plays with nonstop motor, and his secondary effort directly leads to production. According to Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham, quote, "It's not the biggest guy, but he just keeps coming at you." Close quote.
Wow.
It's, of course, not all perfect. We go to the weaknesses. Jonah Ellis, third rounder, number 76 overall.
Hold on. Have you read the weaknesses? Are they
We're
as
going to them
erotic
now.
as the strengths were?
We're gonna find out. Long, I love that one. Long angular frame, but lighter than desired, and needs to continue developing strength. Still a novice in several pass rush areas, including how to properly counter once initially blocked. Hints of tightness limit easy recoveries versus chips. Struggles to
Where's
anchor
the tightness? We're just going to say tightness all over? I thought we were going tight hips.
Hints of tightness.
Yeah, where? Everywhere?
Struggles to anchor and set strong edges in the run game. Wide-bodied linemen will engulf and move him, negating his pursuit to the football. Low tackle production away from the line of scrimmage signifies his inconsistency in the run game. Misses tackles while playing too hot. Suffered a partially torn labrum in his shoulder and attempted to play through the injury before he was forced to undergo season-ending surgery in November, which also sidelined him for most of the draft process. Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, who doesn't get overwhelmed by massive linemen?
Who amongst us,
Yeah.
right?
Who am I to criticize that? The tightness, I'd like to be a little more specific. Where does
Hints
the
of
tightness
tightness.
exist? But where? Where? In the back? In the
Limit easy
traps?
recoveries versus chips. Hints of tightness.
What was the hand thing again on the positives? Massive unrelenting hands?
Large, unrelenting hands.
Well,
Yep.
so how can I have large unrelenting hands yet a large lineman overwhelms me?
Unrelenting hands, but tightness elsewhere, I suppose. The tightness is not in the hands.
Not the biggest of guys, but keeps coming. Right?
That's right.
That's how we wrap that up, too?
That's correct. Dane Brugler had him at number 94 overall. on his big board. Legwold had him at number 95. Broncos took him at number 76. Jonah Ellis, linebacker out of Utah. There you go, everybody.
I like the bloodlines. I did not know his dad had the same Phillip Rivers kind of time on his hands when it comes to getting home at night.
Well, 7 adopted, 5 biological out of the 12.
I don't care. It's a lot of children.
He's acquired talent in a variety of ways.
Some were
to put
free
together
agents.
That squad, definitely.
Son of a
so there you
gun.
go. Jonah Ellis out of Utah.
Luther was a great guy, fun dude to cover. Always
by
a
the way,
good locker
Broncos-
room guy.
Broncos got themselves, Andy, a My Cousin Vinny draft class, 2 Utes.
2 Utes. I like that. Devon Vele. Is that what we're saying? Vele.
We got more football news, including somehow Travis Kelce becoming richer. We'll do all of that coming up next at 5:20. We relive the Avalanche's 5-1 Game 4 victory here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jason Kosmiski on the call tonight, 8 o'clock, Game 5, Nuggets-Lakers over there at Ball Arena. Berto's got pregame at 7:30. Hope you're on your way out to Ball Arena right now. Hope you're going to be loud. Hope you get to celebrate the Nuggets advancing to the semifinals in the Western Conference to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Game 5 and an opportunity to close it out in front of their hometown fans. Plus, we will have the Avalanche and the Winnipeg Jets. Avs can close out up in Winnipeg tomorrow night. Coming up at 5:20, we relive the Game 4 victory from yesterday that was so enjoyable, a 5-1 Avalanche victory. But right now we got football news on the Craigman and Lindahl Show. The 2024 draft is in the books. Mark Springer, what do you have for us today?
The High Five is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Let's run through the Broncos' 2024 draft picks. Obviously, 12th overall in the first round, Bo Nix out of Oregon. Third round, Friday night, 76th overall, outside linebacker Jonah Ellis out of Utah. Over the weekend, fourth round, 102nd overall, wide receiver Troy Franklin out of Oregon. Fifth round, cornerback Chris Abrams-Drain out of Mizzou. And 2 picks later, running back Audric Estime out of Notre Dame. Seventh round, wide receiver Devon Vele out of Utah. And guard Nick Gargiulo out of South Carolina. Hey, here is fourth round pick, wide receiver Troy Franklin, Bo Nix's teammate at Oregon, on Instagram Live after the Broncos drafted him.
Super over, man. Let's get though, but I just wanted to say, go Broncos country, and it's over for every mother that try to play me.
Hell yeah, I like it. Okay. Troy Franklin, wide receiver out of Oregon. You know, Legwold had him rated at number 44 in the class. 4.41 in the 40, a speedster, Andy. Broncos get him at the fourth round, number 102. They trade up and go and get him. Familiarity with the quarterback, I think, is sound drafting strategy. Troy Franklin out of Oregon. I had not heard his Instagram Live. I like that as well. I think he's my favorite member of this 7-member class, both in terms of value, potential impact, and what I think is some pretty savvy drafting after I was not thrilled with the Broncos process in the opening round.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they got good value. They got a grade they got a C, according to NFL Network. First day grade a C, second day grade a B. That's Jonah Ellis. And then the rest of it they gave him an A for, whatever it's worth. We'll find out. The guy that a lot of the talking heads were chatting up Saturday was Chris Abrams-Drain. Apparently, this kid can play a little corner. Don't be surprised if he pushes to start opposite Surtain. He's feisty. They said he sets the edge. He's not afraid to tackle. Thick kid, so we'll see. Also, speaking of a thick kid, that Audric Estime out of Notre Dame, that was where I was hoping they would get Mo Kamara, because at that moment when they picked Mo Kamara, the CSU pass rusher who ended up going to the Dolphins, he was on the board as Mel Kiper's top available player. And I'm thinking, you know, they could use another edge rusher. But this Audric Estime, he's a beast of a running back. He and Javonte and Samaje Perine will not be a fun group to bring down. I don't know how fast the kid is, but it looks like he's got pretty good football speed. I'm just saying, Nate, he is built like a tank.
Yeah, a 4.7 in the 40 leaves a little bit to be desired. I think he's more of a short yardage kind of dude, but he's going to break tackles. He's going to be tough to bring down. Hopefully he'll be effective in the red zone. I don't know. Here's a concept. What if the Broncos, when they get inside the 10-yard line, actually scored, what are they called, touchdowns? What if they just tried that for just a fun change of pace this year?
What are those?
Maybe this guy could be a part of that.
Yeah, I could give it a shot.
There you go.
See if it works.
Again, I would prefer they tried to do something such as that. They get him in the 5th round at number 147 overall, Audric Estime out of Notre Dame. So that's the class. We'll continue to meet some dudes as the show goes along. Spring.
High five. Travis Kelce gets a raise from the Chiefs. He signs a new 2-year deal worth $34.25 million, $17 million fully guaranteed for this season, and most of the rest of that money will be guaranteed on the third day of the 2025 league year.
Yeah, Travis Kelce getting himself a nice little pay raise at the age of 34, Andy. By the way, his girlfriend, Taylor Swift, they just she hit billionaire status. They declared her a billionaire. How much longer is Travis Kelce going to do this before he just becomes a just a house husband?
Man, a plain husband? Are they even going to live in a house? She's jet setting everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I kind of wondered. You know, I would love for him to get the hell out of the division, quite honestly. I'm good watching him, not watching him anymore. He can still play. He's still got open. He still was the top target in the playoffs. He's still worth the money. What are you going to do?
I guess you don't walk away in the middle of a Super Bowl window when you're playing with that quarterback for that coach.
They got to at least go for 3, right? They are so all in on going for 3.
Well, and here's the thing, Andy. They proved this year they don't even have to be that good.
Right.
They're in a division that just hands it over to them every single year, and then they just get into the postseason and know exactly what they're doing. So they don't have to be special. They don't even have to be that great. They can almost game the system and go and win themselves another Super Bowl ring, which it sucks for everybody else. But it's good work if you can get it for them.
Did you see they've moved ahead of the Niners now as the Super Bowl favorite? After the draft this weekend, I saw a note that said they have supplanted the Niners as the betting favorite for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they should be that all the way until that guy decides he doesn't want to play anymore, that being the quarterback. Spring.
High five.
Jason Kelce has agreed to a job with ESPN. He will be on the Monday Night Countdown pregame show.
Good for him.
Yeah, Jason Kelce, very entertaining in that role. By the way, we're getting considerable television shakeup that is going on right here. But Jason Kelce, he and Travis obviously able to parlay the Taylor Swift connection into having a massively popular podcast that are entertaining in and of themselves. Kelce's a former center. I've worked with a former center before. They tend to be pretty smart dudes. So I think Jason Kelce's going to do a good job on television. And I hope at least, I don't know, like one Monday a year, hopefully in like a cold weather setting, they just let him get drunk and rip his shirt off on TV.
Or he'll just do it without being asked, right?
Exactly.
So I'm glad he's on ESPN. I was wondering if Amazon would make a run at him too. So there you go.
What else is happening in TV, Spring?
High five.
Well, we had this note in the High Five several weeks ago that for the NFL Today on CBS, that a lot of their talent's contracts were expiring at last season's end. That included Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms, and they are, in fact, out. Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms will not return to the NFL Today on CBS. CBS allowed them to save face. They allowed them to announce that they're leaving the show. Really, their contracts just weren't renewed. Matt Ryan will apparently leave his Andrew Catalon Tiki Barber crew, and he will join the studio show. Nate Burleson, Bill Cower, and James Brown will remain.
Yeah, J.J. Watt's going to hang out with those guys every now and then as well. But Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms are out. And Matt Ryan is in. Andy, I thought Matt Ryan was good in the booth last year. I would have appreciated keeping him on game broadcasts. But instead, he's going to take the sweet gig and just go and sit on the desk and not really do much.
Yeah, I don't blame him. It's an easier life. He flies into New York and just does a weekend of work versus having to actually travel. And look, none of this is compared to a 9-to-5 job before anyone sends us a text, but guys would prefer just go sit in the studio, talk about all the games, then go and, visit both cities and risk having a bad broadcast, a game to broadcast anyway, and all that. It's an easier life, but I am with you. I enjoyed he and Tiki together. We got a taste of it a couple of times last year. The one I really remember was the Chicago Bronco game where the Broncos made that, what'd they do, the big second half comeback to actually, get the first win of the year or whatever it was. So, yeah, I thought he was good in that role, but there you go. I thought it was funny because didn't you have the story last week, Spring, of him retiring? Matt Ryan officially retires.
Officially
and
retired.
I was like, dude, we all knew you were retired. Is this news to you? Do we really need to announce? Like, did he have to do that to take this job? Did he need to let them know I'm retired before they give him the studio thing?
I have one other question on this, okay? So Phil Simms and Boomer Esiason are out. Matt Ryan is in. But still, Burleson and Cowher are going to be there, and J.J. Watt's going to be there, and Matt Ryan's going to be there, and James Brown is going to be there. Do they have, research, from focus groups that tell them, no, man, I need to listen to 5 people at once.
Oh.
Give me 11-second opinions on football. Have any of the networks ever considered maybe that you don't have to do that?
Yeah, you would think. ESPN, I just think it leaves them people to cover up when a guy's a rookie. Remember when Cowher started? He didn't always have a ton to say, and you always worry about a new guy being afraid to throw other guys. Look, you said it. You and I have worked with athletes fresh off the end of their career, and you always wonder, are you going to be willing to give me an honest opinion about the locker room and some of the guys you were just playing with a year ago? So I think that's one of the reasons why they went to it. I wasn't surprised so much by the size of the desk, because as you said, J.J. Watt will pop in and out. Nate, I was surprised Boomer and Phil made it as long as they did. Those guys were quarterbacks from my childhood, and they were good, but I wouldn't call them great, right? Boomer made it to a Super Bowl. Phil Simms won a Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
But those are just kind of the guys, they were just kind of I don't know. I'm trying to, Ryan Tannehill. Well, Ryan Tannehill's probably not. Give me a good quarterback comp of the day that those guys were.
You know what they were? A couple of real Matt Ryans.
There you go. You know what? That was it. You're right. You're absolutely right.
I can't wait to watch Kirk Cousins on the desk coming up in 2035.
Good call. Yes.
High five. And finally, it's the reunion that everybody has been waiting for. Ezekiel Elliott has signed a 1-year deal with the Dallas Cowboys, maximum value of $3 million.
Yeah, good for
so
him.
I dug this up, okay? Good for Zeke, getting another paycheck out of Jarrett. Since coming into the league in 2016, Ezekiel Elliott, 2,065 carries, most of any back since he came into the league. Derrick Henry, number 2 on that list, at 2,030 carries. They basically played an identical amount of games. Zeke at 120, Henry at 119. Next closest to that, this is since 2016, next closest, Joe Mixon. Andy, Joe Mixon, 1,571 carries. Number 4 on that list, your dude Melvin Gordon, 1,409 carries. Dalvin Cook, 1,349.
Now there you go. That's crazy. He's been
I know, right?
He's been the definition of a workhorse back. Jack says that Ryan is leaving the booth because Catalan, or who was it? Was it Catalan that made the 28-3 joke?
Right. Screw you.
Oh yeah, I'll just leave. What a bummer.
Catalan's our dude too. We love that guy.
Oh, it was bold. It was bold.
Catalan calls a lot of Broncos games, so we like to get him on the show. Is that all 5, Spring? Did we do all 5?
That's all 5.
That's all. We did all 5 today. Look at us. Big football day, obviously coming out of the draft. Doesn't happen all that often.
By the way, there's some tweet out there, some mysterious tweet for us to follow by a Steelers insider who's claiming the Steelers are close to adding a big weapon for their offense, and many are reading the tea leaves in Broncos interwebsville as Cortland Sutton will be the big addition.
The dark web. What will
the dark
Cortland
web
Sutton...
thinks Cortland Sutton will go and join Russ in Steeltown.
Why wouldn't they have done that at the draft?
Well, first off, I mean, they got time, right? Cortland's not going anywhere. Secondly, they maybe wanted to see if they could get a receiver. Who knows? I don't know. Look,
Sure.
I'm not telling you it's going to happen. I'm just telling you that's one of the things on the interwebs that is tickling the Bronco dark web, since you're always dying to know.
I'm always curious as to what's going on the Bronco dark web. By the way, do we have has the Bronco dark web dug up the contents of anybody else's backpacks, or is it only Bo Nix and his lacrosse ball?
No, Bo Nix is the only. Do you remember the backpack song off of Dora the Explorer?
I don't.
Backpack. I can't remember it after that. Thank God. But then the backpack would openly let you know everything they have, and Dora would go, "What do we need in order to get across the ravine?" as loud as she could. And your kid would start screaming back at the TV at 8 a.m., and you want to just run and jump in the water.
I thought that was like a play on Bad Boys
No.
for a second.
No, that's the song.
What you gonna do? I thought that was where it was
It's
going.
it's about as catchy, but literally Dora's backpack sings to you, then shows you all its contents, and you have to pick what works for the situation Dora has found herself in.
Okay, so the cops weren't busting Dora and finding meth in her backpack.
Maybe
or
you know
anything
what?
Like that?
Maybe the backpack was lying.
As far as we know,
That's
we're
not a pipe.
sure.
That's a wrench. That's an Allen key.
Dora's got a Carl. A bag shoved into various bodily crevices.
Oh boy!
Whoa! That's right. That's where this show has gone today. Dora the Explorer, aka Drug Mule.
Don't open. Don't open with what's in the backpack.
Yeah!
What if he would have pulled out Gwyneth Paltrow's head? You want to know, you jerk?
What's in the bag? What's in the bag?
He starts crying like Brad Pitt, half vomiting. Kevin Spacey shows up out of nowhere.
We've got to do hockey highlights.
Don't ask what's in Spacey's backpack.
Canceled backpack. No! All right. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We really do have to do hockey highlights. We really will do them coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here from one of our new sponsors on Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Window Nation. Got to ask you a question. It's April, which means spring cleaning time and spring cleaning weather are upon us. Spring is usually where you notice how bad your windows are. If you're like me, so I got my windows replaced a couple of years ago. We're talking about 18 months ago, and I'll tell you what. The first thing I noticed when I got mine done was how much cleaner new windows are. So if you're looking for the spring cleaning, that's the first way to go. But I had really old windows in my house, and it showed up in unfortunate times where I would get, first off, it would feel like there'd be a draft in there, even when the windows were closed. They were terrible, and I couldn't wait to replace them. You got to take advantage of an offer like this if you're finding yourself in the same situation. Maybe they're the original windows in the home. Call Window Nation. They have a great deal going right now where you can buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months. So if you've got cracked, leaking, or windows that won't open or stay open, now's the time to act by calling Window Nation. Let me repeat that offer again. This was the offer that got me going. 2 windows, buy 2, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months. Likely if you need new windows, but I'm telling you, drafty windows or some condensation on the inside, that's sure signs that you, in fact, need new windows. You can get a free no-obligation quote now. The windows are locally made, and Window Nation carries a customized windows by Millgrade, made locally for the climate here in Denver. It's easy. Just call 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com to schedule. So go ahead and give them a call. Get those new windows put in. Take advantage of this. This offer won't last long. Buy 2, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. All you have to do is go to windownation.com.
Yeah, thanks to our friends over at Westward bestowing that honor upon us. Denver's best sports talk radio show. Plus, we are America's 20th best afternoon sports show, according to our friends over at Barrett Sports Media. So, the honors all over the place. We're a top 20 show, Andy, in the country in the afternoons. We're top 20.
Which means we're 20, as you like to say.
Yeah.
If I say you're top 12, you're 12.
You're 12. That's the way that we break these things down. You ready for highlights? Are you ready to enjoy?
Oh, after that, yeah. Now I can't wait. Connor sounded like he was full of pep and vigor.
He really was. Yes. You're gonna hear Connor going full Howard Dean and much, much more right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is time for some Avalanche highlights brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. Andy, don't miss out. Buy 2 windows from Window Nation and get 2 free. Plus, no interest or payments for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Yeah! Also, Andy, I prefer Window Nation to Window Country. So that's
Bronco Land.
Yeah. Did we get a Bronco Nation slipped in somewhere?
Sure
Broncos
did.
Nation.
Sure did.
Who gave us that?
Our new buddy Audric Estime.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Upon being drafted by the Broncos, gave a shout out to Bronco Nation. I then, of course, I tagged the show on Twitter because, as you know, Andy, I am of the opinion we need more Broncos Nation in these parts. That's what's gonna dig this franchise out of the doldrums. Russell Wilson, he really made the Broncos country thing hard to get behind.
Yeah, you're concerned about the municipalities of Bronco whatever.
Always have been.
Yeah.
Always have been. Yes.
You need the districts drawn up properly.
Very much so. Yes. Broncos subdivision. Whatever it takes. Let's just get it fixed. All right? Yeah, we got highlights. Here we go. Here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show from game number 4, 5-1. The Avalanche get the victory to take a 3-1 lead in the series. Stranglehold, some might say. Game 5 tomorrow up there in the peg. Andy, let's begin. In the opening period, we are 8 minutes and 10 seconds into the hockey game. And Casey Mittelstadt. Let's talk about Casey Mittelstadt. This man is doing work below the goal line. Roll it, Spring.
Deep in the Jet zone, Lehkonen took a late hit from behind by Nate Schmidt. Chris Rooney says no penalty. Turnover, Winnipeg. Far side corner. Parise for Mittelstadt working behind the net. Back door! They score! We're up all night to get lucky! Mittelstadt to Arturi Lehkonen, who has scored in every single game in this series.
4th of the series. That is correct, Connor McGahee. Casey Mittelstadt working below the goal line, works away from Logan Stanley, gets it over to Lehkonen. He finishes. Nate Schmidt, a little slow to react on that one. Avalanche find the back of the net first. 1-0 Avs at the 8:10 mark of the first.
Yes. Up
Yes.
all night to get lucky. I lost it after that because I was like, what other lyrics are in that song? And did Daft Punk only make one-line songs? Around the World goes on forever, and Up All Night to Get Lucky goes on forever.
Not a lot of lyrical complexity
no,
right
not
there.
writing a lot to that.
Nope.
People love it,
kind of
though.
got right to the point, and they stayed right there. 1-0 Avs. Unfortunately, Winnipeg would even things up, just a little, about 5 minutes later than that. I want to talk about this goal and Georgiev's reaction to it after we listen to Connor on the highlight.
Jets regroup in the neutral zone. 6:24 to go in the first period. 1-0 Avalanche. Flung in right to left, tipped by DeMonte. Stays there for Mikko Rantanen off the boards into the path of Nichushkin. He can't get there. Just too far in front. And now Nate Schmidt will lateral the puck for Logan Stanley. Now Mason Appleton down the near side boards. Appleton back up top. Schmidt's got room, and he scores. That's the most shooting space of the Avalanche have given Winnipeg all period. And Nate Schmidt, who didn't play games 1 and 2, came in game number 3, gets his 7th career playoff goal, and we're tied at 1 with 6:04 to go in the period.
Yeah, Andy, Nate Schmidt, elite first name haver, perfect shot on the rush. Georgie's blocker, just a split second slow. What did you think? Should he have had that one?
Yeah, I think that's when you kind of want to have back. Nobody was really in his way. He got a good look at it. It looked like it fooled him speed-wise, but he's made the big saves Coach Bednar has been asking for. He's been very good on some real quick trigger shots too that I think maybe have been, but that one, I think that's probably one you wish you had back. No harm, no foul though. Nothing else let in.
That's right. Avalanche challenge for offside. No dice. Tied at 1 going to the second period. Quiet for a considerable portion of the period. And then the Jets just started getting penalties, like a lot. They just couldn't stop. And the Avalanche were down to capitalize on it. Here we go. 11:36 of the second. Spring.
Face off one cleanly back for Lehkonen. Cale Makar up top. Lehkonen over the far side half wall. Nathan MacKinnon. MacKinnon holding. Off the boards, and for Cale Makar, he'll walk the blue line. Makar lets it go, tip, score! It's the choo-choo train pulling into the station, and you can be my wingman anytime. Val Nichushkin with his 4th goal of the series. The Avalanche strike on the power play, and they have the lead back. 2-1 with 8:24 to go in the second period.
All right, hold on. Spring, I need some help. Has he been saying that for every Val goal this year? You can be my wingman anytime, a la Val Kilmer in Top Gun.
On the pregame show, Berto wanted Connor to give as many Top Gun references as possible.
All right.
In that game, and Connor delivered.
Kiss right there.
Yeah. The man takes requests.
That was, you know what? That was a great play by Val. It's what you described top of the program, where the big old Russian backside was in the face of Hellebuck. He didn't know what was going where, but that was a touch of puck luck, because that thing could have, we've seen plenty of shots hit the outside of the pipe. That thing just happened to have enough English on it to catch the inside of the pipe and in.
Assist to Makar and MacKinnon. Good point guard work. Got a Cale Makar up there at the blue line. 2-1 Avalanche. They take the lead. They would never relent in having the lead the rest of the night. Let's go about 3.5 minutes later, and Cale Makar, the best person in the world. Heard of him? Cale Makar shows why he's the best defenseman on the planet.
Lehkonen back in the first. Val Nichushkin on the power play here in the second. Cale Makar with it again. Emerging from his own zone. Ran into a teammate. Ends up going into his chest. Makar right up the middle. Makar holding. Shooting. He scores! All hail Cale! That's right, Iceman. I am dangerous. What a coast-to-coast goal for Cale Douglas Makar.
The best person in the world, Cale Makar.
So, Andy, out-hustles Nemesnikov to the puck. He scoots around Lowry. Nice move. Schmidt and Sandberg are back, but Makar he slows, he veers, he rips, he beats Hellebuck. Toffoli also got to look stupid on that play, just waving at Makar. That was Bobby Orr stuff, a.k.a. that was Cale Makar stuff that we saw on the third goal yesterday.
Yeah, that was akin to, wasn't it the Predators series a couple years ago in the Cup run, where he had a couple times, he's like, I'm just going to score a goal because I can.
Yep.
And he did.
Yep.
It also, I thought, showed how the Avs are in the Winnipeg Jets' head. They don't know what anybody's doing anymore, which is good to see. They haven't done this to the Jets in a long time, and hopefully they keep it up. They didn't know whether he was going to pass. They're worried. They've got them worried about the chaos, and Cale just said, I got a lane. Why don't you take a look at this?
So we get another power play. Final minute of the period. Val Nichushkin, honestly, giving a good example for the Nuggets this evening, doing some rebounding. Spring.
McKinnon, supersonic. Be there in 30 seconds through center ice. All the way over from Mikko Rantanen near side half wall. Top Cale Makar got around a stick. McKinnon at the circle, lets it go. Tipped down by Lehkonen. Nichushkin, he scores! All aboard! Val Nichushkin gets his second goal of the period on the power play. And right now, the Avalanche are pounding the Jets with 24 seconds to go in period 2. It is 4-1 Colorado, and the Avalanche have struck twice with a man advantage for the third time in this series.
Now that was top-level crease play by Artturi Lehkonen, tapping that thing over to Val. He located the rebound, knew where Val was, and just gave him. I mean, that was like right on the tee, baby.
That's got to be one, too, where if you're Hellebuck, you're like, does anyone want to help me?
Yeah, that's where you just skid out of the crease. You're like, I'm good. Hey, you give it a try. Breeze Bois, or whoever the French guy was that came in here, go take a run. I'm out.
I mean, if you can get both a tip and a rebound on the same play, you don't stand a chance. Avalanche had all the bodies in there. Lehkonen just great position, great use of the hands. Hellebuck was screwed on that play. 4-1. Val's second of the game. We go to the third period. Pucks are hitting dudes in the face.
Yeah.
Hockey is absolutely brutal. Empty net scenario. 12.4 seconds to go. Val Nichushkin, let's just go ahead and throw some sweaty hats all over the ice.
As they got Logan O'Connor the hat trick on the empty net goal. Trying to do the same for Val Nichushkin. 18 seconds to go in the third period. Rantanen steals it away. Nichushkin has it at the red line towards the net. Yeah! Bettaboy Val through the chapeau! His first career hat trick! And you thought it was snowing before with the pom-poms. Here come the hats. 12 seconds left. Val Nichushkin has 3. The Avalanche, for the 4th time in this series, have 5. And they are about to make their way back to Manitoba with a 3-1 series lead.
Yeah, Val from beyond center ice, empty netter, 5-1. The final score, the Avalanche get the victory. They are now off to Winnipeg, as Connor just said right there, for Game 5 tomorrow night. Shout out to our friends at Kroenke Sports Charities, scooping up the hats and delivering them to the Denver Rescue Mission. Well done, everybody.
Yeah!
And by the way, at some point, we don't need to worry about it today. When are we going to figure out a better way to determine offsides? Because the one goal that the Peg got,
yeah,
looked fairly offsides to me, but whatever. They said they couldn't locate the puck on his black blade. All right, well, might need to figure that out in the future.
Why don't we disallow black blades that are the same color as the puck? Why don't they just make the white tape uniform for everybody?
There you go. Or have enough cameras to figure it out. How long before drone camera?
That too.
Just drones hovering above the lines.
Let's get Gary Bettman back on the show. I can yell at him.
Yeah, more offsides talk. He'll sign up for that.
That was a fun one. Yep, 5-1. That's going to do it. That is your Avalanche highlights. It's brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. Don't miss out. Buy 2 windows from Window Nation and get 2 free plus no interest or payments for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Gentlemen, Andy Lindahl here to talk to you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We just had the weekend go by. Saturday night's usually the big date night. I'm curious how date night went for you. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, I know that maybe it can change up what the goals of date night maybe are sometimes. If you find yourself shying away from intimacy, maybe pushing your partner away, don't let it do that to your relationship. Don't let it do that to your self-esteem. ED can be a relationship destroyer, and the folks that can help you with that are the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic guys. Go on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, have a conversation with them about all the options that they have to try to help you fight erectile dysfunction. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you lasting an hour or more. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They know what they're talking about. You can schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit will be free. Get it scheduled. Call them at 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Winding down here on a Monday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, everybody, the Avalanche will look to close it out against the Jets tomorrow night, and you can join Altitude Sports Radio for another awesome viewing party. Berto, Raj, and Spring going to be out at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln Tuesday night for the Avs game with other crazy fans. Awesome giveaways, live broadcasts, and more, all brought to you by Milagro Tequila, the brighter side of tequila. Andy, DJ Triple T, playing the hits last night, the bust out. That was huge. That one came out of left field, all the small things in the third period yesterday. Is that the first time all year?
I said something to it. He said, no, he still plays it every now and again. But let's be honest about it. One of the things that always made all the small things so much fun was he could play it with a couple minutes or whatever left to go in a game, and you knew you were getting a win. The Avs have unfortunately not been quite so offensively dominant or had those kind of leads since the Cup year. So it leads you in quite – you don't want to bust that thing out with a one-goal lead and then nothing, the proper result doesn't come to fruition. So –
yeah, I think we could be pretty confident by the time he dropped it on us yesterday. Although, here's my request for the next time that he plays it. Blink 182 is great and all, and Mark Hoppus, friend of the program, but can we get the EJ version? I like the Eric Johnson version of it, Andy.
All the small things, true care, truth brings. I'll take one wish, your ride, best trip. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home. Denver.
Yes, Denver. Oh, EJ, if there's another parade, he's got to be there anyway, doesn't he? Doesn't he just have to be around for it, MC the thing?
Yeah. He does. The him and Gabe Landeskog, okay? It's just get them both out there when the Avalanche win it all this year.
So did your heart break a little bit when they came back a little later and everybody was singing "Living on a Prayer"?
I don't think I noticed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were in full throat for that, too.
Okay. That's good.
So
let's say. Andy, I would say Bon Jovi and hockey. There's a lot of overlap on that Venn diagram.
Yeah. Boy, what was I noticing last night? I was watching a lot of out-of-market hockey most of my day. I was mixing it in with watching the NBA stuff, right? Because TNT had all the NBA stuff on.
How much Rockies in Mexico City did you take?
Zero.
I watched a couple innings yesterday.
Good for you, bud.
Yeah, I watched a couple innings. I watched the Astros hit the ball really hard a lot, and that was that. Swept in the series. Rocks will play the Marlins, opening up a series against Miami tomorrow. Marlins, one of the few teams that has fewer wins than the Rockies do. Although, did you see over the weekend, White Sox swept, so they're creeping back upwards.
They're trying.
Look out for the pale hose, my friend.
Do we worry that some of the Rockies players have a little of the bum tummy in the Florida series?
Diarrhea.
Yeah.
They had they had it all last week too. So
it just was another week.
That's what you want to do is you want to have that go through the clubhouse, and then you want to go to Mexico City. That's what you want to do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
should we
No, we got
this
music
Nuggets
playing. What are you trying to do?
Dang. Andy, I got a troubling stat for you. You ready for this? Lakers have held the lead in this series for 139 minutes. The Nuggets for 42.
Yeah.
Up 3-1. Stop playing with your food. Get a victory. Andy, what's the final score tonight?
I feel like this is where Jokic kind of tells everyone to knock the crap off, and I'm going to go Nuggets 115, Lakers 100.
Back home in your building, go ahead and blow these dudes out. In fact, if you didn't have to bring Jamal Murray back in the fourth quarter, that would be very nice. But this is a prideful Laker group. I do think this is a fourth quarter game. I do think the Nuggets get it done. 112-105, the final tonight. I like the Nuggets to win this one and advance and get ready for the Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll be previewing that upcoming series tomorrow here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. But tip-off first, Game 5 tonight at 8 o'clock with Kaz on the call. Berto's got your pregame at 7:30. Don't forget extended pregame on Altitude Television starting at 7 o'clock. Thanks again to all of our wonderful guests today on the show. Chris Dempsey was with us, and he was great. Jeff Legwald, we explored his backpack. Ryan S. Clark was with us for Hockey Talk all the way back in hour number 1 of this show today. That was a fun show. I had a
Wins
blast.
are good.
Today.
Wins make a Monday okay.
Things are good. See, things are good for our wonderful producer, Mark Springer, for my partner, Andy Lindahl, and, of course, for Cale Douglas McCarr. My name is Nate Kreckman. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. The Blitz, and then Game 5, Nuggets-Lakers. Enjoy it, everybody. On to the Timberwolves after this one. Good night.